Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good morning, and welcome to our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major Championship Sunday. This is it. It's Sunday, baby, the final day of the tournament. We've had a hell of a tournament so far, and man, is it exciting to be here and give you guys a show. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Tony. Good morning, Tony. How you doing, man? You ready for a big day casting?
I'm feeling good. My first time casting a championship Sunday, and man, do we have a crazy one for you, and a crazy first round matchup too. My gosh, Sentinels coming out hot.
And Sentinels got unsigned talent. We're going to talk about that in just a second, but let's rewind the clock real quick, Tony, because we've had quite a tournament so far. Let's take a look at yesterday, our championship bracket, and see how things have shaken up. Because, man, what a bracket. A lot of 3-0s in that bracket, by the way. A lot of great, talented teams. You got Sentinels, of course, that came in winner's side. They had to fight through the open bracket, right, to get there. In the is it the open bracket? I'm thinking they have to fight through open to get there, and 3-0ing the boys in winner's side, and then got 3-0'd, unfortunately, to Optic Gaming to drop them into the lower bracket. We'll be witnessing them in just a second. Optic Gaming, of course, looking great, 3-1 in their series. You got XSET in the meantime that have been 3-2, and losing to FaZe to get dropped down to the lower bracket. Interesting storyline we'll bring up later. XSET actually out of the tournament. Something to talk about, Tony, for sure. We got C9, of course, 3-0ing their way through the bracket also, but Quadrant actually taking a game. We had the pleasure of casting that just yesterday. Very close series despite the final score. Tony, what else pops out to you?
Yeah, you have Quadrant guaranteed a top 12 placing there, and also in the top 12 is going to be Ascend, who, mind you, 3-0'd G2, making it against Pioneers, and although it was a 3-0 in favor of the Pioneers, it was damn close. Let me tell you, Ascend were right in it in every single one of those games. Now we're going into Market Esports, another EU team making it out of open and also taking out Big Chilling. But sadly, they were no match for EU United, who 3-0s them, and then also goes into the winners bracket quarterfinals and 3-0s Space Station Gaming. That was our final game of last night. It was incredible. Navi also making so a lot of EU representation coming into Championship Sunday, and we have 2 EU teams guaranteed top 12, and dare I say it, they are 2 wins away from getting top 6 and tying with FaZe as the #1 team kind of EU in Halo's history.
As exciting as that is, 2 wins at this point, very difficult to do. We do see on the bracket, though, of course, 4 teams have made it out. They've moved on. You got Optic Gaming, C9, Pioneers, and E United. They have now moved on to our championship bracket winner's side, and the first 2 matches in front of you in semifinals, those will be taking place very shortly today. Optic Gaming, C9. That one you definitely don't want to miss. I imagine that one's going to be on the main broadcast, twitch.tv/Halo. We also got Pioneers versus E United. Another big matchup to take a look at. Of course, if you win it, you guarantee your position in top 3 in this tournament, which is not too shabby, that's for sure, Tony. Let's take a look at the lower side of this, too. And what was that? Looked like you wanted to say something.
Oh, and I was going to say, I love the winners bracket. I really do. But I want to see the teams that are fighting for their tournament live. So let's take a look at that elimination bracket. Navi going up against the Guard for the right to play against Quadrant. Again, we have Quadrant and Navi coming out of the EU. Quadrant being that all-French team, formerly known as OEX. I feel like they've had the best of Navi. I don't think Navi's been able to beat them not one time during those qualifiers, so that's going to be interesting. We'll see who makes it out as far as the Guard and Navi. And I know you love some BBG and G2 going up against. Why don't you talk about that?
You would say I know you love some BBG. Anyway, Tony. And G2, this should be a hell of a series for sure. Of course, built by gamers up against G2 Esports. Can't wait to see how that goes. G2, they've had interesting run through the bracket so far. They've already beaten FaZe back in pools, but they lost to Ascend, I believe, or an EU roster earlier on that brought them back to that elimination bracket. They might get a chance to go up against FaZe a little later. We'll see it. Of course, Navi the Guard, like Tony said, that will be an interesting one too. We got Status Quo and Team War that still have yet to face. They'll be going up against Space Station, whoever wins, of course, and then Unsigned Talent and Sentinels is our next matchup. Here it is on screen. Now, Sentinels, we know who Sentinels are. Of course, we got Frosty, we got Snakebite, we got Lethal, and Formal in the mix, which is the big storyline of the tournament. Let's start there, Tony.
Yeah, you know, this is that old roster squad now implementing Formal, who's a content creator signed by Optic. So really interesting. Now they're going under Sentinels, and they have been a dynastic team throughout Halo's history. H2A, Halo 5, they changed their names a few times. One thing they didn't change is that they know how to win.
They did continue to dominate. Now, they did that with Royal 2. A little bit different this time around with Formal in the mix. Of course, a bit of a last-minute swap Formal, no stranger to a championship bracket.
Yep.
No stranger to winning tournaments, whether it's Halo or COD, especially in COD. But now that he's back in Halo, I mean, the man's definitely still got it. Do they have the chemistry, though, right? I think the big question mark is still there. I think Sentinels on Sunday are a team you can never doubt, regardless of this mix in the roster. I mean, especially with Formal there, I think, anything can still happen. But that series we saw with Optic up against them, the 3-0, bit of a rough situation. I imagine they're going to come back with a force. I managed to check Frosty's Twitter this morning, too. Said he's going to give us a show. So looking forward to seeing Frosty's gameplay today. He always gives me a show, but I can't wait to see what the man puts together. Let's take a look at the other side of this matchup, though, because this is quite interesting. Unsigned talent. I don't think we have photos for these guys. We'll see if we do in just a second. But, I think we don't have photos, right? Unsigned talent, I think, is going to give you enough information to know that these are boys that are incredibly talented,
yes,
but not enough people know about it, right? You got Claim, Suppress, Avenue, and Aperture. They beat XSET to get here at this point in the tournament.
That's a solid squad they beat. Again, beating out that Kratos-led squad. You have Suppressed and Avenue trying to become, I guess, the next Royal 1, Royal 2 combo. They're actually twin brothers.
Have 1, 2, and 3.
And then they have a triplet brother
Yep.
in Diagram, who they've actually teamed together before.
Yep.
And let me tell you, I've coached that squad. All they do is argue all the time. You said you're worried about chemistry coming out of Sentinels roster. Literally, all they do is fight, and I'm talking in the middle of games.
When it comes to twins, I think it's just a different beast, Tony, because you look at Roy and Lunchbox, and all they do is bicker.
Yeah.
But some of the best players ever in Halo history. So,
Fair.
of course, Suppressed, Avenue, and then Diagram is the triplet to round it out. Diagram, also a great player. Not in this roster currently. You got Claim. You got Aperture instead. Claim I've heard of. I've played against him in Halo 5. Very talented player. Aperture, I don't recognize. Do you know him?
Aperture was doing really good Halo 3. I know he also does content creation as well. I've watched his stream a few times. He's a very talented Halo 3 player. And yeah, I mean, Claim kind of rounds that out. I like the squad. I really do. I think Suppressed and Avenue, they may not be household names. However, if you were watching that latter half of Halo 5 and some of those online tournaments, you actually saw their kind of rise to fame, and they're going to come here and make a name for themselves. Unsigned talent, let me tell you, by the time they walk out the door, they're going to be signed. It made it to Championship Sunday. Someone's going to sign those
Someone's got to approach them, right? Stop them before they hit the door. Wait a second, are you unsigned talent? Because we would like to sign you, please. Especially if they beat Sentinels. I think this would be the true answer, right? The true knock on the door right there. If you beat Sentinels, the world's going to know, right? Sentinels, people are going to be wondering where Sentinels are. In the bracket, they're going to find out it's unsigned talent. Of course, that's not an easy task to do. They've done it against XSET. They defeated XSET, a top team, I believe, based off of what we've seen. But whole new beast here, and I just don't know what to think till we see it, Tony. We're going to have to see that game one. Let's take a look at the series layout. And maybe that'll give us some idea of how this might shake up. Tony, you know what? This is a series layout I recognize pretty damn well. Strongholds, live fire to kick it off. I mean, we've had so many live fire games to kick off our series already, and honestly, they never disappoint. We got Slayer on Recharge, CTF Aquarius, Oddball Recharge, and Slayer on Streets if we get there, because Sentinels, I mean, quite a force to go up against here at this tournament. Tony, Strongholds, live fire. Let's start there.
Yeah, I mean, live fire is easily my second favorite map to play, but it's my new favorite map to cast, because every time we have this on screen, whether it's Oddball, Strongholds, or Slayer, it goes down to the wire. Watching some of the best fight over that map control and those weapon utilities has been so impressive, and I promise you, this may not be different, but I mean, we're talking unsigned talent versus Sentinels. We're talking about Sentinels, a fantastic roster. I gotta go 3-0 Sentinels. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Tony dropping the prediction already. I didn't even ask for it, but just letting us know that 3-0 Sentinels. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the reality too. I kind of want to wait and see. I want to see if Unsigned talent have something special, something to surprise us with, considering they made it this far. I feel like they must have something.
Yeah.
But it could end up being a 3-0, and if I'm Sentinels, that's what you're going to come in and expect to do, or that would be the game plan, right? Sentinels, this is kind of a stepping stone for them. They want to come back with a rematch with Optic. They want to go up against C9, honestly, anybody, I would assume. But after that series with Optic, I can guarantee you they're coming back with a vengeance. And the first team in their path, in their what did I say? I wanted to say destructive path, just happens to be Unsigned talent. So Unsigned talent, hopefully they're ready for the force here. Tony, what are you most looking forward to in this game, in this series? Let's say we're Unsigned talent. What would they need to do to ensure they get a game, they get something here? Well,
one thing I know about Suppressed and even Avenue as well, and those two are slayers. they're not afraid of anybody. So when it comes to those 50-50 pivotal gunfights, they're not going to back down. It doesn't matter if it's Frosty, Formal, it doesn't matter who it is. They're going to go in for the challenge. I'm excited to see how they play on LAN. Let me tell you, I've played against Suppressed and Avenue plenty of times. They will outgun you online every single time, but I've never seen them play on LAN. So I'm excited to see if that skill set is going to translate. I watched Suppress's his reticle placement. It's excellent. He also has a way of just utilizing that left stick where he barely touches his right and only uses it for just micro adjustments and almost scrapes into a shot. It's so smooth, and when it hits hard.
Sounds nice, but honestly, that's not good enough for me at this level of Halo, right? Because good reticle placement, I mean, I'm expecting good reticle placement out of the best players in the league, so I hope we see a little bit more. What I'm thinking is this team, they need to shut down specific players on Sentinels if they want a shot at pushing through. All of them, but the one I'm looking at, to be honest, is Frosty. Frosty's coming in here with a lot of confidence. I'm expecting him to take faces, to make massive plays for his team, and I would be expecting him to pick up the sniper as well. You got no Royal 2 on this roster. Royal 2, you know, very confident main slayer. Frosty, not to say that he has to pick up slack, because Formal definitely going to do a lot of that, but Frosty I would expect to pick up that sniper, expect to make some of the biggest plays. So you got to shut down Frosty. If I'm on Unsigned Talent, that's what I'm thinking. And obviously playing your game, controlling the map. In this case, live fire. There's a lot to control.
Yes, I've noticed there's a lot of players out there that lean on their movement. A lot of players out there that lean on that reticle placement and their shots. Frosty's one of those unique players that he's the full package, man. His movement has always been cracked. His shot has always been insane. Good looks. I don't know. He's an insane player. Going into Formal, you said, you know, I know Royal 2 is unreplaceable. I really do. But if there was any player that I would want on my team that's in the rest of the pool, it's Formal, man. Back in the day, I used to watch, obviously Ninja was absolutely insane in Halo Reach, but my favorite player to watch was Formal because a lot of it wasn't flashy, but it was just good fundamentals and winning those individual gunfights, and that's what he's all about.
Honestly, the biggest thing for me with Formal, on top of just incredible shot, it's his comms. He's got incredible comms. He's so patient. He's so concise. Says everything he needs to say, and he says it with the right kind of inflection in his voice. There's no anxiety, right? He has the energy when he needs to, and he's calm when he needs to be as well. And I think that is so perfect in gelling with his team and having some chemistry. Of course, we are going to witness this chemistry in our first game of Championship Sunday. Live fire Strongholds. Let's see who we hop on board with first.
You got the repulsor, you got the heat wave, don't forget about the sniper rifle and those power-ups. You got all the goodies that you need.
Gimme.
Starting on board now with Formal himself, coming back from Call of Duty. Show me what you got, Matt.
We talked about him coming in this. This is my first time seeing him in this tournament, casting over his gameplay, and for now, unfortunately, he'll hit the death screen. Frosty, though, like I said, expect this man to grab a snipe, but shut him down to ensure that he doesn't get far. So far, Unsigned Talent, I believe that was 3 dead for them. All the weapons collected, and time going to be going in their favor, too.
Yeah, they actually start off by putting Sentinels 4 down immediately before Sentinels are even able to put 1 kill on the board. Luckily for them, they spawn over toward the A side of the map, so they're going to be able to steal away Overshield. 2 caps in favor of Unsigned Talent, but power up in favor of Sentinels.
Suppressed with 3, now 4 kills on the feed already. We see one with the heat wave coming up. Flame does take his trade. Good enough to slow things down just a little bit. Avenue's got some timing to get into A. 31 points and counting already. Unsigned Talent coming out with quite a bit of heat off the rip. Now I'm just wondering, when will Sentinels start to wake up, start to pull back? Because you know it's happening. You know it's inevitable.
Yeah, you can't expect them to be on their back foot for too long. Avenue immediately going in for the challenge on Snakebite. And mind you, Suppressed already having 4 kills on the board. The man is 4-1, and Claim going in for a flank. Another 3 down goes Sentinels. Unsigned Talent are looking good, but as I say that, multiple players are going to hit that black screen.
Frosty coming in, dropping him from behind. Nice little curb slide, gets over to Nest and cleans up another for a spree. And Frosty's just getting started. The moment you give this man freedom to make plays, he just doesn't stop. 5 kills already. A currently captured, collecting B and C for some points on the side of Sentinels, and a little bit more in just a second as Frosty times the slides to get straight through center map. You're not to just gush about it, Tony, but that slide that he hit, that's a difficult one to hit. It's the way the platform is designed. You can't quite do it unless you set it up perfectly.
I don't know what's going on here for Sentinels. Lethal and Snakebite have yet to get a single kill on the board. Frosty currently 6-2, leading all slays across the map. Finally, Snakebite able to put his first kill here. Now on board with Frosty with the plasma pistol in hand. Snakebite having that overshield, and here comes Sentinels. They're starting to get in favor. 3 down for Unsigned Talent, and Sentinels are finally starting to cap some bases.
You just need a couple kills, right? You get the rhythm going. Next thing you know, everything starts to come together. And Frosty's definitely picking that rhythm up. Pretty sure the man's on more than a spree, or at least he was. Claim will drop down, end that. Only temporarily, though. You got Snakebite here to pick up the kill. 20 points on the board for them. They'll get right back into C to keep that rotation up and ensure that Unsigned Talent don't get any of their own.
Looks like we're seeing them out-rotate the team going after Charlie, but while that is happening, we have Unsigned Talent switching gears onto the Bravo side of things. Suppressed now going to work his way over towards Pillars, a little 1-2 combo, forcing Formal to back down. Excellent kill coming out of Suppressed, but all 4 down with Unsigned Talent. Now Sentinels have woken up. 11 kills come out of Frosty. Lethal still falling behind a bit.
Sentinels with some freedom, though, getting that round of slays, right? Quick little trip cap, spawners up C side. They'll dive into C to slow the bleed in here, but at this point, the pressure's on. Lethal shots into Suppressed. Try to play patiently. Suppressed gonna jump up in a quick little melt to take Lethal down. Snakebite trying to play this slow, just holding angles. B now in contention. Snakebite alone here, but needs to delay. Hops in last second. Avenue takes some damage, but Avenue gonna get away with that capture. Thankfully for Snakebite, teammates coming in. A little bit of a collapse onto B. Drops the weapon for a quick little execution and a chance to cap once again.
And we're seeing that tech that you were talking about all day yesterday. Players willing to drop that weapon, have the faster VR pickup. Meanwhile, Frost don't need to drop anything. Going in for the no-scope. Excellent kill coming out of Brad. 13-3 out of Frosty.
Frosty ain't dropping weapons, he's dropping bodies. He's also dropping from above and hitting shots, too. Man's going to snap on the body. There's a spree for him, and if only he had a couple more bullets, Tony. The man ran out. He could have done a little more. But that's enough to get some presence here, right? 65 points and counting as they have an AC hold. Spawners up on B. They're going to try to rotate to A to get out of this, but Lethal in the center of it all. Let's see what he can do with this. Claim going to try to be cheeky here. Frosty gets right by. And Frosty there is. Frosty's going to see it, but Claim picks up the kill. That's going to slow them down just a bit, but all while this happens, AC still accounted for, and Lethal going to make sure that happens.
81-75 lead going in favor of Sentinels, but as I see that 2 caps now going with Unsigned down the heat wave, but he puts to work. That's going to be a double assist for Snakebite, a double kill for Frosty. They're about to make a run.
Snakebite with the cap on C. They got B as well. Like you said, about to make a run. They are currently making a run. 85 and counting here, now taking the lead. Things starting to slow down on the side of Unsigned Talent. Came out with so much heat in the beginning. All of a sudden getting pinched to take it down here. That's Snakebite with a double. Little rotation over to A. And potential for a trip cap once again. Of course, they are already in C, but you can see that Sentinels are very ready for that C side push. You got Snakebite and team tag teaming their way through this. Woo! And a nice little repulsor off the edge. See ya, Avenue.
And they're hopping right onto the black screen there. Beautiful, mining the gap coming out of Sentinels. Meanwhile, Frosty getting a kill on Claim, and they've taken control of this game. 17-4 for Frosty. Now we're gonna switch on over with Snakebite, who's not only secondary slayer right now, but also even getting some assists, stealing away Charlie.
I said it was a matter of time till Sentinel starts to wake up and get that rhythm, and clearly it's been found. At this point, it's looking like Unsigned Talent are kind of suffocating under the pressure here. Avenue alone, the Cubby, and Frosty just going to chase this man down. He had the pre-nade one side, pressure from the other. Another spree for him. He's got several, I believe, in the game as he jumps to dodge, nades, and gets back to A to stay alive here. That OS, I believe, was up. Not sure if it was rotated out. Frosty not worried about it. He's got the tag team with Matt. Formal will pick up B for this. And all the presence, all the pressure on the side of Sentinels right now as that 80-point mark for Unsigned Talent. They've been sitting there for minutes now.
And notice how they were able to steal away Bravo momentarily, but all that did was the Sentinels know exactly where they were coming from. The collapse comes in, they put them 4 down, and that lead has blown up with the boys in blue utilizing the heat wave. Excellent kill coming out of him, and now Formal having the sniper rifle in hands. It feels so good saying that.
It's gonna feel even better if he hits a shot. Woo! And he did! The first thing this man does is lines up a no-scope to the face. He does get dropped, but I mean, I'm thankful I was there to witness it. Claim He will rotate to A, but they still have 80 points. Here you go. Of course, as I say, I think they should be getting one, but they don't because the contention is already there in A the moment they cap it. And Sentinels are just on top of this, Tony. They cannot breathe. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Lethal as a double, and the boys just continue to hit that kill feed.
Yeah, you know, it was a great start coming out of Unsigned Talent. I'm not sure exactly what happened after that start. Mind you, they actually got all 4 down before Sentinels was able to get a single kill, and they kept the pressure on. I think at one point, I want to say it was maybe a 60-0 run in favor of Unsigned Talent, but Sentinels have woken up. Suppress starting to put some fire on Formal, forcing him to back down off the screen. Snake might get a big kill on his twin brother, and Suppress trying to take down Lethal, but the shots are too good.
It just looks so difficult from his POV. He'll put damage in, but teammates dying behind him, ends up getting pinched. Can't do much to stay alive. Lethal picks up a kill on the claim. Back on board with Formal. Nice little easy reset for him. Seaside still temporarily, actually you can see C is partly capped because nobody's standing in it. The time's still ticking here, so 2:41 and counting. Unsigned Talent, they need to step into a hill to stop the timer, but they just don't have any freedom to do it. Suppressed is getting killed, but he's not close enough to anything to stop the progress on the side of Sentinels, so Sentinels will walk away with a 250-86 for our game 1. Now, rewind the clock for just a second because that started out with a perfect round of slays for Unsigned Talent. It started out with what I want to say was a almost uncontested, like 50-point run, but I said it on the comms, it's only a matter of time till Sentinels gets the rhythm, and then it's essentially just over from there.
What really impressed me was the MVP. Like 21-5 from the former MVP of Halo 5. Frosty was going off. At one point, he had 14 kills.
Yeah.
His entire team had 8. It was like literally he was leading the troops, and then eventually, I feel like the rest of the team started to get into rhythm. Formal got that sniper. That was a beautiful no-scope out of him. Snakebite ends up getting overshield and turns it into a double kill, and then another one right afterwards, putting them 3 down single-handedly. And like you said, it felt like it was only a matter of time before they woke up.
Right. And what I do love about Frosty is he always backs up his confidence, right? Comes out on Twitter, says, let's give him a show. And, you know, first thing he does, he's going to pop off, get 21 kills, like you said. Something I expected. And if, like I said earlier, if you're on Unsigned Talent, you're going to want to stop this man as early as possible. Doing that, though, not an easy task. Frosty, I think, picking up the snipe multiple times in that game, leading to his spree. And just the way that he would stay alive in situations that players would typically die, like that section of A in the back of the house, a little cubby, and the panel on the wall, jumping off of it to dodge nades. Some cheeky stuff that he's putting together. Very creative already here in Game 1.
And the assault rifle spawns there too, so obviously you want to control that area as well.
Sure.
That's the most important
weapon in the game.
In the game.
The assault rifle spawns there, yes.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm glad we're on the same page here. Going into game number 2, it's going to be a Slayer 250-86 in game number 1. Slayer on recharge. What do you want to see for Unsigned Talent for him to come back?
Well, ideally, I want them to slay and get kills, Tony. Simply the objective of the game. To do that, though,
but you want them to kill the other enemy team?
Kill the enemy team,
50 times or?
50 times would be ideal.
All right.
Right? I mean, if they could somehow do more than 50 times, then that would probably just be overkill. And maybe that'll bleed over into the next game. I'm not sure. Either way, Tony, I mean, more than just that, you need to see weapon control. You need to see, important point power position control as well, especially on A side, over on the commando, and the opposite on red as well. That type of coverage from high ground going to net you, quite a bit of opportunity, especially if you got the team spawning up in C and low ground and being forced to push out. To do that, though, you need weapons, right? You need the camo bottom mid, you need the sword, shock rifle especially as well. I'm going to say shock rifle probably one of the most important weapons in the map to ensure that Sentinels doesn't get, right? If somebody like Frosty has it, he's just going to be dropping players from tricky angles around the map throughout the game. So last thing you need, and the first thing you should probably prioritize if you're Unsigned Talent.
How do you feel about the sword on recharge?
Very powerful.
And I agree. I was actually, but it's funny, I was talking to Spartan after a big win that he had. I think I actually ended up going all the way to game 5. I talked to him real quick, and it was about the live fire game when his whole team was hiding at one point and running away. But after that, I asked him, I said, on recharge, I noticed you guys never got the sword, and neither did the enemy team. I said, did you guys just gentlemen's agreed or something? And he said, no. He said, honestly, we don't want to be on that side of the map at any point in time. If we find ourselves on that side of the map, we have to rotate out of it. He said the amount of time that it takes to get the sword and actually get it back into play, now your teammates are spawning there, and ultimately you're going to get collapsed on. So that was his reasoning why his team were never able to get that sword. Now I'm assuming if they had stickies on the ready, maybe a little combat evolve, maybe if the grapple, steal it real quick. Yeah. But as far as going out there and grabbing it, it's the timing loss and the positioning loss, and that's what Spawn was talking about.
It's a good point. If you can find a convenient opportunity, which one might not present itself, then you can get the sword, but you don't want to be in that section of the map. It's low ground, vulnerable area to be in, whereas you've got way better power positions that can watch those angles, lock things down, especially on the A side, and that was something we had seen with Ryan Dubin, just the way he held down that elevator section of the map. So something I'll be looking to see in this game, this series. Of course, 1-0 currently for Sentinels, unsigned talent. They had a bit of a hot start, but that quickly deflated. I want to see them get it back.
But you know what? They showed me enough that they have the ability to outslay Sentinels in moments, and that tells me that maybe they can put those moments together and put 50 kills on the board. They can come out on top in this game, and it's going to be really hard with Snakebite throwing those nades.
That was Frosty, I believe. Yeah, it's Frosty. He'll jump in and toss a bank nade off the top of the bridge, and it perfectly lands at the doorway on the other side to cut someone off. So that's just a calculate. Oh, my God. Speaking of calculated, the man's putting it all together here. He's hitting the slides he needs to rotate out, grab the camo, and I'm going to do my best to not nerd out here, Tony. Going to keep it together.
Frosty getting his first kill,
by the way.
Able to get that camouflage. He had a starting strike come out of Frosty and Snakebite to throw those nades right off the beginning of the game. That was obviously calculated. Working on that starting strike is so important. We're trying to put a team together. A Snakebite able to take down Claim and now going to make his way over towards control room or just get the Mangler back down.
Back on board with Frosty and can't complain. Watching his POV, let's see what he's up to this time. Should be almost an opportunity for a backsmack on the Claim there. Looks like he was spotted by somebody else. The Repulsor comes in to knock him away, and Claim gets to live just a little longer. Can he turn this into something? Shots into lethal, gonna jump up. He's got a teammate on his right-hand side, that's Aperture, that can hopefully help him in this engagement. Now Frosty's aware of where he is. Aperture gonna try to back out here. Still relatively close game to start, but you can just feel the pressure from Sentinels at any moment here. Aperture cannot close the distance, that sword now down, and I think Snakebite just let it be. He just left it on the floor.
Well, I mean, the Mangler is pretty tough, but I mean, I would think if the sword is right there, I would probably pick it up myself, and the Mangler comes in, he's gonna drop it real quick, ends up getting the cleanup. Hold this for me real quick, he says. Meanwhile, Lethal able to get that sword I saw on the kill feed. He takes down Avenue.
It's interesting to see at the highest level play, players taking full advantage of that weapon drop combo, especially somebody like Snakebite. The second time we've seen it now, opting to not even pick up the sword because he knows he can two-shot Mangler BR for the finish, and at range, something like that, of course, a lot deadlier. Speaking of deadly, Formal could make a play here. He's got Snakebite to draw attention as well. How does he do this, though? Played slow for now. No hit markers to reveal his position. Just all about timing.
18-9 lead in favor of Sentinels at the moment. Formal getting right behind enemy lines. The Mangler shots are coming in. Easy kill with the BR, taking down Claim. Shock rifle in hands. And looks like we're going to switch on board with Lethal because he's working a 1-2 combo with Frosty right now.
Lethal will pick up the trade. Gets out of that. He's got the sword in the back pocket, so we will see the sword come into play. Suppressed. Here's the nade. Tries to dive out with the shot. Looks like that's not going to work out for him. Lethal going to back down temporarily here. He's got Formal to replace him. Formal still with the shock rifle in hand. Just a matter of time until he connects a shot.
Does connect that shot, taking down Suppressed, still having the shock rifle in hands. Meanwhile, Lethal's holding down top control. It looks like Sentinels have reached the halfway point of the game as far as reaching that 26 kill mark now. But Unsigned talent falling way behind at 11. We would need something catastrophic to happen for them to come back in this game. Sentinels have taken complete control.
It's not unexpected. But once again, like you said, unsigned talent, they need an opening, they need an answer, and so far they don't have it. One of them already dead. Formal gonna bounce out of that engagement. Snakebite already pestering them on the right-hand side. He's got Frosty with him to rotate through Red. You can see these boys now pinched a little bit in between. They're gonna try to move together, though. I like this. They do advance on to Snakebite 2v1. Lethal's still waiting there to slow him down. Claim with a big win to earn his position on A side. All well that happens, though. Frosty Formal on the approach. Frosty gonna go straight up out center. He ends up dying for that. A little bit of teamwork here out of unsigned talent to maybe even the odds. But of course, as I say, it is a 16 kill deficit, so a lot of work to do.
Yeah, now we're here with Aperture now. Currently having 5 kills at the moment, utilizing that plasma pistol, but nobody home just yet. Claim, the leading slayer of this team, 7 and 8, hasn't gotten a single assist just yet. Might be the reason why his teammates might be lagging behind as far as the kills column.
Formal just being so annoying. Aperture, oh, and he kills him too? I don't know if Formal sat there long enough to get his shields back, but he manages to turn and burn Aperture, who just attempts to delete him, but no, well, that happened. Suppressed at least has the camo, had the camo. There's a sword in from Frosty, nice little double from him on the feed, and at this point, 36 kills on the board, 14 to close the game, and no real answer back from Unsigned Talent.
Snakebite now going to be forced to back down here. He's actually currently weak, going in for the challenge, but Lethal ends up getting the double cut. It's a double assist coming out of Snakebite, who's currently 10 and 6 at the moment. Let's see what Formal's up to.
Let's see. I mean, he's sitting on the box here waiting for a chance. Does hear Aperture coming in. Formal going to turn and win the fight. Despite taking first shots there, Formal going to come out on top and pick up the sword as well. I mean, we talked about whether or not you got time for it, but if you're winning by 19 kills, you might as well just go for it.
Great kill by Avenue, taking down Snakebite, but Frosty gonna run into 2 players. Not that it matters, he's still somehow able to get the kill on Claim, 41 to 23, going in favor of Sentinels. Suppress going right in for the challenge on Lethal, able to take him down. He's taking some heavy damage, but doing a great job of staying alive.
Playing with an opportunity to kill Snakebite, he will take it. And I like the attempt there too. If you spot somebody who's not looking at you, throw a nade first, get that damage in for the easy cleanup. Unfortunately, if you spot 2 players, get out as quickly as you can and hope to survive here. 42 to 26, you can't afford to give up a life. But I mean, you got to play pretty damn perfect. Nice little snap on the mat. What else can he do?
Great kill by Claim, now making his way over towards the C side of the map. All 4 players for Unsigned Talent were currently up, but it looks like Sentinels have been able to spawn up and bounce back. Suppress can actually run into 2 different players. Excellent trade coming out of him, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Avenue has his eyes set on the camouflage, but Sentinels only needing 5 more kills, but a killing spree coming out of Claim. That's going to be a double as well.
Unsigned Talent with some last-second signs of life. Suppress has a chance to get the camo. I think he did because of those kills. Teammate going to spawn up with him. Bit of a split on the map here. Suppress going to try to get to the grapple, but he's been seen. Does at least have it. Grapples the shock rifle over, like the attention to detail. But can he turn this into a play here? 47. I mean, 3 kills left to close this. Just a matter of whether or not he can get a couple stylish kills before he dies. Unfortunately, can't quite do it.
Suppress putting down the suppressor fire, able to keep his teammate alive long enough for Aperture to even come out with a big kill. Avenue going to answer back, taking down Lethal. And let me tell you, I mean, Unsigned Talent are actually clawing their way back into it, but with only 1 more kill needed by Sentinels, it feels like it's only a matter of time.
I mean, you're absolutely correct, Tony. Just 1 kill for Sentinels. We'll see who does it. Somebody on the feed didn't quite get to see it. Either way, 50 to 38. That is a confident close to our Game 2. Not unexpected from Sentinels. They are starting their championship Sunday out looking very dominant so far. 1 game left for Unsigned Talent to show us something. So far, no indication that they will.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few moments where I think they had some incredible kills. We did see that double kill coming out of Claim to earn a killing spree. Yeah. But, I mean, as far as the team having any kind of control, I haven't seen that until the first 15 seconds of game number 1, when it came out with that incredible lead.
Since
and then from there, Sentinels just have ran house in that game and have carried it over into game 2 and most likely game 3.
It's not going to get any easier, that's for sure. We saw a couple of really interesting plays and combos there. Of course, Snakebite taking full advantage of the weapon drop. We've seen it a couple times in this tournament, but Snakebite seems to really have an eye for it currently. You got Formal at the same time, made a couple plays with the camo mid-game there. Frosty always doing his thing, the shock rifle, a lot of the most important weapons on the map he's got tabs on. But of course, 1 game left for Unsigned Talent to do something. That game's going to be CTF Aquarius. And I think no matter where you go and what game type, Sentinels are going to be comfy here. So Unsigned Talent, they got to unlock some sort of latent potential they haven't had in this series so far.
Well, I mean, luckily for Unsigned Talent, when I think of Live Fire, I think of Recharge, I think they play somewhat similar to each other. Obviously, they're very different maps, but I feel like the gameplay is similar. I think Aquarius is totally different. Gives me that Fathom vibes as far as the feels of it, but then you can almost compare it almost to like a midship the way the gameplay plays out. So hopefully, I'm trying to give any reason for Unsigned Talent. Maybe it's to show some life and get a game on the board because I like these boys. These are good friends of mine.
The way the map is designed is so close quarters that you can spawn up and overextend to the opposite base so quickly. We've seen it several times. If you're not careful and coordinated when you're getting the slays on one base, a player can spawn solo and solo overextend and get through, grab the flag, and next thing you know, you got a bit of a counter flag double dilemma situation. We've seen it with some of the top teams already. The thing is, Sentinels, they're not sloppy on the collapse. They get just the right amount of kills that they need to get that opening. That opening comes out with perfect timing. They got the coverage on it as well. I just don't know if Unsigned Talent have that level, have the same level of reps in and experience to ensure that they can match them toe-to-toe in speed. There's going to be a lot of speed coming out on this one as well, especially with the thrust out bottom center. I expect to see, if I had to make a prediction, Frosty slide out, grab it, but we'll see.
Yeah, so glad you're so willing to rip my dreams apart. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm
Tony, I'm just going to say, no biases, okay? I know you like to root for the underdog.
I want Unsigned Talent to take a game, but like you said, that level of coordination, that decision making, that always seem to make the right play. You're right. I don't see a world where Sentinels come out with a loss on this one, but we're gonna find out right here, right now, game number 3.
Here's how I see it at the end of the day, Tony. I just want some good Halo, and I'm pretty damn confident good Halo is exactly what we're gonna get. Now, Claim, let's see if he can put some good Halo on the hood that you screen for us here. He'll drop some dynamos, pick up a kill onto Formal. Lethal gonna take him down, but at least a trade to start things off here. Lethal gonna play it slow, play it defensive. Or sorry, that's Suppressed. I take it back. Suppressed is flanking currently, and not for long if Snakebite has something to say about it.
Almost able to get the big kill on Snakebite, but luckily Avenue comes in quick with the cleanup. Lethal going in for the challenge, and Avatar able to come out with the win, but another cleanup. Avenue's the cleanup crew. Someone called the janitor.
Especially in this section of the map, right? The floor is wet. Janitor's been here recently. You can see how shiny it is. Just got to be careful sprinting around bottom of the map here. Formal, thankfully for him, he's not sprinting too much. He'll just hit his shots instead. Takes Surprise down, tries to thrust to chase Avenue. Avenue not going to go down. That thrust will, though. It looks like there's an opportunity for Unsigned Talent to pick it up. They can rotate out through Fridge. Can they get to the flag here?
And it looks like Avatar getting right behind enemy lines here. Nobody actually has any idea where he is. Frosty off the screen was able to take down Avenue, but Claim answers right back, taking down Lethal. Avatar now going to go in for the challenge on Snakebite, but he had no idea. There's a second player coming in for the cleanup. Formal going in for the thrust. Avatar getting right over his head, but eventually Formal takes him down.
I respect the attempt to look for a kill before you go for the flagpole, because you can go for the flagpole and just have the immediate return, but I feel like sometimes if he hits that perfect curb slide and flies out with the flag, he can send that flag to bottom mid immediately. Even if he dies, there's some progress. Sometimes I wonder if that could be the better play. But either way, the game goes on here, and goes on in the favor of Suppress. Suppress with a bank shot, a double. He's going to rotate over to Lethal here, too. It looks like he's aware he's there.
He's definitely where he's there. He's shooting those bank shots, trying to get that early damage, and his teammate going to come out with the cleanup kill. Avatar going in for the challenge, but Snakebite going to put him in the dirt, but now Snakebite's in trouble.
Not too much trouble. He'll get out. Managed to get the shields back. Looks like he's rotating over to flag now, too. Got Suppress as a defender here. Suppress with the thrust to get right underneath Snakebite, enough to get the trade. And that'll slow down the aggression from Sentinels yet again. I expected to see quite a bit of force coming out of Sentinels early on in this game, but so far not yet. So it's good to see Unsigned Talent kind of fight toe-to-toe, at least for now.
Excellent kill by Avenue, taking down Lethal. He's not done yet. The early damage going on to Snakebite, despite being one shot, still having that heat wave, starting to get aggressive. That was a momentary 3 down for Sentinels. The only player that was alive was Frosty, but not for long.
Avenue starting to cook, and as I say it, unfortunately, Snakebite drops down from above, picks up that melee. Snakebite with 2. I believe that was a mangler in his hand to make things, actually, no, couldn't have been a mangler. Maybe a heat wave. It's definitely a heat wave in his hands. It looks like he's going to microwave a couple more players as he makes his way through here.
Love the Snakebite just staying alive right there, being an absolute nuisance. Well, Frosty going in for the early pull, but that's not going to work on Unsigned Talent. They're going to hunt him down. It should be an easy return. Formal just waiting. Actually, never mind. Formal getting the relay on the flag. Snakebite actually holding down the perimeter. So I said it was an easy return. I lied completely. It's actually being relayed, but here comes Avenue, not for long.
Yeah, that flag going to make its way through the perimeter here. Snakebite here to escort it. You got Aperture up above who's going to try to slow them down, but Snakebite, line of defense onto Claim. Going to keep Claim back. Claim does try to go for the re-challenge there to at least tag up Formal, but Snakebite having none of it. And that is the flag opening Sentinels needed to plant one on the board, a 1-0 lead for them.
It took 5 minutes and 54 seconds for the first flag catch to come into play, and now actually going into the 8-minute mark here. Snakebite having the heat wave in hand, excellent shots going in after Suppress, able to take him down, but no more ammo in that heat wave. What's Snakebite gonna do without it?
Gonna go for the Dynamos, maybe? No, he plays it safe instead. Looks like a teammate's behind him to pick those up instead. He's got the sidekick though, could be useful. 3 players of Unsigned talent sitting in that red base. Last thing he wants to do is charge it head on. Gonna wait for Frosty to help him out here. Frosty with the heat wave. 2 dead on the feed, by the way. Formal gonna take out 2. Frosty can watch things from top mid as his teammates make the aggressive play on the base. Here, Spawner's up in Fridge as well, and Frosty, you can see he's already ready for it. He's gonna have to back down though.
Tries to back down, not able to do so. Suppress gonna hunt him down. Meanwhile, Formal staring down the barrel of 2 different players. Slides right under Suppress, goes in for the challenge, but Suppress ends up putting him down. Aperture's making his way over towards the enemy base.
Aperture with a chance here. He's got to kill Frosty though. That's not an easy task to do. Gonna back out for now. Frosty not gonna let him back out far though. There's a trait, and that's just enough to reset things. Flag pulled opposite side. Right now, actually flag, I believe was, yeah, so it is still out there. You got Aperture, Suppressed, looking to make the challenge here. Formal just playing it very carefully. The line of defense here. That's all he really needs to do. About to face 2 though.
Formal ends up going down. Frosty has at the top mid control here with Camouflage coming up in 20 seconds. That's going to be good, but he's going to curve slide his way, trying to get the cleanup kill. Lethal doesn't need the help. Lethal ends up getting a clutch double kill off his screen, and now Frosty looking for some more heads.
Frosty definitely implementing all the tech at this point. It's beautiful to see. Something I saw Lucid do quite a bit early on, and now that Frosty is applying it all, you can tell he's got it down completely. I expect him to continue to use it in this series, of course, up against someone like Suppressed here, who is currently hiding in the back of the base. Suppressed playing this very slow. Frosty gonna deal with him easily. Back on board with Formal here as he rotates back down from behind the flag. A pull for him. That's gonna turn the attention to Unsigned talent. This flag going straight out through the perimeter here. Can they stop it?
The objective efficiency it's just too good come out of Sentinels. The moment that Unsigned talent went forward down, they were within position to pull the flag and looked like they were able to do so. That flag is still on the move. Lethal putting the shots in on Aperture. Matt gonna get a big kill. That's Formal. Lethal going in for the 3rd one. That's 3 down for Unsigned talent, and Formal going back to running the flag.
Looking like a guaranteed flag as well. He'll plant it in. Now 2-0 on the board. Surprise gonna try his hand, but Formal, he's got a thrust, and he's got some perfect shots to let him know.
2-0 lead in favor of Sentinels right now. Formal goes in for the challenge on Avenue. Lethal getting a big nade kill on Claim once again. Slays going in favor of Sentinels, and that means they're going to be on the aggression.
Formal still just being so annoying in the bottom of the base. This is what I wanted to see here. So Frosty, that was actually beautifully executed. Frosty with the slide out, flag grab, thrust back, and then still puts pressure on for defense here. That flag now sits out front base, ready to be returned or collected. Lethal going to do what he can to ensure he defends it. Looks like he's not going to get to it in time, though, so Lethal instead taking some advanced positioning here with Frosty. Nice little 2v1. Not too much Avenue you can do to take those fights. You got pressure already coming in from Formal on the opposite side as well, so Claim in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, when Sentinels are baiting and switching, you honestly don't stand a chance. Your Dynamo Nades are going to come in, and good enough for him to get that trade. Aperture now rocking the sidekick. Really good for those close range engagements, which he might end up getting into one against Frosty, who's going to spot him first.
Yeah, Formal going to spot him and delete this man immediately. And I just haven't seen, I don't think I've seen a flag pull out of Unsigned talent yet. Maybe a quick pull and a return. But it starts to make you wonder, you know, are they spending too much time on slays, or do they even have an opportunity, right? Very little opportunity when you see these fights and how they go down. Suppressed in the back of his base, you can't get out of it just yet. That's because Formal's just waiting at the front door.
Nades are coming in, forcing that player to go down to one shot. At least Avenue's coming in, cleaning up once again, getting a double kill. Does Avenue, but sadly Frosty is on the prowl.
So is Snakebite. That's an easy kill for him on the claim. And an opportunity to get the flag as well. They still got that pressure in the base. Formal just playing goalie back in blue. Frosty, Snakebite kills in the feed. Formal can go pick up that thrust. Snakebite already has one. Be 2 thrusts out for Sentinels. That flag does not get far. Snakebite gonna come back just to get it a little bit farther here. He does end up taking the trade. That's an opening for Lethal to collect the flag, take it through the perimeter, and Lethal knowing he's alone here, gonna be very aware as he takes his flag through.
And Lethal now going to be running this flag over toward the bottom. Hydro side catches a little bit of a nade from Suppress, but not good enough to take him down. Meanwhile, Snakebite off the screen getting another big kill. Lethal going in for the challenge on Avenue. Great job playing his life on the doorway. There's 2 players in front of him, but he doesn't give a damn.
Lethal making full use of the cover here in the Dynamo nades to make it impossible to kill him. All while that happens, the flag collected right beside the pedestal. Unsigned Talent going to do what they can just to stop it in the last second, but is it even possible at this point? Snakebite with the heat wave. He does die. Massive pickup. Flag taken opposite side, so Unsigned Talent, they've gotten in there a pull of their own. I think they might have gotten that return too, so a run going through here to try to even the odds. And Aperture needs the kill to keep this flag in session, so massive. He'll snap on the front with the heat wave, does drop. Flag, I think, still in play. They got to get their hands on it.
Woo! Suppress almost able to take down Lethal, but Lethal is just too tough. Ends up getting the clutch kill and the recov as well. Now Lethal right behind enemy lines. Easy cleanup for him. The information is coming in. Multiple players going down with 1 minute and 42 seconds on the clock. Unsigned Talent's backs are against the wall.
Oh boy, here comes the cavalry, right? 2 fly to the base. They get both their kills uncontested. I think there's a Cambo player in the base. Not sure if that was a teammate or an opponent. Either way, that flag goes out. Looks like nobody's there to stop him. Frosty there to play defense. I think he's going to toss this one straight up to the window. You got to love the little alley-oop here, the relay to get it right beside the pedestal. It's not in yet, though. Frosty dead. Flag still sits there. Snakebite does not need to look back at it. He's got full faith in his team picking it up and getting the point.
Daddy does an excellent intuition coming out of Snakebite, knowing Clay was going to go back in for the challenge and 2 players with them. Snakebite able to isolate that battle, take down the first player, but ends up getting cleaned up. Either way, all these trade-off kills going heavily in favor of Sentinels with less than a minute on the clock. I don't know if Unsigned Talent could do it, especially if they're going 3 down.
Yeah, highly unlikely at this point. They'd have to cap 2 flags and pull a third to trigger a sudden death in less than a minute, which is damn near impossible. Especially when you got 4 players on Sentinels killing you over and over. That's a double for Lethal. Suppressed. He's the only one still alive, and not for long. Snakebite going to deal with him along with Formal. That flag now out bottom center. Not a matter of whether or not Unsigned Talent can get a flag to counter. It's just, you know, whether or not they get 5 flags at this point before the timer runs out. Another one up through center. Most of the time we do see... You know, the beauty of this play is I don't think you can throw that flag high enough to get it up there without somebody waiting to grab it. So I think it'll just sit there, and honestly, who cares? 7 seconds left. That's a GG, and a GG for the series as well. Sentinels coming out with a lot of force, a lot of energy, and honestly, exactly what we expected in our championship Sunday.
And that's going to be a 3-0 for Sentinels. I mean, fantastic job by Unsigned Talent. In my opinion, I believe they deserve to be signed after this weekend. You make it into Championship Sunday. Notice how most of these other championship teams are signed by an org. And I truly believe that Unsigned Talent, by the time they leave these doors today, they're going to have some talks. Maybe not a contract, but some talks with some big people. Because, let's be honest, I mean, it's Sentinels, man. It's Sentinels.
I mean, it's Sentinels, but it was still a 3-0. There was some signs of life, but I mean, that CTF was not close, to be honest. I don't think they pulled a flag ever, maybe a couple times. Just a counter last second, right? They get a very quick pull, but no real run, no real form of pressure on Sentinels at any point in that game, especially with the Slayer as well. We saw some life in the beginning of Strongholds on live fire. One thing I do know for sure, like you said, Tony, these players are very talented. There's no doubting that. And there's a lot of potential here. That potential could lead to a signed team at some point in the future if they keep grinding. For now, though, the signed team, Sentinels, they're going to push on. They're going to push on confidently in our bracket, and I think the sky's the limit for them. Of course, just a matter of whether or not they face a juggernaut before they get to the biggest juggernauts in the tournament, like Optic, like Cloud9. And on the other side of that winners bracket, too, we got KCP, we've got E United. So a lot of big teams here still in winners. Sentinels, they still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they're currently sitting in that lower bracket, but there's a lot of other teams, not only in the winner's side, but also in the lower bracket as well. G2, FaZe, some hungry players. They're looking to get their I guess their claws on Sentinels, if you will. And yeah, don't worry, Unsigned talent. You know what? Alex doesn't think you're going to get signed just yet. My DMs are open.
Maybe.
Slide it to my DMs. I'm going to sign you. We're going to go into next tournaments. Why not be reckless? We're going to figure it out.
You go ahead. Sign. You don't want the Tony sign, to be honest. That's the thing. You're good players. Just wait for the big org to pick you up also, right? That's the okay, well, big man or big org?
I'm a businessman.
Okay. It's all love at the end of the day, my dude. I think there's a lot of potential. I think they definitely could be, but we'll have to find out, of course. Keep grinding. Keep grinding Halo Infinite. We got plenty more Halo Infinite coming up. We've got Ascend and Sentinels going up next. So just a matter of whether or not Sentinels can keep knocking them down. Ascend, one of the top, if not the first place EU team currently. It's going to be a hell of a battle. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more. Hello, we're back. Hopefully you didn't miss us too much. We got more Halo action coming up. Of course, HCS Raleigh Championship Sunday, our kickoff major tournament. Good to be back. We're following Sentinels in their journey through the losers bracket, or lower bracket currently. We've got Ascend up next. Should be a hell of a series. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Tony. We're back at it once again. Tony, we got a hell of a series.
That we do. We're talking about the #1 team coming out of EU, going up against the former #1 team. I mean, Sentinels. I mean, this is a dynastic roster that have been there, done that. We're talking about world champions. We're talking about the MVP Frosty. I can't wait.
So many talented players across the board. I think the biggest storyline here, though, Ascend. They made it this far. Is this the end of the journey, right? Is this it for Ascend, or can they push through to get past Sentinels? Because if they do that, then I think they might be securing, what, maybe top 6, top 8, I believe at this point. Yeah. Ascend, they are on the cusp, but this is their greatest competitor here. Sentinels, no signs of slowing down. We saw them in the previous series, just a quick 3-0 up against Unsigned. So this is going to be a tough battle for them. Of course, the series layout in front of you, we got Oddball on Live Fire, Slayer on Streets, Strongholds, Recharge, and if we get there, CTF Bazaar and Slayer Aquarius. Tony, do you believe in the journey for Ascend, or is this it?
Well, you know, I will say, Sentinels have Formal. I'm not sure, like you said, we're not sure exactly how that chemistry is going to be with them. Obviously, Formal is a phenomenal player, but I'm not sure if that chemistry is there. Meanwhile, with Ascend, this has been their roster for quite some time, so I think they have a puncher's chance, but let's be honest, we're talking about Sentinels.
You're right, Tony. This is Sentinels we're talking about. Sentinels, they don't go down without a fight, especially not Championship Sunday, especially not in their elimination bracket run. I expect them to really show what they got here. Oddball on Live Fire to start things off. Of course, we've seen plenty of Live Fire to start off our series. We've seen Strongholds and Slayer, not a lot of Oddball, though. What do you expect to see coming up in this one?
Well, first of all, I love this series layout. Going from Live Fire into Streets, right into Recharge. These are 3 of my favorite maps that we actually have here in Halo Infinite, and we get them back to back to back. Now, I'm hoping it's not going to be a 3-0 in any way. I want to see them go the distance.
Oh, no.
I want to see the rest of the maps, but I'm so happy we're starting off with 3 of my personal favorite maps.
I mean, like you said, you don't want it to be a 3-0, ideally. The only way it's not is if Ascend kind of showcases their stuff, showcases that they can stand up to a team like Sentinels. They've done it so far in this tournament pretty admirably, I think. We've got players that we've never seen in a LAN environment. We've got young guns, right? Legend, Shady on this roster. You got Sika as well as Snipe Drone to round it out. Snipe Drone really being the only veteran, the glue for this this whole team. The rest of them brand new blood in the mix, and incredibly talented as well. Tony, I think this is it. This is the opportunity for them to prove to us that they're ready for this right here. Or they die, really. It's a do or die type opportunity. So Live Fire, Oddball, we're about to jump in. Sentinels, we know they're good. Ascend, can they stand up to them?
The ultimate test for Ascend is here. Like you said, it is do or die. You either go big or you go home, and that's a long flight for Ascend.
Well, let's see how it goes. Of course, Shady will jump on board with him to start. Snipe up, and the man is moving quick. Not quick enough. Apparently, that slide just a little too far. And that Snipe now down bottom mid. Whoever picks up the ball picks up the Snipe with it. Nice little gift for Sentinels in this case. That's going to make things difficult for Legend and team. Now, Legend, aware of this, he's going to try to flank from underneath. Not sure if he was spotted. Looks like Lethal's ready for it. Nice 2-shot beatdown, but drops a stick from behind. And you can never doubt Lethal to ensure something like that.
Woo! Shady getting the big kill and almost utilizing that repulsor to go right back at him. Meanwhile, Snakebite was able to rotate that ball onto the A side of the map. He has a teammate right with them. Now they're going to rotate over towards green. So Sentinels getting those first few kills, getting the ball over towards tower, rotating over to A, and now somehow they ended up with B, and they're putting good time on the board while doing this.
You said it, Tony. Sentinels with a ball rotation early on, 29 points, and Frosty not going to let him make any strides here. Snipe Drone does manage to get the kill, but burned shortly after. Ball now down. See what Shady can do on the rotation here. That Snipe was in play. Not sure where it landed, right? It dropped bottom mid earlier on. Somebody must have collected it. And there it is. It's in the hands of Formal. Thank you, Formal, for letting me know.
Let you know quickly with that, almost getting the no-scope right afterwards. Snipe Drone and Legend back-to-back kills, but Formal ready for the challenge, and somehow, once again, Sentinels having the ball, going in for the no-scope. Able to make Sika one shot, but not able to put him on the kill feed.
Sika moving and grooving, and Formal just couldn't connect. Frosty's turn, though. And I mean, this man tends to hit his shots. Only got one shot to hit. And is that the shot that he lands? Of course, Legend and Snipe Drone getting very aggressive on him. Legend will die. Snipe Drone that one shot, sitting in that mid hallway. Ball now down. Sentinel's not in position to grab it. Frosty alone currently. He'll slide his way back out to Dower. Can't quite connect this shot in the entirety of Ascent. They're ready to delete him. Jeez.
Forward and Frosty trading off that sniper and also even trading off Slays. Snakebite able to grab that overshield, starting to up the tempo, but he says, hey, if you want to rotate over towards A, great. Have your team spawn there. I'm going to bring the ball over towards C and lock in this setup. Sentinels are locked in, but can they get the second round of Slays? That's most important when you're holding a setup.
Especially when you got Frosty playing goalie here. Thankfully, we do have a flank from Shady to manage kill. Frosty will trade out with Lethal here. Lethal will at least get the trade to pick up the kill. Sika in the meantime, he'll get a kill of his own. That's Lethal now down. His team now out on the spawn. On C side, they'll rotate through ball. Brand new ball up center map. Formal waiting for it. Legend gonna ensure he backs down. Can they get away with this ball? They're gonna need some slays first. Formal already with one. You got two coming in through the hallway here. Gonna delete Legend immediately, and Shady got no choice but to back out.
I mean, doing a good job of staying alive, whipping out the Mauler and trading off kills with Frosty. Luckily, he's able to put the MVP down. Meanwhile, Snipe Drone getting his hands on the Mangler, but just narrowly dodging that nade coming from Formal, going right back in for the recharge. Let me tell you, Ascend are not afraid to go toe-to-toe with these boys. Loving the fact they're going in for the challenge, but it's a 55-0 run for a Sentinel. Snipe Drone still going off.
Snipe Drone's still brawling. Not sure how the man lived. Got back behind cover, picked up a second. Now he's gotten away with the sniper. Ball in their hands as well. In the first time on the board for them. 10 seconds to count here. We'll see what he can do with that snipe. Meanwhile, Shady getting melted. There's the snipe in play. He'll snap on the body. He's got to do a little more, though. Snakebite now, no shields. Legend picks it up. And Lethal gonna pester him from the camo pillar. He's got to start burning ammo, if anything. So you can see the pressure is on. And Frosty and team, they're here to burn him.
The man has sniped in his name. I want to see him connect a few more shots. Luckily, like you said, he was able to burn at least most of that ammo as Lethal catches a stray nade coming out of Sika. 3 players from Ascend are now going to be pushing the power-up side. Excellent shots by Snakebite on 2 different players, but he's going to be forced to back down and play his life, and Overshield most likely going to go in the hands of Ascend.
I mean, most likely, you say, until 3 of them die immediately. Oops. So if that OS went up, it was definitely burned. If anything, we'll see. Sentinels might even have it on the body at this point. All spawners now up. But this is such a delay on their timing, right? They have to rotate all the way across the map through the defenders to get to this ball, which is ticking away. Less than 10 seconds at this point. Legend, the only one nearby, and Legend now dead. Sika and Shady, they're going to try to do something. Snipe Drone will drop. But the final seconds go through, and Sentinels, almost uncontested, will take the first round in this game. I mean, we said Sentinels were good. We said Ascend had potential, but I mean, we got to see it. We got to see it soon.
I mean, yeah, to be honest with you, Ascend literally dedicated all of the resource towards going that power-up side of the map, and they weren't able to slay out or get the power-up. Snakebite ends up stealing it away. The final seconds tick down, and that's going to be it. Meanwhile, Lethal and Snakebite going to open things up with a beautiful 1-2 combo. Frosty taking out Snipe Drone, and once again, 3 down for the boys in red. Ascend are having some struggles.
3 will drop immediately. That heat wave does sit down bottom mid as well, but before they get there, they'll focus OS. Frosty will focus Shady right out front. Sika gonna try his hand, but he'll eat a heat wave from Formal. Frosty now gonna try to dip, dodge, and dive out of there. But that OS still does sit up on the pedestal. Can Ascend win their fights for it? Looks like Snipe Drone will manage to get away. An opportunity for him. He's got the OS, needs some teammates. Shady out front, already pressure onto the ball. Can this lead to time, though? Flank onto Frosty. Big pickup onto him, but Snakebite so ready with the plasma pistol. They always have an answer for every opportunity Ascend puts together.
Well, Ascend are doing a much better job here on this map, at least as far as in the Slays column, going into round number 2. But Lethal taking down Legend immediately, making his way over towards Dummy Streets, going right in, not able to get the 2-shot melee. Shady gonna win that individual gunfight, but Frosty has the Mangler.
So real quick there, Lethal just tried, oh my God, Frosty, okay, take all the attention with the plays. Your man's gonna try to clean up Shady as well, it almost does. Shot in the Legend too. There's too much action going on for me to say it, but honestly, Lethal tried to hit a slide off the dummy. Tony, I don't know if you know that, you can hit a curb slide off those dummies' arms, and you can launch off the arm of the dummy. So he tried to launch into bottom mid there, and I hope somebody else does it later. But so many different creative ways to use the tech in this game, and at the highest level, you expect to see it.
I actually do that curve slide off the dummy myself. Yeah, I've gotten a little better at it.
It's hard to set up, but it's honestly pretty sick.
To be honest, I force it. I don't know when to use the curve slide, so I just use it all the time and end up dying immediately. Yeah. These guys, they know when to use it. 2 down going Sentinels. Sniper utilizing that repulsor to throw that player off, but Lethal was ready, gets the melee kill, and more importantly, gets away with his life.
More with Shady. Got plenty of shields to work with. Some of it deleted, but he'll take Lethal. Nice little slide to get himself back to center quickly. Legend with him. Nice little pinch opportunity too, but Frosty gonna make him turn around. He does take the kill. Some resources lost here, and Sentinels, they'll play the ball in anticipation of a challenge. But Formal, he's here to defend it still.
And I'm really impressed by Shady right now. Currently 9-3 for Ascend, at least in this round. He's really starting to go off, and Sika taking out Formal right there. 2 down goes Sentinels. Frosty making his way onto top mid. Nobody in sight just yet. Ascend have the setup. They have a 13-6 run. Can they hold on to it?
Ascend maybe taken aback by the pace of play in that first round. They lost it so quickly before they could even gather their footing. But now things look a little different. 24 points in count. They've started to have some form of momentum here. Some setups starting. Of course, that setup now broken by Formal. He'll take one Frosty with another. That 2-dead gonna limit the opportunity of Shady and Sika, who are going to die shortly after. Formal's just got a lock on where these players are going to be at all times. You can tell he's listening.
Formal literally by himself, breaking that setup, taking 3 players down before he does, and he still has a man that's going to be the 4th player. The man's 1 kill away from being on a killing spree.
Such perfect execution, though, right? You take that advanced positioning up in the hallway instead of sitting all the way back in the house where they know you're going to be. You move up just a little bit further, and you wait in the doorway with the Mangler, or you do this. Frosty's doing with the heat wave and the sniper, of course, a little harder to do. You got to hit your damn shots. And this man, he doesn't miss.
Holding down the sniper rifle, they're going to rotate the ball onto the A side of the map. Meanwhile, Overshield is coming up, so Frost's going to change his direction immediately.
Careful.
Almost lining up the no-scope, but mind you, Ascend were able to get away with the Overshield. They might be able to break the setup on the backs of that OS.
My Frosty, you can see him trying to connect with Sika. No fear. He'll come in, he'll pick up both weapons. Maybe just the heat wave. That snipe might have been burned. Either way, Sika with an opportunity. 50 points already for Sentinels, though. And Sentinels, they're so coordinated. Gonna dive in here. Snipe drone with a double. Shots into Frosty. He'll back down for now. Pick up the ball. And I like this movement out of him. Legend does pick up Frosty. Ball now relayed to a teammate. See that ball's been picked up by Ascend, who have no choice but to get as much time as they can to counter that 50-point hold so far. Snipe drone, he's gonna play this slow, but he's under a lot of pressure.
A much better job coming out of Ascend in this round number 2, and the scoreboard is reflecting it. I mean, you're seeing a 50-42. Frosty not able to get the stick, but Sika is going to take him down. Meanwhile, Shady off the screen takes down Formal, and Sika grabs himself the repulsor.
Sika had the repulsor. He also has the Mangler as well. He's going to hold down the doorway with it. Got the ball in the hands of Shady. Shady collecting some time here. They've now taken the lead because of it. You got to watch those doors. Snakebite with 2 already. They've lost the numbers. Going to have to rotate out and delay the situation. Shady does get a trade, which is very helpful. Sika, it's his turn, but unfortunately a triple team on him. Going to delete him immediately. Was it an over? In the feed, who was it?
Snakebite pulling off the overkill and grabbing that ball as well. I only saw from the kill feed. It really pops up in the yellow letters. It says, a Snakebite has gotten overkill, letting everybody know.
Snakebite clearly picking up the kills in this situation. He will take a death, though. Sika going to get 1. Lethal trades it out. Ball still in the hands. Actually, ball now in the hands of Ascend. They do manage to get it back into A. So despite that overkill, despite the plays we saw from Sentinels, the hold's still here. But look at Sentinels. Their position for the snipe. Their position for that overshield. To at least contest it. That double dilemma is going to make things difficult for Ascend as they want to also hold the ball.
I feel like they're so demoralizing to pop up on the kill feed. Like, so someone got an overkill, or somebody got ninja, or somebody's on a running wild. Like, you don't need to tell me that. You don't need to tell me.
When I get an overkill, I want the world to know, Tony. Put the fear in him. Either way, this is huge, right? Ascend, you got the OS. You pick up the ball here. He's got a heat wave as well. I mean, put the ball down, start getting slays, let a teammate grab it, but unfortunately, no teammates nearby. I think 1 directly behind at this moment. Legend doing what he can to delay the situation here. 1 minute left on the clock as well, and they need the slays. Formal first one to not die. Apparently, the heat wave didn't quite work out. Formal gets away. Snipe drone with 2, though. That's the answer you like to see. Perfect shots out of him.
Perfect shots indeed, able to put his 12th kill on the board, and he's doing some more remote detonations, not able to get the damage just yet, and really letting the enemy team know exactly where he's going in for the challenge. Lethal able to get that slay, but 2 down, go Ascend. Sentinels are now putting good points on the board and are poised to take the lead.
Sentinels creeping back up. They'll take the lead here in just a second. Snakebite drops the ball, gets a kill. Ensure they've got a little bit more time to work with here. Frosty trying to make the cover and the drop wall work at the same time. Does not quite do it, but the damage has been done. 83 here before they play that ball out. And this really just comes down to this final contest. Thankfully, for Ascend, that flank goes through. Lethal does die, but Formal here to flank the other side. Who's going to get the ball?
Gotta give a shout out to my boy Snakebite, keeping up in the Slaves department, but also having 122 seconds worth of ball time and putting some more on the board. Denial nades coming in out of Formal, gets right behind Snipe Drone. Meanwhile, Snakebite gonna drop that ball, taking down Snipe Drone, going in Formal into the challenge. Lethal takes out Sika, and that might be just enough for Sentinel steal it until the double kill comes in.
Right, Shady got a double with a nade. That ball still sits there. They can't afford to jump on it just yet. Snakebite watching the door like a hawk. Snipe Drone with the rotated. Like you said, the timer is the issue, though. All they need to do is slay, and the time burned out, and Sentinels will take that second round. But man, Ascend, the signs of life right there. They were winning in their fights. The only thing to stop them looked like was the timer. They had the OS positioning as well. They could have grabbed that, used it. That would have given them the ball and maybe the game, or maybe the round.
You know, it's funny. Dan Gaskin, commentator on the Alpha stream right now, he actually tweeted out not too long ago. He said, "I want to see teams start to drop the ball when the timer gets low," and actually played that time. At some point in time, you're gonna need maybe 15 to 20 seconds worth of ball time to get the win. But the timer is down to like 5 seconds. Instead of trying to get that 15-second worth of ball time, drop it and slay. You saw Sentinels do exactly that. Hey, why risk it? Let's utilize that ball as bait. Let's have our guns out and ready, because we can slay as a 4-man team better than if somebody's simply holding the ball when time is down.
There's a risk reward to it. It's something you got to consider. It depends on the situation, right? Like if you know you've got that easy, dedicated opportunity to get some ball time and you're close to winning, then get the ball time, right? Because then you worry you can potentially end up in that situation where you die if you didn't collect the ball and there's still enough time for them to touch it, because all you need is 1 second and the game can be saved. The timer freezes when you hold the ball. So interesting dilemma, but you're right. And Gaskin also right to say sometimes you just want to slay. And in that situation, all that mattered was just getting the slay. So speaking of slays, let's see what's coming up in our series, because it's a slayer coming up next. It's on Streets. And Tony, I mean, I know you love the map. I know you love the change of scenery here. Is this where Ascend can push on through? Can they get a win here?
I mean, after watching round number 1, I probably would have said no, to be honest with you. I think Sentinels really kind of manhandled Ascend. But round 2,
round 1,
Ascend really kind of came into their own, did a much better job in the Slaves department, and it reflected also in the objective as well. Going into Streets, like you said, Streets is my favorite map. I prefer Strongholds and Oddball on it, but I don't mind Slayer. I think Ascend have a chance. I'm always going to give them a puncher's chance, but you know, if you ask me to put money on the line, I'm sorry, I gotta go Sentinels.
I mean, you can't vote against Sentinels against just about any team in the league, Tony. So I'd put my money on Sentinels too. Ascend, the biggest thing I'm thinking is they got to start out with the momentum that they didn't have in round 1 in Oddball, right? They were kind of not ready, maybe, for the pace of play. Could come down to controlling the weapons early on as well. But I mean, in Streets, there's a lot to control, a lot to fight over here, right? You got the shotgun, you got the rockets spawning up center map. We talked about it several times now, whether or not you go for the rockets right away, because it's very risky. Picking them up is a slow setup, right? You can't shoot with them immediately when you grab them. So the dilemma is, do you take the shotgun? Do you take the drop wall, the thruster, the stalker? What combination of weapons, and how do you rotate to ensure you have an opportunity to grab the most important weapon, the rockets?
I think if I'm playing with a team, I think my perfect setup, if I'm spawning over towards the APD side, is to have a player go in at the drop wall and then make their way over towards Purple Street where the Bulldog spawns. From there, I'm gonna utilize that drop wall to secure the Bulldog. If there's no contention, now I'm gonna use that drop wall to try to secure rockets. On the other side of things, if I spawn over towards C, I think I'm gonna prioritize the Stalker Rifle and Thrust, take care of B Street before going after rockets. Either way, take control of those side streets where you have an avenue towards rockets after getting slays is the name of the game. unless you're SLG from yesterday who just ran right in. Nobody put any pressure on him and got rockets for free.
The biggest thing, actually, I'm looking forward to seeing, though, is pre-nades, right? We saw that in the previous series, especially on Recharge. Sentinels had this coordinated opening strat where they all flew out, took position, and threw these perfect nades, right? Frosty tossed a nade that bounced off the center bridge on Recharge and landed on the opposite side over an elevator on the staircase and deleted the shields of a player just running out, not ready for it. So there's so many different opportunities with pre-nades, especially on streets, especially if you're spawning up in A, PD side. You know the enemy team has timing, advanced timing to get to the shotgun, but they got low ground. So you can ground bounce a nade, have it blow up right in the shotgun, right, and kind of counter plays like that. So how would Sentinels, considering they seem to know how to use their nades to start on Recharge, I'm curious to see what they would do at the start of Streets as well. A lot of potential.
And obviously it's coordinated because with Snakebite and Frosty both throwing those nades in the exact same spot. And I remember I think Snakebite was one that actually stole that kill right there. It tells me that they've been working on that starting strat. They probably have nade placement starting strats on every map. So I'm really happy you mentioned that because I'm wondering where those nades are going to go on a map like Streets when you kind of spawn really far. All you have to just find a choke point, whether towards Bulldog or and
especially if you're spawning in the high ground. I mean, like if you're going up that left-hand side to the shotgun, of course you're risking pre-nades coming into Shoddy, but the driveway, like you'll dive out, pick up the thrust. What most players do is they pick up the thrust, they go right back because going up the driveway is so dangerous. That's what you do. Or, I mean, if anything, maybe you get really aggressive. You try to get into red room. But once again, another nade trap and a difficult way to start. And that's the thing with this map. You need to make sure you make use of the tools that are easily accessible, like the Stalker at the front of your own base in Subway, to start to take that line of sight and delete these players before they can set those those nades, those counter nades.
Okay, so you know what else is accessible on both sides?
Okay.
An assault rifle and a disruptor, and we know how much you love both of those weapons. So you would pick those up, right?
Tony, it's weird because you come in, you tell me how much you love the assault rifle, and then I try to tell you no, and then you tell me how much I love it. Apparently, too. It's just everybody's.
We both love it.
Oh my God. It's a very useful weapon. Not my favorite weapon in the sandbox, but a very useful weapon, and you should pick it up. You should take full advantage of everything. We saw that with E United, the only team that I've seen so far to play for the win to the point where they will stand still and hold all the weapons and not even move if they know they've got the positioning to win a fight, to win an engagement. So that's what I expect to see in this series. I expect these teams to play for the win no matter the costs. Let's see what they can put together because Ascend, I want an answer from them in this series.
And it's funny because not only is Streets one of my favorite maps to actually play, I love the gameplay style of it, but aesthetically, it's so pleasing to me. I love it. It gives me that Plaza vibes from Halo 5 at night. I truly love Streets.
So we talked about pre-nades coming into this, and I like Lethal's positioning, right? Because it's very difficult to pre-nade him as he goes there. Of course, as I say it, though, Sika comes in. The shotgun does the trick. And maybe an opening for Ascend to get to the Rockets. Of course, that opening now taken by Frosty, who flanked through the tires, got behind enemy lines and picked up Rockets, managing to get out with his life. Look at this. Just getting started, too. Hit marker for 1 and for 2. Shots into Snipe Drone for the kill. And all he has to do is delete that Shady, who apparently has a godlike lunge range, Tony. He'll get up there with the melee.
But yeah, I mean, exactly what we were really talking about, controlling either that B street or that purple street before going after Rockets. Frosty doing that perfectly, ends up getting stuff to Rockets, and a 4-1 start coming out of the former MVP.
I mean, make it 9-5 now as Frosty just waits for information. The entire team rotating up to A through the alley. Frosty in position to counter, shots into Shady. He'll look for the challenge here. Shady gonna bounce out real quick, and Frosty, knowing he's weak, he'll grab the Sentinel beam as he goes by. Nice little quick grab, right? No time wasted in his rotations as he escapes. He's always taking full advantage of everything he needs to make sure they just drop players left and right, 2 dead. There is a trade, but a lead still on the side of Sentinels. Informal gonna ensure it stays that way.
Snipe Drone going in for the challenge on Formal, but he had no idea Formal had the Bulldog ready for him. Easy kill coming from Matt, and now we're on board with Matt making his way onto Purple Street, having a couple players in front of him. Actually, now Sika is holding down Cafe.
Sika doing what he can from this position, being challenged by 2. Matt with a kill already. That's Formal. Frosty with another snake bite, gonna slide on in with the shotgun. What do you do when there's so many coming for you? With perfect timing as well, leaving Snipe Drone alone. I'm loving the movement from Snipe Drone, trying to be elusive. Gonna rotate back to PD. Little flank coming in, drops Lethal. He'll get around, but can't stay alive. You got Frosty just ready to kill him.
And now we're here with Legend, putting his first kill on the board here. Actually working a little 1-2 combo over towards Tires, having all three players now funneling onto the A side of the map. Snipedrone gonna go down thanks to Formal, but they're hunting down Formal, and Sika gets the kill.
Oh my. You can see Legend just trying to find an opening, but he can't quite do it. Lethal's there, he's ready to melee him. Frosty, opportunity with that Stalker now taken, and Lethal. You can see the team taking full advantage of all the tech here, by the way, Tony too. He jumps backwards on purpose to set up the slide, and then turns out a nasty double. You'll love to see it.
That man is lethal for sure. Obviously, his name really suits him here, and the scoreboard is getting deadly. 27-14 lead. Sentinels are on the roll. Frosty off the screen, able to get a double kill. Lethal having a play in front of him, but finally Legend able to take him down and slow down the momentum coming out of Sentinels, at least a bit.
Round two with the Stalker for Frosty. He's got a shotgun in the back pocket. A lot of playmaking potential here. All starts with Shady. Shady gonna stay back in PD. Snakebite gonna continue to pester him. And Frosty gonna make sure he doesn't go, he can't go anywhere really. Takes the doorway, tries to get back out. Frosty's got a line of sight on him. Snipedrone, thankfully for him, has a drop wall to delay the engagement here. Snipedrone's still up. Lethal gonna try to rotate out. Sika, Legend, they're all trained on Lethal to take the kill, but I mean, look at the scoreboard, right? It's already oppressive, 32-19. Ascend, they can't seem to find a clean break from any situation here.
And not only was it 32 kills, but every player on Sentinels having 8 kills apiece, so everybody stepping up and having a great game together, while Snakebite adding that 9th kill on the board. Formal going right in for the challenge, taking down Shady, but the nades are starting to come in.
Formal with shots into 2. Legend gonna jump up, get the melee. Formal gonna go flying, by the way. See ya. But is it enough, right? 10, a 9 kill deficit. Rockets up, they need to grab him. Lethal's gonna tag him, but the cover fire so perfect. Don't miss the clamber though, and he does. And he doesn't get up. I don't know if it's that he missed the clamber or he tried to hit the little ledge on the ATM to crouch jump up. Either way, that timing loss is pivotal. The Rockets at the very least in the hands of Shady, so they did transfer. But deaths like that are so important. Snipedrone, Sika, they're still up in C, and thankfully for Shady, shotgun gonna spawn with perfect timing for him.
I was just about to say he also has the drop wall, but he's going to drop it immediately as it's getting melted by Sentinels. Bulldog still in hand. Snipedrone now going to sit over towards top C, holding down this angle, trying to watch his teammates back, but Sika going to be the first player to die, and Snipedrone having the Stalker.
We've got Snipedrone in the base. We've got Legend there too. We've got Shady in the alley, going to fire a couple shots into Frosty. Frosty who backs down here. Snipedrone just needs an opening with this Stalker to put it to work and keep the nades up. Sure, nobody challenges it immediately. That's Shady there. Big pickup onto Frosty. He can bounce out, give some space on the map for Snipedrone to make a play. See what he does later. Instead, Shady, unfortunately, can't win against Formal. That's 2 dead in the feed. Multiple dropping here, so as Snipedrone makes that rotation, his teammates die. We'll see if he can lock down Cafe. Here he is with the Stalker coming into play, but Lethal and Frosty, they're here to counter.
Heavy damage coming in over towards Frosty, backing down, but as Snipedrone in his sights on Cafe. I wasn't sure if they knew where he was, but clearly they were aware. Rocket launcher coming up very soon, and Frosty gonna try to get advantages over towards back A. PD side, easy kill, going in for the double kill, ends up getting the assist. That's gonna be the double 3, go down for Ascend.
Frosty moving so quick on the map and hitting his shots. You love to see it. The whole team is moving quick on the map. They clearly have a handle on it. And all of it coming together too. That's the beauty of the tech in this game. You hit it, but you need to know when to use it. You need to be accurate when you use it as well. And Sentinel's just a perfect showcase of all of this. And because of it, this is a GG, Tony. What do you do?
Yeah, now Sentinel's actually only needing 1 more kill. The Bulldog is coming in. Snakebite is coming out hot. All 4 players for Ascend are going down. They're trying to funnel the spawns over towards the A side. Looks like they're able to do it. Long range rockets, get the hit marker, but Shady gonna clean them up.
Final kill comes in, and it's from Frosty for a 50-38 close to game 2, and Ascend now facing elimination from the entire tournament. Because Sentinels, they're just too damn strong, Tony. I really don't know what to say for Ascend. They played well. They had a couple opportunities, but Sentinels, they're always a step ahead. They're always so aware, too. I mean, in the end, there's Snipedrone hiding in Cafe. You're wondering, do they know he's there? Of course they know, but just the way that he's jumping, trying to avoid nades. They play it so safely, right? They don't overextend when they don't need to. And then when they do extend, they nail all their shots.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Ascend is obviously the #1 team come out of the EU. Absolutely phenomenal team. They've earned their spot here. but you're talking about 3/4 of a former #1 team
Sure.
in the world in Sentinels, and then you have Formal joining them, who, by the way, not only was a champion in Halo, but even a champion in Call of Duty as well.
Right.
There's levels to this, and obviously Sentinels showing that they were just a tick and maybe a gap above.
I mean, there's a beautiful skill gap in Halo that we're witnessing as well when we see it. At the end of the day, like Ascend, as incredible as they've been in this tournament, they're still very new to the whole process, right? You got Legend and Shady, who, what, 18 years old?
Yeah.
I believe so. Their first LAN tournament ever, I'm pretty sure, considering, you know, the way that things are these days with LANs. On top of the fact that Sika might be pretty new as well. You got Snipe Drone, the only veteran on the team here. Considering that they come out with this caliber of play from the first LAN, I hope they stay together. And it seems like the sky is only the limit, but at this point, is this the limit for them, for their team? Are we looking at a 3-0, Tony? Let's take a look at the series layout and let me know if you think anything will change when you see a Strongholds recharge. Does it matter where we go, what we play?
Well, I mean, the one thing I'm happy about Ascend going into Strongholds is that they're a very fast team. You know, Snipe Drone's the only player that kind of will stick back and maybe watch over his teammates back. Meanwhile, Sika, Legend, and Shady, they're at their best when they are flying. And luckily with Strongholds, you have the ability to kind of out-rotate your opponent to get the advantages here. So, again, I'm going to give Ascend a fighting chance, but, I mean, Sentinels, they are who we thought they were. They're former #1 team in the world. They are that good.
Back in the EU tournaments that we casted, Tony, Ascend had periods where their backs were against the wall, where it looked like they were about to lose, and they would always, like a tiger, they'd kind of fight back and showcase that they can hang, that they can clutch up. Maybe they can show that here. Of course, EU, different ball game, right? Different region, different level, caliber of play. When you get to this highest level in competition, Cartel can clutch up in their tournaments. Can they clutch up here? Can they give us a game? This is their final opportunity to do it. It's going to be Strongholds on recharge.
I love that we saw a flyover of that shock rifle right there, because obviously the camouflage is going to be strong in this map. Obviously the sword, we know these things, but I think the unsung hero of this map right now is going to be a shock rifle.
The unsung hero, really?
If Ascend are going to come back, it's going to be on the backs of that power weapon.
Okay. I definitely think you're right. I think that power weapon will dictate the flow of this game. If they can take advantage of it. Of course, the flow of this game is going to be real quick as we come off the rip here. Sika, there's a good opening kill for him. Legend now down, but once again, Sentinels, they're ready to return the favor. Snakebite with the kill. And back on board with Legend.
Legend going in for the flank onto C immediately, hopping in, but I think he's actually by himself, and Snakebite right above him on top of the control room, actually baiting him with that C grab, but the bait and switch coming out of Sentinels, 2 down. Shady and Cavalry are coming in, but 4 down go Ascend.
Ascend will drop a couple, but there's just too many members of Sentinels flying through control to deal with. We're on board with Lethal, puts pressure into B, but gonna receive some pressure as well from Legend. He'll slide and get the reset. AC now held. Frosty was waiting for a little back smack on Sika. Instead, he'll take Shady. He'll rotate back here. Legend now dead in the feed. And Frosty with all the advantages here as well. Sika not aware of it. Should be an easy cleanup. Sika gonna make it difficult for him, but the kill still goes through, and the control maybe still in session. Ascend with an AB for now.
And Frosty actually elected to catch a different angle here, going right at Yellow Pipes. High IQ play, able to hunt down Legend, trusting Snakebite to get the kill on Shady. 2 down go Ascend, and now Sentinels are ready to pull off another double cap here as Sika's going after C and Formal hunting him down.
I mean, what do you do when you got Formal and Frosty shooting at you, man? The ultimate kind of duo to come in. Oh, man. I mean, it's a joy to see him on screen, but it must be brutal up against them. The coordination that we've seen so far in this series is quite telling of what might be to come in our championship bracket. Sika, once again, gonna get doubled and taken down. Snipe Drone will try his hand on Frosty, but as he does it, gotta watch out for the nades. You gotta watch out for Sentinels up in A, ready to take him on.
And you gotta respect the objective efficiency coming out of Ascend. I mean, they were losing the Slaves battle handsomely, might I say, to Sentinels, but they had a momentary lead here, and it looks like now they're going after A, so the rotations are coming in. They're being as objective efficient as possible. Snipe Drone gonna take down Lethal, but Snakebite going right at Sika, and Snipe Drone trying to hunt down. Able to get the kill. Beautifully done by Ascend. They have another double cap here, and I'm loving this coming out of it. They're showing some life here.
Ascend with a presence on the map, clearly. Shady gonna try to get out of bottom mid, but a trip cap temporarily here. They'll dive into C to counter it. And as Sentinel sits in C, maybe Shady can get a sneaky rotation. What a beautiful little play we just saw out of Shady there to get right behind Formal immediately. And now back into C as well. These players taking full advantage of every opportunity at their disposal here, and they're holding on to control. Some of the most I think we've seen in this entire series so far.
There was a moment just a second ago where all 4 members of Ascend were up and all 4 members of Sentinels were down, but it looks like Lethal is going to answer right back, taking out Snipe Drone, and somehow Sentinels coming off a spawn and now putting in a trip cap of their own. Luckily, Sika and Shady going to answer right off a spawn as well.
Formal going to get denied by Shady. Shady will take that fight. Can they turn B though? They can. BC still held down at 77 points and counting for Ascend as they get yet another trip cap. Ascend finding ways to make waves here in game 3 and show us they can hang. But for how long here? Shady get tagged up back in front. Gonna have to rotate out. Legend, Snakebite, they'll trade in the feed. And Shady just going to play it slow. Formal aware of the fact that this man is nearby. They will likely square off.
I mean, we knew how good of a Strongholds team Ascend was their best game type going into the qualifier, but now we're seeing them even do it against the likes of Sentinels. Loving what I'm seeing here. Formal now trying to go after C, but it's not gonna happen. Legend and friends hunting him down, cleaning him up, and adding him to the kill feed.
Ascend, with their backs against the wall in this series, have now just upped the pace of play to a level I don't think I've seen from this team so far, Tony. And you love to see it. Can they maintain it? Sika still holding down B. A half captured, so far being defended. They got the reset on it too, so AB held down, 134 counting. Snakebite gonna square off with Shady bottom in, and Snakebite will take it, but the trade comes in very quickly to hold on to just a little bit of control they've got.
Ascend having more than 3 times the count here coming out of Sentinels, now looking for a 4x, but hold on. Sentinels going after A while simultaneously working on B. The shots are coming out of Frosty, watching the players on B's back. This is a great angle coming out of Bradley Bergstrom.
Sentinels bite back. 45 and counting here, AB. What's left of Ascend in C side, and they're getting deleted by Frosty, waiting in the doorway. Frosty with a rotation out, shots into Sika. Sika wants a piece. And for good reason. Sika will take it. That's 2 dead on the side of Sentinels. Can Sika do any more? Snakebite in a much better position than he's in. And rightfully he'll back down. Teammates now rotating up to help out, so if he can live a little longer, maybe Shady can make a play.
I'm going to find out right now. Shady getting right behind enemy lines. Nice. Somehow spots out Snakebite. Excellent communication. Going to get the double kill on Formal. Shady now working on B. That's 2 down for Sentinels, but where the heck did that nade come from?
I don't know, some other universe apparently, dude. I didn't even see the trajectory on it. And unfortunately, because it came in, got the explosion, that B got reset. AB hold there temporarily. They got some presence into B, but Formal already on C. Only temporarily, though Snipe Drone aware of it. Snipe Drone will rotate back at the reset. At this point, they're just doing what they can to slow the progress of Sentinels, though. Sentinels kind of creeping up a little bit here.
Nades are coming out of Snipe Drone, forcibly going down to 1 shot. Excellent movement coming out of him to stay alive. It looks like he hasn't gone down yet. Meanwhile, Legend off the screen ends up getting a double kill, opening things up for Sika to get right behind Frosty. Excellent flank coming out of him. That's a momentary trip cap, and we are approaching the 200-point mark here for Ascend.
Momentum back for Ascend. Formal gonna shut it down temporarily. Big kill for him. Legend with a set on A. AC now held down. Remainder of Sentinels are up on B side, looking to rotate straight through to A. Legend, line of defense. Shots into Snakebite. Snakebite will rip his face off. And a chance to get back into A immediately, but Ascend looking to deny it. The grapple coming up above his head. Can he get the melee? He can't do it. Couldn't quite find him, unfortunately. Instead, Frosty will die, and AC still held down.
And it is official. Ascend are now going to hit that 200-point mark. They're now less than 50 points away from coming out with the win. Luckily, Snakebite adds Snipe Drone to the black screen, working on C, but he's currently by himself. Anybody coming for the collapse, but not enough players alive here on Ascend to do so. Formal now going after B, but Formal going to be taken down. The reset comes in, and Ascend are still putting points on the board.
Ascend's tournament life on the line, but they're not done yet. 217 on the board. And look at them trade blows in B to get the reset. That now 220. Lethal, he's not done apparently too. That's a perfect for him. He's got to get a few more of these to stop the boys on Ascend from pulling away here. There's a kill on the Shady. rotates back up to A. He's got Frosty currently dead. That's okay, though. He can cap this alone and get beautiful kills. Well, he doesn't. Zika cannot go out in the open when you got lethal trained on him.
And to be honest with what's getting me, Alex, is not the fact that Ascend are winning, it's the fact that they're so dominant here on Strongholds. That's what's really getting me, but the double cap is going to go in favor of Sentinels. Meanwhile, they've just gone 3 down, and that means Ascend are hopping on Bravo.
If I know anything about Strongholds, anything about pretty much any game type in Halo, is it's not over till it's over, Tony. Despite the fact that we're at 2:30 and counting, they need to continue to apply pressure and hold on here. Snipe drone very quickly to get to A. Shots into Snakebite, gonna just hold it down and make sure he gets the cap. And I like this play from him. Do not take a fight you might lose. Instead, ensure you get points. 2:43 and counting. Presence into B. Frosty getting tagged up. He'll back down. The final 2 seconds coming through, and nobody can step in a cap in time to stop Ascend from making this a series.
2-1 lead going in favor of Sentinels in the series. However, Ascend having all the momentum now. That was great play come out of Ascend. I have my notepad. I took a bunch of notes there. Paragraphs.
Taking some mental notes for sure. It's exciting to see Ascend not back down and come out in Game 3 with a pace we haven't seen before, though, right? They looked incredible. They looked dominant in that game against one of the best teams in Halo currently. So, man, do we have a series on our hands, Tony? I'm excited. It's a pleasure to be able to witness it. 250 to 92 out of Ascend, and all of a sudden they're back, and I'm wondering what else can they do? It's not going to get any easier. Sentinels, when they take a blow, they hit back harder. That's the thing. They might have dented them just a little bit, but we got plenty to go for Ascend if they want a chance.
However, the one thing about Ascend, what I'm noticing is they kind of went back to old reliable. They're starting to play their game now, and their game is to play as fast as possible and to keep pressuring their opponents, put them on their back foot, don't give them a chance to breathe, and that's what you saw on Strongholds Recharge. The question is, will that work on Capture the Flag Bazaar, where sometimes with Capture the Flag, in my opinion, I think you need a level coordination that Sentinels clearly have, which you kind of mentioned before.
But I like that you said that they're playing their game now. They're playing confident like they were playing in EU when they're playing against lower level teams. Of course, Sentinels being the level that they're at, they apply a pressure. Even before you come into the series, there's a pressure, a presence about them, and maybe that can make you play carefully. Instead, this aggressive play, the speed of play that I've seen out of Ascend is inspiring. It's great to see. And once again, I mean, if you're not already taking notes on this curb slide technique, you might want to do so. Everyone seems to be pulling it off. You need to find a ledge, a low height ledge. It could be right at the a couple centimeters, inches off the floor down to the height of your Spartan, and you need to time a slide off of it, sprint off it, and frame perfectly, time a slide, and you'll launch forward. Now, a launch is not an advantage in every situation. You got to be able to hit your shots. You got to find the timing for it. But if you can do that, we saw it. I believe it was out of Sika on the bottom mid, where Formal was hiding behind those barrels. Right, he hits the side of the box, launches into the corner underneath C, and gets that easy angle for the kill. Moments like that, that is a skill gap that you absolutely take advantage of.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned knowing when to use it, because even someone like myself, who I'm not big on tech, I've been able to learn how to utilize the curve slide watching some of your videos, to be honest with you.
Cool.
But it's knowing when to use it.
Right.
My problem is that I find myself kind of forcing myself to use it, and when that happens, I end up going down instantly because I'm just not ready for that gunfight, or someone's able to get those first few shots on it. So it's also having the ability to do the tech, but also knowing when to implement it, and that's what you're seeing against with these top professional players.
And knowing how to anticipate the engagement and be ready for it as well, though, right? Because they'll do it, and they'll have perfect reticle placement on the fight that's about to come up, and then they'll hit all their shots, too. Of course, if you're flying through the air, you've got no strafe control, right? You're committed to your trajectory, which is obvious for a good player. They'll melt you. So just being able to anticipate things and hit shots at the same time, it's the best players in the world that pull that off, and we're seeing that. We're fortunately able to witness that on our screens here. Game 4, a series. Ascend, they still face elimination, and Sentinels, now that they've taken a blow, they're ready to make a comeback, I guarantee you.
But like you mentioned before, whenever Sentinels get knocked down, they are never knocked out. They stand back up and they continue to fight. 2-1 lead going in favor of Sentinels. Still one game away from knocking Ascend out of the tournament. We're going into Bazaar. Name of the game is Control a Perimeter. Lots of times when I was talking to Coach Callis of G2, he always talked about putting a player over towards a perimeter side, whether it be that top cafe or even top lockers. holding it down and running the flag over towards your perimeter player. On Bazaar, it's even more important because usually after you get that flag out, you're not done yet. Usually the spawners are coming in, the overextenders are coming in, and most likely you're going to end up dropping the flag to try to slay a secondary time because of how easy it is to navigate CTF on Bazaar.
There's a number of important spawns that you're looking to block and control as you collect that flag as well. Of course, the spawns in the back of the base are going to be blocked when you're walking in to pick it up. So the spawns in the alley open, but so do the spawns out front in the locker area of the map as well, right out front of the base in general. If you have a player positioned out front in advance, you can block those spawns and force them solely in the alley. And if you know they're there, then you know they're overextending, and you can start to prepare yourself for the inevitable fight at your flag when they overextend through. So little things that players do to isolate the options of their opponents, and because they know where they are, kind of like a chess game, if you know the move they're about to play, you're ready with your counterattack already.
Exactly. Yeah. And let me tell you, if I know for a fact you're on those rocket alleys, you're making your way over to the bottom mid, what am I doing? I'm chucking nades straight down to easy damage, hopefully get a kill. But by the time you're gonna challenge me, I'm getting that one shot to the head. I may not be able to hit 4 consecutive shots, but I can hit one.
Well, depending on the weapon, sometimes one shot is all you need to hit, right? We got rockets spawning up in center map, and pick one of those up, and you can miss by a mile sometimes, Tony. Those things are nukes. Or you can hit it right at their feet, and it just doesn't seem to kill them. I don't know. Sometimes I have trouble with the rocket launcher. Usually, though, it works out pretty well for me. And usually, it's so powerful, I die with it. We'll see what these players can do with the rockets. Of course, the shotgun as well to grapple the OS as we finally get into this game. What could be the last game in the series unless Ascend can give us a show.
And here come the starting nades out of Shady. Actually naded the double door immediately and elected to grab the grapple, but continue the aggression, trading off kills with Snakebite. And Snipe trying to stay alive. Just baiting that overshield, which is going to go in the hands of Ascend.
Snipe drone still sitting here, waiting for info. That info is above him, and so is Frosty above Sika. That was very scary. Not gonna lie, Tony. I thought he was about to get world starred on, I was gonna say national television, but this is Twitch.tv. Either way, it hurts, all the same.
Oh, if that ninja would have happened, I would have flipped. I would have slammed my headset on the floor. I don't know what would have happened. 3 down goes Sentinels. Legend and Ascend continuing the aggression on the offense right now. Haven't been able to get the pull just yet, but they know where the spawners are coming in from, and maybe didn't get one more round of slays before they pull the flag.
Legend checking his corners. Not all of them, apparently. There you go. The full 360. Yeah, you got the medal. That's the beauty of 360. As long as you do a full spin around and then you get it killed, it's still a 360 medal. It doesn't have to be fancy. You just got to spin around and get it killed, essentially. There you go. So he'll take it. Sika still alive in the base, but Snakebite not going to make it easy for him.
That's 2 instances where Sentinels actually went 3 down, but they were not able to get the pull. Did Ascend. Meanwhile, Formal holding down top rocket side. Easy kill on Shady, and the grapple's coming in.
Formal is swinging, and so is Spider-Man in theaters right now. But don't watch that. Watch Formal instead, because I guarantee you this is better.
Watch Matrix.
Yeah, actually watch Matrix, by the way. Sponsored by Matrix and and Astro as well. Good thing we're on twitch.tv/HCS and not Halo. We can have some fun with it. Either way, Shady, bottom mid with his teammate. Not where you want to be, because currently he is dying.
And I just actually took a glance at the scoreboard. Snakebite is 7-3 right now, and Snipe Drone able to go right at Frosty. And this is the nick of time to Ascend actually getting the kills. The double kill comes in, but that's to secure them. The overshield, and did he not see Formal there? He kind of turned his back right on him.
I guess not. The only other player turning their back right now is Snakebite, who needs to get out of the way of nades. They'll grab a Needler as well. Needler, by the way, my YouTube comments like to let me know that Needler is not the pronunciation. It's Needler, Tony.
Ooh.
Needler.
Ooh.
God damn it. Anyway, let's see what he can do with a Needler. Needler, jeez.
Fear the pink mist. Either way, I'm gonna start pronouncing it right as well. Getting right behind enemy lines with Matt at the moment. That's Formal. But he actually did not see Sika actually going for the flank over towards the Rocket Alley. Frosty able to take down Sika. The trade is going to come in. Legend taking down Snakebite. And Formal nades are coming in. Shady having no idea.
Yeah, Shady, not an opportunity for him to turn around and stop Formal from killing him. And can't stop Formal from dating Frosty as well there, too. Looks like he's got his reticle trained onto Sika, though Sika going to try to pester him just a little. Sika's options somewhat limited here. Although they became a lot better when his teammates joined the fray here. Snakebite, though, he's going to ensure he dies. Snakebite with a cross map, Hail Mary rocket, I believe, as well, before he goes down. And Frosty, that gives him the space to keep the pressure up.
Excellent cross-map shots by Frosty. Taking no damage right now. The Dynamo Nades are coming in, and the ticks just starting to hear them. That means Legend is weak, but he's still able to get the kill. 2 down goes Sentinels. Ascend might be able to take advantage of these numbers.
Hey, a lot of the games so far have been played in center map. Nobody really making any real progress towards a flag for a pull just yet, but soon I'm sure it will happen. OS about to spawn, and maybe that is the kicker. We'll see. Sika in a lot of trouble. Doesn't seem to matter where the man sprints. He's getting tagged, but he'll finally get out to safety.
This is one of the hardest maps that we have in our circuit to try to get full map control. Both these teams at the top of their game. Shady able to get the pull here, but only 2 players down here for Sentinels. He's actually well aware of it. So what does he do? He ends up dropping the flag, goes in for the slay.
Shady, anticipating the OS pull before he enters the engagement, drops the Mangler for the plasma pistol, knowing he might need to use it. And I love the attention to detail out of him. Unfortunately, the flag was returned. Lethal was the man with the OS, and here he is. Plasma pistol does whiff, but the OS now burned, and Legend, it's his chance to make sure Lethal dies.
Great kill by Legend, but he's not able to stay alive. He's going to be hunted down here. Snipe Drone also able to take down Frosty. We're on board with him, but he's actually going to be chased down Snake by not letting him breathe, putting his 12th kill on the board.
Ooh. So many different places you can hit that curb slide. I mean, keep taking notes, right? Because Snakebite right there hitting a nice one to get over to Rockets, and watch him grapple and fly by with a Mangler kill. You love to see it, Tony. I'm a fanboy at the end of the day for good tech and Snakebite, I think, too. The man's making plays.
And mind you, Snakebite's also running that flag with the grapple in hand, so that might end up coming into play here as he's starting to take some damage. Shady right behind that flag here, but Shady having no idea what Snakebite is, letting him know the shot's gonna come in. Easy cleanup, 2 down for Ascent. Numbers in favor of Sentinels. What does that mean? That means the flag is on the move.
Snakebite with that flag down center map. Can he get it further? Legend, he's already in their base. He's got the flag out. He's got a thrust as well, but he's got Frosty looking at him. Not ideal. Flag going up through center here. Legend, one of the final lines of defense, and Snakebite just delaying this. Nice little bait. Sicko with the awareness to know that he might be behind the door. And I love that out of Ascend. They're not down yet. Legend trying to stay up. Frosty, he's got a shotgun, just waiting for Legend to get aggressive. And Frosty knew it was coming in. The trade did go through. The flag somehow got returned and sent out the door. So Ascend, they had an answer. Not only that, they had a counter. That's a flag in the pedestal. Ascend, what a play.
Ascend were down 2-0 in this series. They take game 3 handsomely and now going to put the first cap on the board. And CTF Bizarre were less than 6 minutes on the clock. It actually took 6 minutes for the first cap to go in. Ascend are looking good.
Tony, this is wild, but Ascend right now up 1-0. Of course, they are down in the series. If they do take this, we go to a game 5. And if you're not currently watching twitch.tv/HCS, you might need to start watching because Sentinels, if they lose here, that is a big deal, Tony. Of course, it is way too early to even consider it, but Ascend, they're looking good so far.
Trust me, I know big deals, and I'm gonna have to agree with you. If Ascend takes Sentinels to game 5, this is going to be the game, that game of the tournament. But Lethal trying to answer back, able to get the flag over toward the double doors. Formal gets the double kill. Snake right now going in for the touch, able to do it, but he's gonna go down to half shield.
Oh no!
And the fumble comes in.
Snakebite with a slight fumble, Sicko with a kill, but can Snakebite get there? He relays the flag to his teammate, and the teammate plants it in, and that's just the ultimate teamwork out of Sentinel. Snakebite, quick little weapon drop combo. He does drop 1, but drops as well. Frosty gonna drop 1, 2. Everyone's dropping here, Tony. But what's not dropping is that scoreboard. That's 1-1 thanks to Sentinels.
And just to remind you guys at home, if you're seeing a lot of hold dismantles, we've been talking about it here. When you're using that weapons like, for example, the Mangler, you put that shot in, 2 shots will actually break the shields of your opponent. And instead of switching weapons to the BR to going for that easy headshot, you're actually electing to drop the weapon, which is a faster time than actually switching weapons. And that's why you're seeing them get those big kills. It works for weapons like the Mangler, plasma pistol, technically any weapon. But I feel like it's really dangerous in the hands of a Mangler, especially how much it spawns up. Frost Frosty getting a big melee kill and getting the Bulldog.
Yep, Mangler BR, ideal combo. We've seen Plasma Pistol BR, of course, a great combo as well. Technically, the Sniper as well, depending on the situation. You can drop it and swap to your secondary faster than you could normally, and that little bit of time is crucial depending on the situation, of course. You also run the risk of your weapon being on the floor and then having to pick it up. So it just depends on when to use it. And right now, all that matters is the OS and a couple nicely placed shots from Formal. That's a double for him. Snakebite in position for the flag, and Snipe Drone just jumping up and down because he can't do anything else. He's dead. Lethal kills him. Flag now taken. Sika going to try to slow their progress, but 3 members of Sentinels make it 2. Maybe 1, actually. Now up, it's Snakebite. And Shady going to make sure he dies. So nice defense out of Ascend. Frosty going to double back to BR because he knows they're overextending.
Yeah, I love how Formal was able to utilize that overshield to get the double kill, but they were slaying out 3 out of 4 players. The Sentinels did hit the black screen. Frosty, again, rotating back, playing some excellent defense. Still having that Bulldog, and Formal coming in with another double kill. No OS needed for that one.
Formal lands the double. What else can Formal do? Going to rotate through bottom, meeting Snipe Drone. Nice little meeting between the 2 of them. Formal will get out on top, narrowly. Now up to Snakebite here. See what he can do with the rockets. Going to make his way up for a sneaky flank opportunity. And a lot of damage he could do. Frosty's here as well, drawing attention. That 1 player below him going to try to get out. Legend does pick up a crucial kill. Formal dies as well. And now Snakebite out of options. He'll rotate back.
2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. The rocket comes in. Snakebite taking down Legend. Frosty able to get the Bulldog kill as well. So multiple players going down as Sentinel starting to get the starting up the tempo, taking down Shady. Still getting slays.
Snakebite's playing this so well. The moment he lost those teammates, he grapples back, gets the kill, grapples up, and the way he slides out for full challenge, knowing he has the timing to pick up 1 and 2. Snakebite is popping off. That's a double and a flag out. And Ascend, do they have an answer?
Flag is on the move here. Snakebite making it all the way towards the 50% portion of the map before players are spawning in out of Ascend. There was only 1 more player alive, and that's Sika. Can he stop this pull? At least he's able to get the flag almost off the base here. The nades are coming in. He's going in for the challenge on Formal, but he goes down to 1 shot.
Sika having to take like a million fights at the same time, though, right? You got Formal up in the doorway. You got Lethal spawning behind him. You got the flag out center map, and players dropping left and right. Legend, the last line of defense, shots in the mat. Can't kill him just yet. He needs to live. He needs to back down. Lethal up on the left-hand side, all 4 members of Sentinels in that base, ready to collect that flag. I mean, how do you stop them? That one, it's going in. It's 2-1 for Sentinels, and the time on the clock, Tony, they don't have a lot of it.
They don't have a lot of it, but they do have enough time to mount a counter cap here, but they first need the slays. 2 down going Sentinels. Shady getting right behind enemy lines. Gonna miss that melee, but his teammate was right there, so no timing loss whatsoever. Shady's already in the base.
With a minute left on the clock, Ascend, they are still fighting. But do they have much more fight left in them? That's 2 dead. Legend, he's got presence, but he's alone. Nades into Treehouse. They know he's here. Frosty's waiting for it. Sika in a battle with Snakebite. Snakebite takes it. Legend with the trade. Legend committing to that trade. Ends up getting attacked by Frosty and team and dies because of it. They lost their timing. They've lost their positioning. They've lost their opportunities here, Tony. This might be it.
They had to win the Slays battle. They're actually spawning on the opposite side of the map, which is not good. There's only 30 seconds on the clock. Lucky for them, there are sudden death rules, but we're going to see what they're able to do with the Snipe Drone going down to 1 shot. Going in for the challenge on Frosty. Beautiful play by him, but time is winding down.
Sentinel's not letting them breathe. There's always somebody there to get the trade. 16 seconds, and it's up to Legend, and Legend cannot do it. Can anyone else? Sika. He's the closest, I think. He's got less than 10 seconds, and look at this. A 3-man cross set up on the, instantly melted. There's nothing you could do against Sentinels. They know how to play this game so damn well. They've been dominant for so long, and it shows. That's a 2-1 and a series in the favor of Sentinels. Ascend, they fought hard, they fought well, and honestly, a bit of an inspiration. It's only their first tournament as a team, and for some of these players, their first tournament ever, right? So, incredible performance out of them, but of course another day for Sentinels that they push through the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend have no reason to hang their heads low. I mean, what are you going to do when Formal and Frosty are combining for 50 kills on the map in just 12 minutes worth of gameplay? It was 30 and 20 come out of them. It was absolutely incredible
30
plays.
out of
It was 30 out of Frosty, to my
Okay.
knowledge, and 20 out of Form, when they added up to 50 kills total in just 12 minutes worth of gameplay. We didn't even have an overtime, sudden death. Incredible plays coming out of Sentinels and Ascent. You guys played amazing. You started off that game really hot, putting the first cap on the board with that 6-minute mark. So one or two things go their way, and maybe we go to a game 5. No, like I said, great job to them. Great job.
I mean, yeah, that first cap was a clutch counter capture, right? We had the flag almost go in. They stopped it last second, got the return, sent it out through the double doors. And for a second, I was a believer in a potential game 5, and who knows what would come from it. Either way, let's look back at the series. Let's recap and see what took place here, because it was actually a lot closer than you might expect. I mean, 2-0 and a 50-38, so it started out somewhat dominant on the side of Sentinels, but the reversal that we saw in Strongholds on recharge really made us take a double take on it. 250 to 92, but then 2-1 in CTF Bizarre, a very close game, but not enough for Ascend. Their tournament life ends here in the top 12, Tony? Not sure.
I believe it might be top 12, maybe top 8 at best. I was have to take a look at the bracket, which we'll get some confirmation for you guys when we come back eventually.
I'm sure we'll have the bracket up shortly. In the meantime, though, you got to think of who's still left in this tournament, right? Because Ascend, the #1 team in EU according to the qualifiers, but not the only EU team to make it this far. Quadrant at this point, I think, is still standing. Might still be in it. So here we go, actually. Na'Vi and Quadrant. Unfortunate for the EU boys, they're forced to face each other, and that series looks like it's still taking place. Now, Na'Vi have lost to Quadrant every single time we witness them in the qualifiers, but LAN is a different story, and Na'Vi have been making a tear through the bracket. They had to 3-0 reverse sweep the guard, who were 2-0 in the series previously, so Na'Vi somehow holding on. But at this point against Quadrant, it looks like they do lead. You got FaZe and G2, by the way. G2 beat FaZe in pools, and G2 is currently beating FaZe in the bracket as well. FaZe, their tournament life on the line in the elimination bracket. That's a series to tune into as well. We've got Space Station Team War currently facing off Sentinels. They'll move on. We'll see the rest of that in a second. Let's take a look at the winners side of the tournament as well, with Optic, C9, Pioneers, and E United.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm really surprised. I mean, Quadrant and Na'Vi actually matched up 4 times in 3 weeks, twice in the same tournament, and Quadrant were undefeated against Na'Vi. Meanwhile, right now, Na'Vi up 2-1 in that series. In the winner's side, obviously, Optic and Cloud9. I cannot wait for that matchup. I'm going to be sitting at the edge of my seat the entire time. And on the other side, I think Pioneers and E United, 2 very talented teams. You have Pioneers and E United, which I would say, Pioneers the ultimate underdogs, but when you stack up E United against the likes of Cloud9, Optic, and I would say even Sentinels, a lot of people probably consider them underdogs in that matchup as well. So really excited to see who makes it into the winners bracket finals.
That Optic Gaming C9 matchup, not sure if it's currently going down, but that's one you're definitely going to want to see. Twitch.tv/Halo. It's not up yet, but will be up at some point. Of course, that is the main broadcast, Twitch.tv/HCS, where we currently are. We've got the Charlie and the Delta broadcast as well. I think it's Twitch.tv/HCS, is it HCS_blue _red? So HCS_red and _blue. My apologies. Check those out. Those are just gameplay. Either way, you can multi-Twitch them all and get 4 different POVs. But on this broadcast, we're going to be jumping into KCP Pioneers up against E United next. Winners bracket. This is a big one and one you don't want to miss. Tony, we're going to take a break. Goofy and Golden Boy, they're going to come back to cast that one. So if you like these boys, which you should, it's going to be a very exciting series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Halo after the break.
right, let's try that again. Welcome back, everyone. I am Golden Boy alongside Goofy. Pleasure to be with you, this legend here as well. And we have a great matchup lined up for you guys as E United is going to take on the Pioneers. And this is a very, very interesting matchup because not only is it a semifinals game, and we're going to be jumping right into the action, going to street Strongholds here in a moment. But you have two teams here. E United, obviously, lots of talent, very hungry. But I love this Pioneers roster because these are the guys, Goofy, that are like the gatekeepers almost of like the top 12, top 8, right? We've seen these names before, and I feel like this is finally their time to, you know, go up, go into the top 4. This could very well be the game for them.
Definitely, and they've been showing it all weekend long, right? They've been playing at the top of their game, always showing up when it matters most, and now they have the toughest opponent they've played so far in E United, who has also been rolling all weekend long. So this is going to be a big game number 1. It's going to really determine a lot of the outlook of the series.
Yeah. I mean, I know that a lot of people are excited about Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming, as you should be. We're going to see Cloud9 on the main stage, but boy, oh boy, I mean, you are in for a treat with these next 2 games, and we're kicking things off with King Nick, but out of the gate, Nick is going to get whacked here, and it's going to be a battle to jockey for control of B, the name of the game in Strongholds. 2 points, 2 capture points are held, you start to earn yourself some points on the board. 3, you earn even more. Let's see how both of these teams are going to try and jockey for position here out of the at the outset.
And I like how KC Pioneers has already established control on the map. Golden Boy, B and C in favor of Pioneers, already putting E United on their back heels.
Yeah, Soul Snipe, very well done, holding the steps there. Big win as well. Good help too to boot, right? You got the help there from Manny. That's 2 players down, and you can continue to maintain this position here. Let's see now as they continue to play this out. 2 players are going to push out of the red room here. And oh, actually, I'm shocked that that grenade ended up landing on him because it looked a little delayed. But even then, though, Ryan is still going to be able to stand on B and hold this one down as long as he can. But a very smart idea to just get out of there, go after the player that's one shot, and just look at the way that Ryan plays this. Gets a double kill. Sure, he's wiped out, but my goodness, what a great play. Regardless, though, that's going to set up Rain to try and go and pick up this B flag.
Yeah, Rhino played his life perfectly right there in that red room, able to get enough damage down to allow his team to break out of that triple cap, but unfortunately for them,
wow,
2 Strongholds still in the favor of Pioneers, and look at that scoreboard early.
You know, I felt like Rain was in a good spot there, right? You get a double kill courtesy of Ryan Noob, and then Rain goes in to clean up on aisle 3, but then out of nowhere, right, the big save comes through, and this continues to be a game that goes in the benefit of Pioneers. They have a donut for E United. Look at that. I mean, 65, and they finally start earning points.
Yeah, and we've seen swings happen all the time in these Strongholds
games.
You'll see a team go out even at like 100-0 lead at times, and because of that, the power of the trip cap, because of the power of control on maps like this, you can see them kind of deplete that scoreboard and make their way back into the game. But unfortunately for them, Pioneers has other plans as they're keeping the foot on the throat of E United, and look at that, Rockets in the hands of Druck.
Wow, you know what? E United was in a position to go grab the Rockets, Goof, but they could not. There was a player right on top of A, overlooking that and preventing that movement from happening. So they go ahead, scoop up Rockets, and now as a result of that, they got themselves a trip cap and Rockets to protect, and that's going to be a big hit there. 2 players down at A. They are going to flip it, but Soul Snipe is right there to receive them. Another one at the cafe. Manny's there to help out. That's an easy pickup, and we're right back where we started here. Beautifully done by Pioneers.
And another trip cap for Pioneers, not letting their foot off the gas at all. And I want to say something about the KC Pioneers team. They have been a roster for so long, playing together in all different kinds of game types, specifically Halo 5. They'll be playing 2v2s, money 2s, money 8s, 4v4s. They're always playing together. Even though this E United team has been a roster for quite some time, the longevity is in the favor of Pioneers, and it is showing right now in this game number 1.
Dude, Towlek, Soul Snipe, Druck, Manny, these are names that we've seen, especially toward the tail end of Halo 5, really find some success. They stuck with it. They continued to compete, whether it was in the online era of MCC and H5 Pro Series. Like, these guys have been around for so long, and it's about time to get their flowers here, Like, I feel like this is a roster that has so much potential, and you're starting to see it play out. The way that they're suffocating E United and giving them no room to work with is fascinating to watch.
Yeah, that was a big kill there by King Nick, able to get that Pioneers player out of C to maintain maintain their control on this map. And they're going to need more of those kind of clutch plays if they're going to want to come back against this fired-up Pioneers team. United, look at that, losing both B and C, so this could be dangerous for them as they do maintain C, but B still in trouble.
Even look at that play that just happened, right? You know that that player on balcony has an angle to look over B and can provide cover fire for the player on steps. So they send someone in the back, pull the attention away. They go back, capture B, and they continue to have presence here. They're giving United no room to breathe, and you're starting to see some desperate plays coming out of EU that they need to make happen if they want to come back into this game.
They are going to need to make better plays, that's for sure, as the score is getting away from them, GB, but finally able to get a couple of strongholds in their possession is United. Spartan has the rocket,
huge.
Able to get a big double kill, and now he's on a killing spree.
That was massive. Now, the thing is, do you play to your advantages? You just got 2 players down with 1 big old rocket, or do you try and just continue to maintain this 2 cap here? It seems like Spartan's idea is to just go and create carnage inside of C, which he successfully does so. And this is going to allow the rest of his teammates to collapse on Taulek, who's still here on the ramp. They get the kill. They know that they have them backs against the wall inside of Tram, and they'll continue to play this one out because they have a lot of points to regain here against Pioneers.
Yeah, Spartan, even though he was in that C area, choosing to leave C alone and just maintain pressure in this arcade area, help Ryan noob out and make sure they have each other's back. As look at that, GB Pioneers looking for the trip cap once again.
They could do this again.
And United can't afford any more slip-ups. They don't have much time to work with.
With the way that that last trip cap went, Goofy, I mean, anything at this point is possible for Pioneers. They have full control of the streets. Wow. It feels like this is their home. This is where they live. And United, they haven't paid rent yet. So we'll see now if they can just continue to hold this, because as time continues on, it's all Pioneers all day.
Yeah, and because of the layout of this map, it actually... players like a team like Pioneers thrives on this. It's so close quarters, it's so hectic, and Pioneer gets so much energy off that play style. They love running and gunning. They love rotation on these small maps. And as I say that, United able to finally get, once again, control back, but only 28 seconds left to go before Pioneers moves on with the 1-0 series lead.
And they just managed to obtain rockets here. A kill onto Spartan, looking for another one. Steps, goodbye. Maybe one more to boot. Boom! That's going to be a double for Manny. He's going to keep the good times rolling. A big battle here. And a good thrust! What a play from Manny! Absolutely pooping on Ray. And that applies the pressure. The points continue to count on. And what a play from him. Pioneers look incredible.
A triple kill, reverse thrust. Perfect. That was an insane show of BR gun skill right there. And Pioneers looking to go for another trip cap and close this game out with a bang.
Ridiculous display here from the Pioneers. They're showing that this is their time. This is their year. And if they keep playing like this, United, they're going to have to figure something out fast. But hey, the game's not over yet. In Strongholds, you still have an opportunity to come back into the game and prevent your opponents from earning points, just as you see right here. It's going to be United's time to strike, but the problem is they have to play flawless Halo, and against Pioneers feeling like this, that's difficult.
Yeah, and I bet both these teams were feeling fortunate about their matchup for a top 3 placement in the winners bracket right here. Pioneers thinking, okay, we don't have Cloud9, we don't have Optic, we got United. And on the other side, United's probably thinking the same thing. But right now, Pioneers showing that they are a force to be reckoned with, as they are only 4 seconds away from winning this game.
They got to break it. They managed to get inside of B, holding down the Old Town bar. But the problem is, though, again, it goes back to the fact that they have to just constantly rotate and move around. They have to constantly get into a hill and just essentially send bodies. But I don't think it's going to matter. That's going to be the game, and the Pioneers managed to walk away with game 1. 250 to 100 domination from the start for the Pioneers.
Yeah, that was a very impressive gameplay out of Pioneers, showing us that they've earned their spot here in this winners bracket semifinals. Looking for a spot in the winners bracket finals, GB. Honestly, I didn't think I'd be saying that right now. They have an opportunity to be top 3 from the winners bracket.
Real talk, right? I was talking to Clutch, okay? You know how all this goes, right? And I was like, you know, Pioneers, man, coming to this event, they probably can get top 4. Wes is like, no shot. And I get it, right? Because the names that are on that team, and we didn't know where they would end up on the bracket. And I don't want to say that they're in this position purely because of the way the bracket plays out. They've earned this, and I do think that they contend very well, as well as United, against the likes of Optic, FaZe, Cloud9, right? But for them in this situation, man, like, the way that they play there, they're playing like a team that has found a second gear, and that is scary in Championship Sunday, Goofy. You know all about that.
Yeah, scary indeed. And a team like Pioneers thrives off of momentum, right? So that a win like that, the rotations being on point, we saw that triple kill reversal, stuff like that gets them fired up, and now they're going to be looking to carry that momentum into the rest of the series and the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's take a look at the series layout and where we are right now. If you're just joining us, the Pioneers have managed a massive win on Stronghold Streets, 250 to 100. Now we're going to be taking it over to Bazaar Slayer, and we'll see what the Slayer game mode can provide for E United. We know they got some Slayers on that team. You can get Ryan Noob to be a little cheeky in the back lines, right? Cause some problems. He loves to make those plays happen. Spartan, if he gets hot, watch out Pioneers. But I think that Pioneers' objective here is just to ensure that that never happens. It sounds easier said than done, but they cannot allow a player like Spartan to get hot.
Yeah, and if I'm E United, I understand that this is a big game too. You don't want to go down 2-0 in a series against a team like Pioneers. And on Bazaar at Team Slayer, there's a few things to consider. You got to get those rockets off the start. You got to try to get the overshield. There's a bulldog, grapple, dime. There's so much to control in that middle alleyway of the map. The dynamo grenades, right? So whichever team is controlling these power-ups, and these power weapons, they're going to be the ones that are successful in this game.
That's right. Well, let's jump into the action. Here we go. Game 2. Can E United bounce back, or will the Pioneers find themselves with a 2-0 lead? I do believe, though, that E United will start this game off with a bang. I've seen their starts on Bazaar, and they are very, very scary. Pioneers have to be prepared for this here, and you're going to be playing in the beginning for the overshield as well as the rocket launchers located at the top of the tower. A lot of attention is going to be placed, though, toward the OS. You're going to see attention split, and here we go now as we're kicking things off with the star of our last game. It was Manny, who was unreal, and a big win there for Ryan Noob to start things off.
Yeah, Ryan Noob always in the position that you don't want him to be as an opponent. Every time you're like, I hope I can stay alive here, Ryan Noob's like, no, I already know what you're thinking. So he's always a step ahead of the competition, it looks like, but he eats a rocket. He has the rocket and makes the player eat it, and the overshield in his hand as well. A great start right now for E United, 4-0.
Yeah, Ryan Noob is super fed here, right? What I mean by that, if you're from you watch games like League of Legends, you know what that term is, but the point is he's got the overshield, he's got the rockets, he's basically got all the items, all the power items invested to him, as well as the grapple shot, which allows him to be able to get to these high points here. Misses that shot, but he's got the backup there from Sparty McFly. We'll see, though, if they can continue this, because right now it's a bakery there for Pioneers. They're opening up a donut shop, and finally they get themselves a breadstick.
Yeah, and you couldn't have asked for a better start if you're an E United fan. This is exactly what they needed to kind of rebound after a very tough Game 1 loss. And now Rain, after a struggle in that Game 1, showing his VR skill right there.
Yeah.
Druck able to take him out, though.
That's a player that I need to see become activated, because when we were covering Rain, I believe I was casting with Tony here, and oh my God, Goof, the man did nothing wrong. It was like every shot connected, every movement, everything he did. It was like calculated. It was like I was watching Lunchbox play. It was just absurd, and I think that if he can continue to do something like that and continue to have that momentum, E United, they should walk away from this Slayer with a dub. I mean, 11-4 out the start, not how you want to begin this Bazaar Slayer if you're Pioneers.
And Ryan Noob is in a great position right now to control that next overshield as well. So when it rains, it pours. If you're not careful, Pioneers, this game can get out of hand really quick. That overshield has just spawned, and Ryan Noob is in a great position to look down at it.
Yeah, look exactly at his positioning. They have another one over by the locker as well, so they're good. This is a second overshield that E United have been able to obtain. They made the call. They know exactly where they're going to be coming from, so all they have to do is just quell the attack, ensure that they are rotating and meeting them wherever they decide, whatever choke they decide to exit out of. And it seems like Ryan Noob's going to be running into Taulik here.
Yeah, this is exactly what you have to do with overshield. Despite him being in a quote-unquote like oversight position earlier, because he had that overshield, he understands he needs to be aggressive and make a play, even though he has the lead. That's what I love about great shots out of Ryan Noob right there for that perfect. That's what I love about players like Ryan Noob, and he's kind of carved out that that personality and that gameplay, that style of Halo where he's always making the right play, making the game-winning plays. He doesn't care about his stats. He's just trying to make the right plays, and right there we see it with the overshield.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such an intelligent player. He gets the OS and gets 2 kills out of it. What more could you possibly want there? You're going to continue to extend this 10-frag lead for E United. That's what that play did there. It just continues to establish his dominance. And, you know, Soul Snipe and company, they're looking for an opening here, right? Taulik and Manny, they're not really getting off to the start that they wanted. E United, they're doing a brilliant job of sticking together and ensuring that they're getting a bunch of BR shots because you don't want to just go no shields here. Halo Infinite, the BR hits hard and you regen those shields a little slowly. So you want to ensure that you're working with your teammates there.
Yeah, not able to get that kill, but able to get the assist there with the rocket. Actually, he did get that kill with the rocket, excuse me. 21-11, 10-kill deficit, and Manny able to get some kills on the board. A great flank by him right now, and they're going to need more plays like this if they're going to come back in this game.
There you go. That's what you need to have happen. But here's the thing, though, Goofy. Are they going to win that overshield? They have not been able to get it thus far. It has been a problem for them, and OS is going to spawn up, I believe, in like 3 seconds or so, and they know that. That's why they're putting so much attention over there. Druck has to stop this with the Bulldog, has to live and stays alive against Rain, but he can't be in a position to help out with that OS. And guess what? E United gets another overshield.
Yeah, and that's going to be the bane of the game for Pioneers. Not able to control those power-ups is going to come back to bite you in the behind. Players like Ryan, new players like Rain, always on top of these power-ups and power weapons on the map, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
2 kills there for Pioneers, trying to rally the troops and get back into this. They're going to be down by 8 kills. It was a 10-kill lead at one point for E United, but I mean, you know, Goof and Slayer, man, like things that a lead like that so early in the game, that is so tough to come back from.
Yeah, and it just gives you confidence too as a player, as a team. You know you don't have to initiate the pushes.
Yeah.
You can, like we saw when Ryan gets an overshield, but you get the opportunity to decide when you're going to make the play as compared to Pioneers down by so much, but they're shutting down the gap a little bit, only down by 5 right now.
And that's the scary part here is that Pioneers, you know, they get these hot streaks and they really take advantage of them, and it seems like everything's working out here. Now Manny's going to need some help down mid. Does he have this assistance that he needs as Druck is going to circle around the corner? Big play flying in, but no, he ends up dying, but there is going to be another kill happening there. And now Manny with those dynamo nades, a big kill on terrain. The dynamo's so powerful. You're going to see players going for that so many times, Goofy, because it's just such a vital piece of the toolkit.
Couple members of Pioneer stuck in that closet, and Druck does go down, but able to get a kill before he does. And now Soul Snipe just trying to keep Taulik alive, and like I said, GB, this OV is going to be so important, and this next one, Pioneer's gonna have to get their hands on it as they're still down by 6 kills.
They need it, but that overshield could very well be it. They have to get the OS, but I'm actually looking at these rockets here, man, because, you know, that would be like the instant reaction from them. That'll be the thing that can really put them back into the fight. But who knows, man, if they're able to obtain that. The rockets are up. They have not been grabbed yet. King Nick knows that, and Ryan Noob's there. So they lost out on the power item again. Well, actually, did Ryan Noob get it?
So I believe both the overshield and rockets are in the hands of E United at the worst time possible if you're a Pioneers fan. And that's what I'm talking about, GB. The moments where you need to be on your A game, there's always these pockets of time in each of these Halo games where you have to make the right play. You have to get the kills in time. And Ryan Noob, Spartan, Rain, they're always in positions to grab these important power-ups and power weapons when it matters most.
What I like about Ryan Noob's playstyle here in Tower is that, you know, a lot of players, like, they move around a lot when they're shooting, but Ryan Noob just takes his time. He's chilling out, right? And yeah, sometimes that could work, you know, against you, but it's really just the positioning that E United have here. Still, though, I mean, Pioneers, they're trying to fight their way back into this, but what was a 4-kill game has now extended to a 12-kill game, and the reason why, Goof? Power items.
Yeah, a great way to answer after a tough Game 1 loss for E United, as they're only 8 kills away from tying the series up.
Their control of the map has been stellar. Not the player, but the action itself.
Good player.
And a good player, yeah. You know, he lives up to the name, that's for certain. Actually playing right now, as a matter of fact, here Huge frags coming out of Spartan for the triple kill. Perfect reversal. Give him every single medal 3-4-3. This guy's on fire. And literally what we were talking about going into this game, Goofy, you need Spartan to be the difference maker, the Sparty diff, and that is exactly what we're seeing. 18 kills for him. Big
time players make big time plays. Spartan known for his slaying ability and able to team with players like Ryan, Nick, and Rain. Just those efficient Halo players really allows him to thrive. And look at Spartan picking up where he left off after that impressive triple kill.
Look at the help. Look at the help. That was beautiful. And that's going to do it. E United walk away 50-35. A 20 kill game for Spartan.
Yeah, 20 kills. He knew his back was against the wall after that game one, right? Going down 2-0, we talked about it against a team like Pioneers who thrives off of momentum. Spartan shut it down, drops 20 kills, gets the reversal triple kill to put a cherry on top for that win, and now they're feeling good going into game 3.
That was great. Well done by E United. But of course, if you're Pioneers, right, you're looking back on that game and you literally have to brush it off, right? You have no choice at this point because that was a shellacking, right? 50-35, not fun. But they just, it feels like E United kind of returned the favor, right? So now we're here, 1-1. There you can see the scores there. Kind of different stories in each game where E United was frazzled, not quite sure how they wanted to execute on any of those hills, and multiple trip caps coming from Stronghold. From Pioneers. And then here, just Spartan just slaying his heart out.
Yeah, Spartan, a big reason why United dominated that game too, but everyone playing the roles. We saw Ryan controlling all the overshields, just kind of directing the team as he does. And if I'm Pioneers, I'm telling myself, listen, they want a game 2 Slayer. Like, that's a flip of the coin type of game. As a player, we always say that to each other, like game 2, like the
You're
Slayers.
in a best of 3 now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you won the objective game dominantly, right? A lot of times competitors say the objective game really shows the more competitive team like thrives in those objective games, right?
Sure.
But so if I'm Pioneers, I'm telling myself, hey, we got to capture the flag on Aquarius coming up, followed by an oddball. We can try to close this out in 4.
Yeah, that's true. Now, here's the only thing that I'm a little caveat, right? It's Aquarius CTF, and you have Ryan on E United.
That's true.
And if you give him an opportunity to, wiggle his ray, this is him moving.
He likes to wiggle.
He's a little wiggler. You know what I mean? If he does that, I don't know. I just don't know if Pioneers have an answer to that, because a lot of teams struggle with that. We've seen it all throughout the HCS, H5, Halo 3, right, H2A. The man knows how to just get behind the enemy lines and just harass nonstop. It had to have been annoying to play against as well. I know you teamed with him as well, right, for a little bit, but had to be annoying to also play against too.
Definitely. Ryan known for his annoying play style, right? But if I'm Pioneers, you have to know that. You have to know Ryan is going to be trying to get behind you. You have to know he's going to be trying to be that annoying player. And you have to try to counter it, and that's what I expect to see out of Pioneers in this game. You cannot allow Ryan to kind of start being that thorn in your side. You got to shut him down early. You got to control the camos. You got to be aggressive on E United. You can't let them do the same to you. We'll
see if Pioneers can do it. Now time to jump into our third map here, Aquarius CTF. And I had the opportunity to cast the guard versus Na'Vi this morning. I don't know. I think you were on desk for that, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes.
That's right. Because I remember all the white shirts. And dude, that turnaround from Na'Vi was ridiculous. The way that they just controlled the entirety of the map, and I think that's what E United is going to look to do here, but with a I guess a little sliver of aggression courtesy of Spartan, especially if he's fragging out the way that he did in that Bazaar game.
Yeah, Rain right now on your screen. He is going to be a big part of the success of this E United team, who have hopes to win the entire tournament, as Soul Snipe is able to take down Sparty, and Rain is going back towards his base and playing a little bit of defense. Yeah, things are slowing down here at the start of Aquarius CTF, right? Both teams are, nicely done, and that's just the power of the Dynamo nades there, but a good pickup. I believe that was going to be Druck that was there for the support. Ryan Noob playing in these nerdy spots. He's got eyes on him. Actually nails that shot. Fun fact, yesterday in the Big Team Bonanza, I grabbed the heat wave on, I forget the name of the dang map, and I was shooting it cross map, and I did not realize that the heat wave dissipated after a distance. So yeah, so much for me thinking I had a 5-headed play there. Was not happening. Yeah, the Heat Wave and the Mangler, both weapons have surprisingly long range, but maybe not on a big team battle map.
Maybe not in a big team battle map. Hey, you know what though? I mean, at this point in time here, look at the way the Dynamo Nade just forced the positioning away. Yeah, it's such a frustrating thing to play against. 2 players low. Ryan Noob is going to get caught, but there's going to be another one here as well. Big kill for Rain, excuse me. That's not going to start this push here over on the blue utility side of the map. Question is, like, you know, Pioneers are prepared for this, Goofy. How they're going to respond?
And this is what I see a lot out of E United. They're so good at pushing together, right? You see pairs of 2 right there. Nick, along with his teammate, pushing into the enemy's base. Vitalik right behind them with the flank. Nice back smack to shut that down. But keep your eyes open for those kind of 2-man pushes that E United loves to do. Yeah, and you know, that is something that you're going to be seeing a lot of. But on the flip side of it, that's where Pioneers, right, they're prepared for it. They're waiting for it. And now they're going to be playing on the defense. They clear out 2 members. This push is pretty much not going to happen, but it was a valiant effort nonetheless. And at the very least, it forces them in the back. Solsnipe doing everything he can to just try and give them some more time for his teammates to spawn up as he gets wiped out. Druk now on your screen, looking to try and catch some people with his sidekick perhaps here in a pretty strong start, I'd say, for Rain. On the opposite side, Taulik has been the one that has had a pretty heated start as well. But 3 down now for Pioneers. Solsnipe, the last one left alive again in the same role that he found himself before. At this time, the heat wave is going to disintegrate him. Yeah, if you're Solsnipe there, you just want to focus on staying alive as long as possible. The absolute worst thing to do is go 4 down. But unfortunately for him, he was pushed by 2 United players who didn't have much of a chance to stay alive. Ends up getting some more help there from Druk, who's playing the back of his flag. No opportunities for them to push. And he's navigating around. The call came. It's over here, over on the P side, right? Where are these players going to be located? But he's still on the hunt. He hasn't really found what he's looking for. It does get that heat wave, though. I'm sure he was looking for that bad boy because he was using that just a little while ago. Push is going to be happening on the left side. Druk waiting to see if anyone's going to try and extend over into the mid. He is getting challenged low, makes the call, and that is going to be a disintegration onto King Nick. Let's see if they can continue this one. Yeah, neither team able to get an upper hand early in this game, but if any team has been the aggressor so far, it has been E United consistently pushing in to the utility side of Pioneers, and that's what you're going to see these top teams try to control on this game type. You want to get into the utility of the other team's base and run the flag that way. You have the most cover, it's the most efficient flagpole, and E United trying to execute. This really has been a tug of war. It's like I'm watching Squid Game, you know? Who's going to get dropped? Because a double kill could certainly help out here, but that Dynamo Nade is going to do no favors for anyone. Spartan on the low side of the map on the Pioneers portion here. The assist comes in from Ryan Noob. I think they made that call. They knew that they had to get rid of him, and they do just that. 2 players are going to be down here. This push is effectively dead. A good attempt by Ryan Noob. And now we could potentially see Pioneers make this push happen. A big win there by Solsnipe. Now, here we go. The aggression, and now E United have to play defense. Yeah, first time what it seems like in this game, Pioneers able to be aggressive and already move the flag to that halfway point in front of E United's base, and they have camouflage, double kill for Manny, and he continues to run this flag. This is looking fantastic for Pioneers, potentially putting that first flag on the board here. It's so close to doing so. Druk is there to just play defense, to just help his teammate out, and number 1 goes to Pioneers as they are looking to march forward here in this competition, maybe go up 2-1 after this one, but there's still so much more Aquarius left to play. That's the thing about this Pioneers team. Whenever they get their opportunity, they seem to consistently capitalize. And now on the other side, we're seeing Ryan and the boys on E United try to tie things up. Yeah, because they had that flag cap and they put so much effort into it. They had to send everyone back to try and get control of their base so that this way they can capture it comfortably. That results in a counter cap, and we're right back where we started. E United, what a response from them. Yeah, the counter cap is deadly for as long as I can remember in Halo Esports history. You know, you got to be very careful. You got to stay on your P's and Q's to make sure you don't full send for that cap. Otherwise, not just can you get counter capped on, but it could lead to a string of counter caps as we're seeing Ryan once again run the flag from utility to utility, and so far it's looking good for him. Yeah, this is called a good old-fashioned relay. When you get one cap and you start another one right off the back of it here. 3 players are going to be flanking on the left side. This cap is going to happen, but watch out though, because you got 2 members scratched at of Pioneers in the backfield here for E United. They clear 1, and great defense and the help. Ryan Noob, man, what a play, and they're doing another relay. E United's on fire here, Goofy. Yeah, in hindsight, was that cap worth it, GB? Because since then they haven't been able to regain control on the map, and Spartan and friends are on an absolute tear right now. Back-to-back caps for E United as they take the lead 3-1.
That is the E United difference, man. That's what players like Ryan Oob can provide you as well, because he's been the one that has allowed a lot of this to happen. He's the one that was able to help and get that double kill, and then on the opposite side of the map, they knew, hey, we're in a position to go ahead and make this cap happen. It's crazy to think. One flag cap, Pioneers are like, yeah, we got one on the board, and then E United is like, hold my beer. 3 more. Unreal.
Great execution by E
Whoa!
United there. King Nick, double kill, perfect. I love getting that medal. Very few things in life that are as satisfying as getting that perfect medal.
That's fair enough. I don't get to see it that much. You know, keyboard and mouse player. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're more of a hammer guy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if it's hammer starts, I think we're gonna be good. But hey, maybe I'm really good at griffball, right? Maybe that's where I need to be. That being said, though, man, it has been a struggle for Pioneers thus far. It does feel like they're flustered. They're just scrapping. They're trying to just make a pull happen, and they're kind of forcing the situation here, Goofy, and you know just as well as anyone else that once you do something like that, it could potentially crumble if you're not careful.
No, especially against the top of the top in terms of competition. You can't just try to just get a risky, you know, scrappy cap. It's very rare, and usually the risk is much higher than the reward for plays like that. And Manny still, though, able to keep the flag alive. So maybe this will turn into a good opportunity for KCP to try to get the second cap.
Yeah, the call was made. One player was going to be coming from utility. Now Manny's going to be playing backup duty here. He can still live inside of the enemy base. If he gets this kill here against Nick, potentially they could be looking at another cap here. The thrust right in, and a huge win for Manny. The cap is through, and they're relaying it again. They're doing the same thing that E United just did to them, Goofy. And this matchup continues to just give us everything we want.
And GB, I will say that kill on Nick where he thrust and didn't trade but stayed alive was a huge play. I like to refer to those moments as swing points in the game, and that was such a swing moment for KCP, able to stay alive in the base. And because of that, this flag has been moved so far on the map. Let's see if they can put it all the way to their base and tie it up.
Yeah, they got to make moves here, and that's why Soul Snipe, he's going to dump the flag. He's got a teammate off the spawn here, but a big win. Regardless, though, Druck is going to continue to bring this flag. He's so weak, though. He's halfway. The flag's right in front. Is anyone there to receive it? Manny does pick up the camo. The flag hasn't been capped again. Talent goes down. No one's there to stop it, though. The nades banked off of the roof there. Does he get the kill? He's got to swing around. He's got to get his body on this one. He does manage to gain possession, but Snow Snipe had to fly to it, and Spartan's going to bring this one straight across the map. What a response by E United.
Yeah, 3 members down for Pioneers, and there you see United gets the return.
Wow.
And counter caps once again, 4-2 lead. What looked like light at the end of the tunnel for Pioneers. E United shuts it down and counter caps, and now you're seeing on the scoreboard, on the kill feed right there, a couple kills for KCP, so maybe they could try to get a 3rd cap right now, but things are looking bleak.
Yeah, well, Druck's now going to be in the back of the base by himself, trying to pull attention his way, but won't be long for this world. It almost felt like that flag being present there was kind of like a bait. I don't know why, but it just felt like that. It felt like they weren't really too concerned about returning it, because they knew that they had the positioning to get the capture and do what they needed to do. And you could tell that Pioneers were scrambling at those final moments to just get that flag. But once you're in that state of mind that you have to just fly, that's where mistakes can be made. Now E United, they're going to be up 4-2. And if this continues now, we got 2 minutes left in the game. Plenty of time on Aquarius left to play. But E United, man, they're the best possible version of defense is offense, and that's what they're trying to attempt here.
Yeah, it's tempting, you know, when the opponent's flag is right at your cap point, you want to cap it so bad, but that's where you have to kind of take a step back and make sure you don't fall into the trap that E United plays for you. And that's exactly what we saw unfold here as Talent trying to start another flag run.
Oh, that was beautiful. I mean, granted, the flag is low, and that's exactly not where he wants it to be, but what a shot there from Talek onto Ryan Noob. He's been taking advantage of that thrust. The flag is still going to be available. 2 players are going to be right in front. Not much he could do there. Potentially, though, they can make this pull happen. And while all that was going on, they were able to obtain the camo. Nick goes down. Flag's going to be in yellow utility. The Druck is going to need the assistance. Heap gets a big win there against Rain. And now they're going to march his flag over to the blue side of the field.
Yeah, very big PR win there by Druck to continue to run that flag. Camera player does go down, courtesy of Spartan. And it looks like, can't confirm it. I mean,
we've been here before.
Yeah, we've been here before, but it looks like Pioneers are going to be able to get this 3rd cap, and now they're only down by 1, but only 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
That's right. They lost 2 players here. this is where you're going to look to Soul Snipe. He's been the guy that has been playing defense for them whenever they were going to be down. But unfortunately for him, Rain is going to get the better of him in that BR exchange. They lost a player on each side. Here comes Druk. You only got less than a minute to work with here. Got a teammate low. Manny with a big win. This is going to be a battle, but look at the nerd. Look at Ryan in the back, bro. I love that play. He was just waiting for it. But wait a minute. Has Druk gotten the better of Ryan? No, it's going to be Rain there for the backup. 2 players down, 40 seconds remaining. Pioneers have to fly if they want to tie this one up.
That's what we're talking about when we say Ryan Noob knows these situations. He knows how to play in every kind of close-knit scenario, and right there hiding in the base and able to put shots. But Manny and Pioneers here in a good position to try to run this 4th cap.
They have to do this, but the problem was that 2 players were located low side, but a double kill coming out for Druk here. He knows where the spawns are going to be, and they only have a few seconds remaining. Druk needs to win this fight, but Ryan Noob is going to win it instead, and the flag out in the middle, it's right there. You can taste it, you can feel it, but you got to go and grab that flag if you can. We're in overtime here, so there's still plenty of opportunity, but Ryan Noob with another back whack. He's going to try and end this one, and talk about a game from Ryan Noob. This man is so freaking good, and that is E United getting a crucial Game 3 victory 4-3.
Ryan Noob completely understanding the situation there at the end of the game. First, we saw him hide in that little nerd corner and put shots down on the player trying to run the flag.
Sick.
And then we saw him right there shut down the final opportunity.
That was sick. That like you see him running to the flag, and you're like, oh yeah, I got this. Base is open. Oh no, Ryan Noob.
If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Because those Pioneers players were going to get that flag, and I was like, why is no one shooting me? And Ryan Noob is right there to shut it down.
And then he also gets the double melee kills for the closeout there. Like Ryan Noob, and we had highlighted this before, right? A map like Aquarius plays so well into Ryan Noob's playstyle, and you can prepare for it, folks. But the truth is, executing is very different from preparation in this, because Ryan Noob knows, everyone knows that they're going to try and stop Ryan Noob. He knows that everyone's going to try and stop him. And try as you might, man, he always finds a way to thrive. It's incredible.
Yeah, and that was a back-and-forth game. So far, this has been a really good series. Both these teams just eager to get a spot in the winners bracket finals. Taking a look at the series layout here. 2-1 lead for the boys on E United as we hop into that live fire all ball next. But GB, so far E United has been able to rebound really well after a devastating Game 1 loss.
Really crazy to think as well that 3 of those captures for E United came off of the back of 1 capture from Pioneers. That scoreline could have been completely different. And granted, a lot of things happen, right? Like, we can't just go back in time and, Avengers this thing, right? Like, we have to, what would you change? But I just feel like the way that E United play off of the advantages that they create for themselves, right? Because a lot of teams get that. They get advantages, but they don't capitalize on those advantages. E United in this series have been superb at doing just that.
Yeah, very true. Teaming with Ryan Noob, I can tell you, he is always preaching to the team, have to press our advantages against the top tier teams. It's not often that you're getting openings, and even if they have the lead, even if you're up like 2-1 on the flag game and there's like a minute left, he's not going to sit back and play defense too often, right? We saw him at the end there do that in a very specific scenario, but he likes to press the advantages and keep the foot on the opponent's toe at all times. Yeah, well, by the way, folks, a update, if you're really into this game here in the Bravo Station, you don't have 2 streams open, which, by the way, you're the best. We thank you so much for joining us here. Updates over in the Alpha Station, Cloud9 up 2-0 over Optic Gaming. I mean, look, let's just be honest. When they were when they weren't really doing too well in the online games, I was like, just wait till land. Yeah. And I think they knew that as well. Cloud9 looks dangerous. I mean, very, very, very awesome game that's going on over there. Make sure you go check it out if you get a chance to do so. Also casted by the one and only Chris Puckett and Walshy. So you want to check out that action. Goof, though, it's been a pleasure. I've been having a blast here today, and this game has just been, it's been everything I could have possibly wanted. And 2 of my favorite words in esports is Game 5, GB. I want to see it.
I think we might get it.
5 here, but E United.
Actually, knock on wood. Hold on, I want to say that real fast. Okay.
E United doesn't want this to go to a Game 5. They want to shut it down right now and get their chance in the winners bracket finals as we're going to load into game number 4, Live Fire Oddball.
All right, let's do this bad boy. Let's see, Live Fire Oddball. You guys have heard about it all weekend long. The changes to Oddball dynamically adjusts how this game is played.
Yes.
Before it was about setups and scooping up time and, you know, the usual stuff that you see. But now with this round-based format, it changes the whole dynamic of the game mode. And on Live Fire, it's one of the few maps you have an opportunity to actually play the ball and remove it from the map here. But there's so many crazy angles and fights that are going to be happening on the low side because that's where the ball is positioned.
Yeah, big changes to the format for Oddball. You have 2 rounds with 5 minutes in each round, and as you're holding the ball, the timer will not move. So it adds a whole other dynamic to this game mode, and you'll see all kinds of strategies evolve as the life cycle of Halo Infinite goes on, and we're on board right now with Rain trying to get this kill on the player scoreboard, able to get some help from his team, and that overshield is going to be spawning, and Soul Sniper will gift wrap the sniper and overshield to United.
The help that he got. I mean, finally Rain is going to get taken out, but the rest of United is there. And what? Okay.
He repulsed the Obi.
That actually is a really clever play there. I quite like that. And
nice.
now they have everything.
Overshield in the hands of Spartan, and they're trying to rotate this ball. It's really hard to get it out of bottom middle, especially when, you know, members of both teams are alive, and Spartan knowing that, looking for some kills before he tries to move the ball, and he gets one right there.
Yeah, because the moment he grabs the ball and there's a player top mid, they're going to drop down and back-whack him. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion here. Spartan is going to have to run away from this one, though, as the spike grenades did a substantial amount of damage to him. He will be running into 2 members of Pioneers in a moment's notice, and Ryanoob on the flank. Ball still going to be low. It's such a low-scoring game at this point. No one has been able to get control here, and it's very clear both of these teams, man, the way that they're playing, it's such an even affair.
Yeah, and that's why I actually really enjoy the fact that the ball is bottom middle, and it takes a lot of execution to get it out of there. As you see, the boys on Pioneers able to rotate it over to back tower towards the pillars. Ryanoob sensing that he's in danger, the ball has been played, he's rotating all the way around with the sniper rifle, puts it in his back pocket and just picks up the ball, and that's how you know Ryanoob is here to play, he's here to win, doesn't care he has a sniper, he just wants to get the ball time.
And the best part about that too is that he had a tee beautifully done by King Nick, okay? The thing that I liked there was that he went for the ball, he had a teammate in the garage area, but there was another opponent from Pioneers there. So instead of him taking a ball and then, you know, using his momentum to go into the garage, no, he goes back over to tower because that's where 2 teammates are going to be positioned. And as a result of that, Goofy, they're getting a lot of points here, and Pioneers have to find a way to stop this.
Spartan put that overshield to great use. Now his backs up as he spots a couple players towards that nest area, and Ryanoob suspects that danger as he rotates as well. But a couple kills on the board as 3 members for United fall, and this is an opportunity for Pioneers, excuse me, to try to get back into this game.
Yeah, and they're going to need it here, right? It's a similar setup to what we saw from United. Hold the ball over by tower, you get pressured, you play the ball up in the you know, on the outside there, throw it away. But man, what a game that we're seeing here as the ball now, the rotations. This is probably my favorite part of Oddball as well. It's been seeing the rotations from these players and how they just, you know, because you could slide that ball so quickly and just fast move it across the other side of the map here, but you need to know when is going to be that time to drop the ball, go and help out, right? And just look at the assistance that Talik is providing. Beautifully done, a great slay, but do they have it? Yes, they do. They're going to bring it over to the garage.
That was so nasty by Talik. He got into that engagement with Nick while he was scoreboard. Nick was up on sandbags, and he had a split second to, like, confused Nick and run into garage and came back around. Nick had no idea that Talik had rotated into garage, and because of that play by Talik, he's getting ball time, trying to bring his team back into this game, and look at that, all tied up.
Yeah, Talik is looking to get a little creative here, but a good effort is going to die, but it does have the backup. Spartan with a sniper again, and the sniper has not really played much of a difference here. 4 down for United, by the way, but it just goes to show, right, you don't really have enough time to set up with the sniper on Oddball Live Fire because you're constantly moving around. If anything, this is the power weapon, the freaking Mangler.
Definitely, and teaming with Ryanoob, I know he said that before too, sometimes having the sniper rifle can actually harm you and your team because you think you're one of the power players in the map and you try to make plays when really if only you had your BR out, you could do more damage. If you have the Mangler, you can get some kills. So
yeah,
not only is the sniper rifle really hard to use in this game, which I do enjoy, but you have to be careful when you're trying to use it.
Yeah, it's something that players kind of get tunnel vision and they want to hold the sniper the whole time. But that is the angle you want, Manny. Well done, lad. Looking for another one as well. Is he going to nail it? Yes, he does because he has the overshield protection. One more to boot. Yeah, finish that up. You're good, baby. A double kill there. Manny picking up where he left off in that Slayer game we saw earlier. He struggled a little bit, you know, on flag, but found some success a few times. And this has been a beautifully well-executed round here by Pioneers. United got to find a response.
Yeah, United had such a big lead to start things off. I believe it was like 40-4 or something. And since then, 90 points or so for the boys on Pioneers as they have completely rebounded from a tough loss in the last game and a tough start to this game. They're looking to get that lead in round one of Oddball.
What a play, a rotation around. Ryan Noob is just looking around for Manny, but he is slippery. He is so slippery, and he's still alive. Can he still manage to pick up a kill there? It does a little bit of damage, I believe. Now, does manage to get Nick. Spartan's going to cut off Druck. What does Druck do? Druck with a big trade there. That's going to benefit. That's going to benefit United. That's going to give him a little bit of time to maybe get that ball back and set up, but it's going to be a no man's land here. Huge pickup there by Rain. Another drop down in front, and that now is Pioneers. The swings continue. This is what an incredible game we're watching.
Yeah, big trade right there by Manny. He had no business getting that, but the heat wave worked in his favor. 93 seconds, only 6 to go for Pioneers as they will be able to win this round. Only 4 seconds left to go, GB.
Yeah, well, you know what? Pioneers, that one little play was enough. All they needed was Taulik to stay alive, to scrap up those final points, and they successfully do so. Pioneers go up 1-0 on live fire. Oddball, if you're just joining us, this has been an incredible series between two very game rosters looking to punch their ticket to the winners finals.
Yeah, backs against the wall for Pioneers right now as only one more loss in the game and they will be knocked out of the winners bracket. So big win right there for them.
That final play was exquisite, by the way. I forget who it was, but they grabbed the ball and they realized that they weren't going to win the fight. So they grabbed the ball, scooped up like 3 seconds, and then tossed it over to the tower side. Man, it's like the small details like that is the reason why I love this game. But now, Overshield's going to be available, Goofy. And Pioneers want it, but I think United want it just a little bit more.
And smart play by Manny there, knowing, I mean, yeah, you would like to get the overshield, but don't die and not get it, right?
Yeah.
So he knew that United was going to be able to get the overshield, so he chooses instead to back up and try to engage in a different battle.
Yeah. 19 seconds gain, a play ball comes through. They have that overshield. Rain, I guess he figured he was going to be getting pressed from tower side. Instead, he's going to turn around and go and help out. 2 kills here for United. Where's the setup going to be? They managed to get themselves 3. They have the tower side locked. If they clear out Manny, they should be okay. And finally, Nick is going to wipe out Manny, and we can start to see United earn some points.
Yeah, great execution there all around by United, able to get that ball moving towards the tower now. They do understand Druck is trying to stay alive near the nest. I'd imagine they're going to try to focus that kill on him, but top middle is also a point to be concerned about as players are dropping on both sides. 3 members, though, currently down for Pioneers. Manny able to weather the storm and get one on Spartan.
Now, we saw this before. United, they went up by a sizable amount in round 1, and Pioneers managed to claw their way back into the game. So, by no stretch of the imagination, is this just going to be a romp for United here. Soul Snipe now. Maybe looking to channel some magic, the rotation coming through, going to the green side of the map. And as a matter of fact, Nick is going to land right in front of him. Can he get the ball in time? Oh, man. While he does get the assistance, the ball is going to be played, and he has to just wait this one out here. Manny waiting for the opportunity to strike, but oh, the kills are coming in hot and heavy. Druck can't stay alive, even though Taulik's in a position to get one frag. At the very least, is he going to be able to help out to get the OS? And no, he cannot. United obtains it yet again.
Yeah, United with the overshield, with the ball and control of the map. Things going totally in their favor in this second oddball round.
Because you have to put so much effort, right, to get to that ball player. And then once that ball is played, then you have to go all the way back underground. It's so hard to have to, you know, not only figure out that, but then also crack the egg of getting the ball low.
And 3 members fall once again for Pioneers. And so far, this round has been all United, as you see King Nick on your screen with the Mangle. And actually, I don't think he's no longer King Nick. He's just Nick. I need to get used to that. Same with KCP. I'm so used to calling them that. But they're Pioneers. He's Nick. Everyone's rebranding. We got Lucid. We got all these people trying to rebrand themselves. I like it. I'm here for it as Nick does go down.
Yeah, I'm going to just rebrand to just Boy. That's what I'm going to be. Just Boy. Or Hammer Boy.
To the Hammer Boy. There
or Hammer Boy. Maybe I'll do that as well.
Asterisk Boy.
Asterisk Boy as well. Yeah, I guess that works out. Superstar. Man, Pioneers have managed to get this ball, but here comes Rain around the mountain. Here he comes. That's 1 kill. The play ball comes through. 2 kills there. Some time earned for the Pioneers, but way more for United. 78 to 29. Great assistance. Look at the help there that Nick gave to Rain to keep him alive and keep the sniper in play. They're going to take that ball and bring it back over to tower. Now, this is an optimal setup with sniper and ball.
Yeah, big plays being made by, it seems like any E United player we switch to, they are getting the kills they need to get. They're making the rotations, and like only 8 seconds to go now as we're on board with Spartan, as this would push us into a third round of this oddball match.
Yeah, and he's in such a high angle here.
Oh!
No, he plays the ball, but they just need 1 point. Pioneers now have to be perfect. There's going to be 2 members down low. They grab the ball, and that is going to be the round. And again, it goes back to the fact that you had to invest so much to just force that player off of that position to begin with. No one was there to receive the ball once it respawned.
Round number 3 of Oddball. If E United is able to win this round, that will advance them to the winner's bracket finals and knock Pioneers down to the elimination bracket. So back totally against the wall in this round for Pioneers.
No mistakes. No mistakes. I'm sure that's what they're saying in the comms, right? You got to play smart, play your life intelligently. Here comes Druck, Mangler. Nick knows, I got to get out of there. Once you hear those Mangler shots, you ain't trying to fight that. But he chased after the kill and exposed himself there and dies as a result of that from a well-placed nade from Spartan.
Yeah, great job by Nick, expecting that player to push him and baiting him directly into 2 of his teammates towards that green side. Now SoulSnipe with the sniper, and nice job staying alive there, but finally gets taken down. The sniper rifle will be down there in front of that garage door. Talik in a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure Talik would have loved to have been able to get to the garage door, right? But the problem is, he was stopped right at the entrance. And he gets it. Oh, okay. But he gets it, but does he have help? His teammates are in garage. He's got to get to them. They're sending every single nade that's been manufactured by the UNSC over to that direction, and Nick is going to sweep around this corner, but they're holding on. They got that ball still. That's fascinating.
And the fact that the ball player was able to stay alive there at green, and not only stay alive, but take out Nick along the way, that was really big for Pioneers, able to get a bit of time on the board, as it is still very close, 16 to 11, so neck and neck.
Ball has been obtained by Nick. He's bringing it over to the tower. They have control of this area. No one is in the vicinity for Pioneers. They're all going to be located inside of garage. More time being scooped up. Mid plays from Spartan, very effective as he's able to get a kill there. And you can see that this push is going to be coming from green side, but they're all getting rocked here, right? Talik does manage to get a kill. He repulses up to the top and chases this one down. Oh, no, that was going to be Manny. Apologies for that. But regardless, though, they had to play the ball. The pressure was coming, and they're going to continue to invest into this. Or at least one player is forcing 2 members of E United back.
This is where you start to feel the pressure if you're on Pioneers, as E United had such a good setup right there and were able to get a big chunk of time. But
you get that all the time in keyboard and mouse, by the way. Just saying.
Fortunately for Pioneers, they were able to break that setup before it got a little bit too out of hand, and now they're only down by a few seconds here. So good answer by Pioneers.
Got to win this fight out. You had the overshield. You ate that melee, but instead he's just going to run away from this one, and wise enough, he's going to check the corners, but so much time, right? That's just time that Manny was ripped away from all of that he could have been using to help out his teammates. Ball has been played in the middle and has been picked up by E United again. Who's going to meet him outside over here? Because Rain's telling him, hey man, the door's wide open, come on in. I made cookies. And they got that ball inside, so now this is where the heat wave is going to be very effective in this close range fight.
And now we don't see this side of the setup too often, as Druck takes down Ryan. That Mangler is so deadly with a double kill. Druck making plays when his team needs it most. And like I was saying, CB, you don't see this garage setup too often, or at least we haven't so far in these matches. You don't have the opportunity to play the ball as easy as you do towards the tower. So if you do die and lose the setup, it's scary because the other team can just reverse it and hold the setup for themselves.
Yeah, your best option is to play the ball in the no man's land by scoreboard and dummies, right? Or you can bring it out over to green and then start this rotation around. There goes that heat wave that was supposed to be for E United, but instead it's going to be Talik getting a double kill with that one and a ball as well. He has a teammate, so he's going to pass it over to him and use the power weapon of the sniper rifle to fend off an attack. There's going to be one player on Nest. Here comes the collapse. No shot there confirmed for SoulSnipe, and the ball has been played. SoulSnipe here is going to get naded out by Rain, and the sniper's up for grabs. It is going to be picked up as well as the heat wave here.
Yeah, Rhino being in Nest there was so huge. Big shot there by Nick. By Rhino being in Nest, he was able to pinch that player with ball, and that's the opportunity you needed if you're E United to break the setup and get one of your own.
Is anyone for Pioneers able to get over shield? It seems like SoulSnipe was that player. Do they use the OS to make this push happen? A great read and a great call out for E United. Spartan knew that a player was going to be dropping down. But here we go, the pressure now, the flank, I like that repulsor play too, to send the ball as far out to the green as possible on the rotation, because he knew that they were getting pressed from Garage. Nick goes in, a beautiful kill there with the heat wave, and he's gonna keep this one going. This life stays alive.
Yeah, that was so impressive. The mechanics right there, sprinting, sliding, shooting, meleeing, and still being staying alive, not trading right there. So Nick doing a great job utilizing all the abilities in his arsenal right there. And now they do have the lead. Only 31 seconds left for E United, and they will advance to the winners bracket finals. GB, this is a big moment right now.
This is so close, but Pioneers, man, they're right there. They're right there. If they can just push it and force him off and get ready to receive low and get that ball, maybe that's the opening they need. The ball has been played. Is anyone there to stop it? 2 players are down for E United. The ball is going to be up for grabs, and it's obtained. The flank pushing in from the Garage side as Rain cannot stay alive against Manny. Towleg takes that ball, brings it out. Druck with a massive kill, but a push around the corner from Garage side. It's still going to be 2 down here. Druck has to clean up this kill. Can't quite do it yet, though.
That's the second time we've seen Nick just slither his way around the corner and stay alive, but he was taken out, so not able to stay alive for too long as Druck trying to clean up this player. Top nest, Soul Snipe is right there. He should be able to get the cleanup kill, and yes, he does, as the ball is down at green, and only 16 seconds to go for E United to win this game. You gotta be very careful for Pioneers.
He gets another one. He's going for the double kill, and the melee trade. Is anyone there to get the ball, though, for Pioneers? Spartan has no health. His 2 teammates are dead. He knows that he has to make a play and push this here. Once somebody coming from Garage, he's gonna be getting shot from the right side. Actually, Soul Snipe did not see that, and the ball gets played. So now it's a battle back low again. Overshield up for grabs. Pioneers should be able to obtain this here, and Soul Snipe's going to go in for the help. Can he win out this fight? No, he gets 1, but it's going to be Nick for the other kill. He's hearing the call outs. He has to push over to tower. You only have 10 seconds remaining here, and he's going to the best possible position on the map. No one is in a vicinity to stop him, and ladies and gentlemen, E United are moving on to the winners finals. What a game from both teams.
E United playing a perfect Halo to finish off that oddball game. What a performance out of E United after losing a game 1 in that dominating fashion by Pioneers. It's got me thinking, is Pioneers going to be able to secure themselves a spot in the winners bracket finals? But E United says no way, and they won the next 3 games.
There was just so much going right for Pioneers, right? And then, just like that, right? You get the Ryan Noob well, first you get Spartan popping off on Bazaar, and then followed by Ryan Noob making some god tier plays, and then the whole squad really coming together on live fire. The rotations were great. Even though they gave up Overshield a few times, they realized that the true objective, what they needed to do, the whole purpose of that game mode, get that ball, give up those things, because you know what? You could play around that and maybe force Pioneers to make mistakes. They did that so many times. What a game.
What a game, what a series, GB. Game 1, heavily favored for Pioneers. Game 2, heavily favored for E United. But those games 3 and 4 were so close, they could have gone either way. So Pioneers has to know that, understand that they are still very much in this tournament, as they're going to be knocked into the elimination bracket. And E United has to be feeling good after winning some very close games. And nothing like winning some close games to advance in the bracket.
That's right. And, if I'm a bet man, I would assume that Cloud9 has won their match. Maybe we'll get an update from our production team in the back. They've been doing a great job, by the way. I just got word, actually, because they're really good at their jobs. 2-1 Cloud9. So Cloud9, I believe, dropping their first map of the tournament, which is great. When you really think about it, because you don't want anyone going undefeated here. You want to watch more Halo, baby. That's what we all want. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Cloud9 did actually lose a map to Quadrant, which, again, big shout outs to our French friends in Quadrant for doing that. But man, that was unreal. And E United now in the winners finals. Did you see them in this position, Goofy?
Honestly, I personally do think E United has what it takes to have a spot in the winners bracket finals. But looking at this bracket, a lot of the tough competition is on that upper side, right? You have FaZe, Optic, Cloud9, all those teams towards the top side, and Sentinels is actually on that side earlier too, losing to Optic. So E United, obviously getting, catching their stride and beating the opponents in front of them. That's all you can do, is beat the team in front of you. They didn't pick the bracket, but they have found themselves here in the winners bracket finals, and I expect them to give either Optic or Cloud9 a huge run for their money, and honestly, it's not going to be a foregone conclusion that either of those teams is going to beat E-United, because E-United is playing amazing Halo right now.
Yeah, man. You know, with the game having just come out, right? And yes, there are some favorites coming into the tournament. Cloud9, Optic, Sentinels. Everyone was talking about them. But the LAN difference, man, you know, like players just, they function differently. You can see they're vibing differently. The confidence, the fights that they're taking, if anything, they're going to go back online and be like, oh my God, can I please play on LAN again? Yep. Because you're seeing players that are fighting, like Spartan's confidence in a lot of those fights. Rain as well, right? Has contributed so much to E-United's success. But then on the flip side of that, you have a lot of teams that have really shown up here. And actually, speaking of, let's take a look at that elimination bracket, because on the bottom side of that, ooh, you got some spice down there.
Very spicy. Very spicy. Pioneers is going to play FaZe in the elimination quarterfinals, excuse me, and that's going to be a huge matchup. I expect it to go the distance, and on the bottom side there, you see Sentinels with the 2-0 lead over Space Station right there. Yep. So a couple of really, really interesting and good matches in the elimination bracket, along with the upper winners bracket. So we have so much more Halo to go.
No love loss between Sentinels and Space Station, I'm sure, with Formal jumping over to Sentinels right before the event. So if Sentinels are able to win that one, well, you know, that'll be some nice spice for the Twitters, you know. But on this stream, Goof, we're going to have FaZe versus Pioneers.
Can't wait.
I am so sad that I cannot commentate that game, because they are, like, I really have come to enjoy everything I've seen out of Pioneers. It's great to see those guys, right? That, you know, they were always like, they were always there, you know, they were always at that top 16, top 8, right? Some would say like the gatekeepers, right? Especially for a lot of the open teams. And it's about time that they get that opportunity to show that they contend right there with the top 4, top 5 teams in the game. That's their opportunity, and win against FaZe would be massive. Do you think they could do it?
I think they can do it. We've seen FaZe struggle for whatever reason. They have the roster, like an all-star, star-studded roster, but they haven't been able to really catch their stride so far this tournament. And inversely, Pioneers seems like they're playing at the top of their game, right? Losing that series, it was so close. We just saw it ourselves. And FaZe is going to have a tall order. I would consider FaZe to be the favorites in most people's eyes, but Pioneers is right there with them.
Yeah, like on paper, it totally makes sense, right? But that is going to be a fantastic matchup, and that is going to be happening right here on the Bravo broadcast. Of course, more action happening over on the Alpha stage as well, the main stage, Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more elimination bracket action as we have KCP, or Pioneers, excuse me, facing off against FaZe Clan. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our HCS Raleigh Kickoff Major. The Halo action continues, and man, is there a lot of Halo action going down currently. I'm sure you have the main broadcast open right now. I'm sure you're witnessing that Optic versus Cloud9 series. It's insane. Please watch it. But also watch this. FaZe Pioneers, they're about to kick off. I mean, they've kicked off. They're in session. We're here on Streets. I'm joined by my man Tony. We got another series to cast alongside the big one.
Hopefully you guys have dual screens because there is so much action going on right now. FaZe is, Snipe Down's back here going up against Pioneers, who went toe-to-toe with United and putting them 3 down does Pioneers. That's going to be 4 down now for FaZe. Pioneers looking good.
Incredibly important matchup right here. Elim quarters, Pioneers, FaZe, their tournament lives on the line. Pioneers, a closely contested series with United. FaZe, a series that went down to the wire just previously to stay alive. But neither of them can afford mistakes at this point, Tony. And so far, 47 for Pioneers. We're starting out hot, and Druck has already got some ammo to work with here. And Bound gonna put him down, though.
And by the way, we came in kind of hot here. Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. And this is my co-host, Shyway. And we're casting Pioneers versus FaZe elimination quarterfinals. Lots of implications on this. It's a best of 5. First to 3 wins are going to take it.
So far, Pioneers is all blue on the scoreboard. 91 and counting here. Manny rotates over to B. I just got the update. Apparently, C9 wins the Slayer. By the way, in case you're missing it, which I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you're watching it. But unbelievable. What a series that went the distance to Game 5. I can't wait to see what's next in this tournament. So many good plays already, Tony. That was just winners finals. Optic now going to join us in the lower bracket. I guarantee they'll be back with a vengeance.
Wait, hold on. What are we seeing right here, right now, though? 127-0 run for Pioneers. This is FaZe we're talking about. We're talking about Snipe Down.
Something I've noticed with Pioneers, they kick off just about every series incredibly hot. They come in with a very fast pace of play, almost unstoppable. They did the same thing with United, winning the first game handedly. And so far, so good for them in this with FaZe. FaZe have yet to truly answer. Only 7 points on the board. Progression into B already. Talik, he's just gonna chase Snipe Down. But it looks like he's gonna go down.
Yeah, we obviously are playing Strongholds, which is Pioneers' strongest game type and has been for quite some time. Manning getting right behind enemy lines, going in for the melee kill. 3 down, going Pioneers. And now on board Boo Boo Dubu, who still has the Stalker rifle.
Boo Boo gonna drop the Stalker. All members of Pioneers gonna get back to C to get the recollection on it. In the meantime, Bound waits for incoming nades as he tries to get B alone here. Rough spot, does take it, takes a trade as well. And Manny here to clean up foul. He'll drop left and right, 150 on the board, still even as FaZe do collect some time.
Soulsnipe now going to slide into Bravo, halfway done with this. Multiple players are going to go down on the kill feed, but they do spawn up. Soulsnipe going in for the challenge on Boo Boo Dubu, taking down that one, almost getting the double kill on Snipe Down, but Talik looks like he's about to hunt him down.
Oh, Talik will do exactly that. Let's see what else he can put together. Shots into Bound. Gonna keep Boo Boo with Bound back. Keep the BR shots ringing out cross map here. Limited options for them. A and B now held down for Pioneers as they continue to collect time. And Bound not ready for the sneaky play at his Soulsnipe. This man trying to get behind them. Boo Boo will take them, but delayed in the process, and Boo Boo gonna have to play this carefully as he bobs and weaves here. Can he get back to B?
Great nades coming out of Boo Boo Dubu, with even better awareness out of Talik right there. Meanwhile, off the screen, Juck taking out Falcade to Snipe Down, throwing excellent denial nades while taking over A, but the nades are coming in, making him one shot. He's able to steal it away right before being taken down, but Manny having that Bulldog going right back after Alpha.
Bound right back in this. Can't quite kill Talik, though. Talik will take advantage. See what he can do. Manny with a shotgun as well. Snipe Down. Looking to take him, though. At the very least, he does get the trade. Gonna put that shotgun back on the map. Druck get tagged up left and right. Can he take Bound? He can't take him with him. 207 at this point, though. Pioneers, they collect B. The pressure is on for FaZe. FaZe need an answer.
Looks like Manny wants to work a little 1-2 combo here where Soulsnipe was going to go down to one-shot. Bound ends up winning that individual gunfight, leaving Manny by himself. And there's 4 players on FaZe over towards the purple street. It seems like it's only a matter of time before they collapse over towards the B side. And
Bound
here they come.
And Boo Boo and team all collapsing together on the arcade. And dying together too, apparently. Not sure what killed him. A couple BR shots from Talik and team, leaving Snipe Down alone. and not too much you can do alone in Halo Infinite. That's a C-side collected for FaZe, but A and B looking like they're gonna go to Pioneers. 2:36 and counting here, just 10 seconds to close this round. Bounty's in A to stop the timer. I guess make it 12 seconds at this point, but not a lot of time. No mistakes can be afforded inside of FaZe.
Great job for Bound, trigger discipline, working that coverage, able to get a drop. We're gonna drop it immediately. Still having the Bulldog, but Druck is over towards back PD, and he has found Bound, putting down the damage. Bound needs to stay alive.
Pioneers still holding on to 238, like you said. Bound just guarding the A Stronghold, cannot afford to lose a fight here. In the meantime, Pioneers is going to bait and switch their way through the driveway. Foul knows this. He's got to play it carefully. Already presence into C. Foul with a cheeky couple peeks. He'll take Soul Snipe, but can't afford to die because the caps will change over. 240 and counting. Now Snipedown tries to get to Arcade. He's taken out by a nade. Pelican team will get into Arcade, win their fights, and maybe win the game here in just a second as well. Soul Snipe, rocket into C. Wow. They'll get the reset on it. They'll get the game. And Pioneers coming out in this series with a hell of a lot of force. Tony, that's a 250 to 42. FaZe, they got to wake up.
Well, like you said before, I mean, Pioneers always starting off hot, especially when they're playing on their best game type, which is Strongholds, where they're really going to be tested is going into game 2. Now I want to see how they react on Slayer here against the likes of FaZe. We're talking about Boo Boo Doo. We're talking about Falcade to snipe down. These guys have been there, done that, and there's some Slayers.
I mean, we know time and time again, Snipedown, Boo Boo, Bound, they popped off, Falcated as well, like you said, main Slayers in their own right. So just a matter of time till we see them answer back. KCP, I said this about the last series, E United versus KCP. KCP came out so hot, they kind of obliterated E United in game 1 until E United crept up on them later on. Yeah. Things might be a little different in this series, we'll see, but I'm no stranger to seeing KCP start out strong. FaZe, on the other hand, I still believe they can come back here. What do you think, Tony? Slayer, Recharge. We got CTF Bizarre, we got Oddball Livefire, and Slayer on Streets. Of course, if we make it a best-of-5 series, Slayer, Recharge. What should FaZe do?
Well, I mean, Streets and Livefire are my favorite maps when it comes to Strongholds and Oddball, but Recharge is my favorite map to play Slayer. I think you could really slow the game down and change the pace and the flow of it, which, to be honest with you, I think kind of works in favor of FaZe. When I think of Snipedown, I think of Reciprocity, a very big setup heavy team, and I think FaZe will do the same thing along with it. Boo Boo Doo Boo has one of the best long range shots that I've seen, and I can't wait to see him put it to work here. Slayer on Recharge.
We'll see. You said you think Snipedown, you think Reciprocity, but Snipedown is the only member of Reciprocity on this team. The rest of them very quick, right? Coming off of Splice, coming off of Boo Boo, off of, I guess, Team Envy at one point, and Splice previously as well. Then he got Bound, one of the fastest in the game currently, so the pace of play here is something that we've seen from these players kind of, matching a team, I want to say, like C9, but more of a newly formed roster at the same time, right? Snipedown coming into the fold a little late here, and less time for them to find that chemistry. Hopefully they find it here in this series. Of course, elimination bracket, quarterfinals, they lose this, they're out of the tournament. Slayer on Recharge is their chance to show that they can up the tempo, they can match KCP. What do they need to do it, though?
The only thing I can think of is that shock rifle, man. I can only imagine if you put the shock rifle in the hands of Eric Rona, the amount of plays that will happen. That to me is an instant killing spree, maybe even a killing frenzy. It doesn't matter who he's going up against. The man is absolutely that deadly. So really excited to see players like him. And even on the other side of things, I would love to see Soul Sniper Druck get their hands on it as well, because they're daggone good with shooting people in the head.
I mean, thankfully for these players, I think they're all pretty damn good at shooting each other in the head. Snipedown, like you said, pick up a shock rifle. I'm sure he can make plays. The issue is, can he find opportunities to make plays? Something we see time and time again. I mean, Halo Infinite, you only have your strafe, your jump, your crouch. Not too much you can do to avoid gunfire. You need those teammates. You need that positioning, that coordination to give you the opportunity for the headshot. Snipedown by himself, he can't do it alone. So they got to work together here, and that opening strat, I think, will set the pace for the game. So how do they fight for that camo to start it off? We'll find out, of course. So much to fight over in Recharge, but I think that camo, the focal point as we kick this game off.
When I think of starting strats in this game, I remember when Frosty and Sentinels throw those excellent nades, and they were actually seeing it once again coming out of Manny, and ends up getting a big kill on Bound. But where did the camouflage go?
Bound getting stomped on mid-clamber by Manny. Manny's not done yet. He'll take Snipedown with him. What else can Manny put together? You got spawners coming up from C here. Bound to try to rotate Manny as Manny jumps over his head, apparently, and get right by each other in a bit of reversal of the situation we just saw previously. Now Manny below bound.
Truck now having the camouflage and the shock rifle, able to make that player one shot, but forced to back down over towards batteries to snipe down, knowing exactly where he is. Chucking a couple nades, but Druck being ever so elusive, able to stay alive, and now he has a grapple as well. The perfect kill from across the map, taking down Bound. 3 down, go FaZe.
Bound caught looking like a deer in the headlights. He was standing still in that doorway, not expecting a camo truck with a shock rifle and head level placement. The man snapped. He's not done yet. Shots into snipe down. Manny there to help out. They can bait and switch. Somehow he dies on the bridge. I think he got cherry picked by Falcated, who's sitting somewhere. The perfect spot, wherever it is. Now we're up over with Talik to see what he can do to clean up what's left.
Melee to come in. Talik gets the big kill on Falcated, but the trade's going to go down. And mind you, so did the sword, so that might come into play real soon here. Bound forced to drop down, but luckily he has his teammate with him. He also has a mangle in the back pocket, but also nades right at his feet.
Oh, Bound can't quite find the connection. Manny gonna drop down on him once again. On board with snipe down. Sword in the back pocket, 2 teammates out front, and snipe down. They know he's here, unfortunately. And you gotta love how they approach that angle. Both members of KCP taking the wide side of the doorway and making it very difficult for snipe down to get any sort of a lunge. Difficult for that player, actually, that was a FaZe player as well. You can see just left and right, KCP finding ways to outmaneuver FaZe.
Druck ends up going down real quick, and here comes Bound, able to get that cleanup kill. Meanwhile, Falcated off the screen, taking down Soul Snipe, Boo Boo Doobu, getting the big kill on Manny. 3 down, go Pioneers, and now FaZe are starting to heat up here. Bound going right in for the challenge on Druck and going to win that one. Can he get some more?
Love that quick little melee out of Boo Boo as he backs up around the doorway, comes back for the challenge. Manny does take him, though. That's a shock rifle on the floor, likely in his hands now. And what will Manny do with it? Rotating away, Soul Snipe with a challenge. Foul not ready to meet it. Snipe down, can he take anything out of this? Unfortunately can't. Manny will take advantage, a 1-kill advantage for them off of this. Make it 2 as Druck turns 1 as well.
Manny going all the way down to 1 shot, but staying alive over towards bottom control. Meanwhile, the nades are starting to fly. Luckily, he has help from Talik here, and Soul Snipe off the screen, taking down Snipe down. They're holding down control at the moment. It's 23-19, going in favor of the boys in blue. Boo Boo Doobu gonna get the initial kill, leaving Talik by himself with the shock rifle. He needs to back down.
That. Yeah, Talik knowing he's in a bad position, so he doubles back just a little bit, keeps the angle though. Once again, spots more than 1 player. Gonna continue to move back here, just 1 shot. He's got Manny to replace him. Hold down the defenses. And we'll see how long he can hold the line here. Druck in the meantime looking for a flank. Soul Snipe gonna bounce out of the engagement. And all while this happens, FaZe starting to get pinched, but against the wall, they find a way to trade the kills. That's 2 for them. Manny, can he get more? Boo Boo Doobu, can he sit down? A wonderful play out of this man who's still apparently alive. How is he alive right now? Shooting bodies too, taking the attention to snipe down, and Manny says, you better feel it.
Let me tell you, Manny's the newest addition of KCP. The moment they added him, they actually got their best placing in the final qualifier. Manny actually even leading all slays here, currently 12-5, but he was just taken down, but the man is confident. He's shooting Snipe Down's body.
Snipe Down's back up. Of course, 10 seconds later, Manny right back in. And last I checked, if you shot Snipe Down's body, if you did anything to trash talk this man, he comes back with a vengeance. So be careful what kind of games you play with FaZe. They're not out of this yet. 31-28 in the board, a slight advantage over the Pioneers, but 1 good play could change this.
And by the way, both of these teams know that they're on stream at the moment. I actually got the chance to talk to both Boo Boo Doobu and Soul Snipe before they got on screen, so both of them know they're gonna show off a little bit for the camera. Boo Boo Doobu utilizing that repulsor, excellent movement coming out of him, but he's over towards bottom control by himself. And what does he do? Goes up the top.
I mean, who needs stairs when you can just take the elevator? Apparently, he's made one for himself. He'll die, though. And there's a nice alternate use of the repulsor. Also very useful. My God, he gets the double, too. And what?
Against
what
the
happened
wall.
with the... did he kill him with the pancake? Instead, he's a... what is going on? Don't challenge this man. Falcated gets another double. And Tony, I'm so distracted by the spinning ragdoll that I couldn't even keep up with this.
That's it. Falcon is the best player with the repulsor. I don't care what anybody says. This man is absolutely going ham, going in for the early shots on Drunk, and he's not done. He still has not died. Getting behind enemy lines over towards top attic, going right at Drunk. Gets another kill. Finally going to trade off, but that's going to be a killing spree out of Falcon. The man has 17 kills out of his team's 36.
A wonderful spree out of Foul and a statement for FaZe as they take the lead. A 2, now 3 kill advantage. On board with Bound. Above Manny, and he needs this fight. He'll take the trade at the very least here just to hold on to what they've got. And is it enough? 40-37 as we get down to the line. The last links of the game here, things start to slow down, especially considering Boo Boo has a shock rifle. Gotta watch out.
The game's slowing down. Someone get Falcated the repulsor again. Let us speed up. Camouflage coming up right now. Soul Snipe having an angle on it, but it looks like somebody on, it looks like Bound was able to get away with it. Camouflage and Slayer is so deadly. We're going to see that right here, right now. Boo Boo Doo. Excellent assist coming out of him, but Bound's actually going to be hunted down there by Soul Snipe, so Camouflage is not going to be in play.
He gets stuck. He did. Manny with the nade in anticipation takes that stick. We've seen several excellent plays out of Manny in this tournament so far, this game at least so far. 16-10 on the board, by the way, as he's popping off. Foul off of that play we saw previously. 19 kills to his name. We'll see if he gets a couple more here. 43-41 on the board as this slows to a crawl yet again. And all well it happens. Foul with the flank. That's 2. Massive play.
3 down go Pioneers. Snipe down ends up getting the assist. Bound able to come up with a big cleanup kill. They are now 3 kills away from coming out with game number 2 and tying up the series. Like you said before, you shoot his body, he gives you the horns. He's actually flanking all the way towards top A, but he recognizes that there's 4 players there. You gotta be careful.
Foul just gonna hold the line. Snipe down doing the same right at the doorway. Boo Boo with a pickup for 48. That's a shock rifle kill. Bound does die, but trades aren't enough for Pioneers. Snipe down on the chase. They'll die from above, and that's the final kill to close our game 2, a 50-43 and a series on our hands, now 1-1.
Excellent statement game coming out of FaZe right there to tie up the series. Going into a game number 3, now it's going to be the most important game. Tied up at 1 apiece. The first team to go up in the series obviously has all the momentum on their side, and Snipe Down and friends were looking that good. Specifically, Falcated, who ended that game with 21 kills in a Slayer. If
we had some replay technology on the B stream, I'd say, can we go back, please, and witness what happened? Because he had the repulsor in the hallway in the bottom of the map, and he got the double, and after he got the kill, he repulsed the dead body, right? Because I think he got the kill with the headshot, but just in case, he sent the repulsor out in case he didn't get the kill. And I think the timing of it created like an endless ragdoll spin in front. Did you see that? The man was like he's on a, what is it, when you take like a pork on a spit and you cook him. And he's just rotating there, and while he's rotating, someone drops him from above. I can't remember who it is. And then he just knocks him off as well. So Foul, I mean, beautiful series of plays, and that would be my personal highlight of the series so far. On top of that, he was at 19, and then he flanked at the end of the game, right? We had all 3 members on that yellow hallway. Foul flanks underneath, gets 2 kills, opens everything up. Let's take a look at the layout. We got more games coming up, Tony.
Yeah, we do. Game number 1, 250-42. That was handsomely in favor of Pioneers. Again, their best game type being Strongholds. Going into game 2, 50-43, going towards FaZe. That was tightly contested, but FaZe really starts to gain control towards the end of that game. Now we're going back to an objective, which is kind of Pioneers' wheelhouse, but it's going to be capture the flag, and I love the coordination coming out of FaZe, so it's going to be really hard for me to pick a favorite going into this game 3.
Definitely. I mean, considering the energy we saw in game 1 at a KCP, 250-42, you cannot forget that despite the win following in Slayer. KCP, they got the advantage so far in objective based off of what we've seen, which is not much. CTF Bizarre, we've seen a few times in this tournament already. Tony, it's been the source of a lot of hype, especially because you need to make big plays to get that flag out of the base.
So hard for any team to actually capture 5 consecutive flags on this map here. We're going to see if any one of these teams can do it. I mean, these teams are so tightly contested. I can imagine this going down to 2-1 and 3-2 like we've seen many times. We've actually even seen resets on this map.
Right.
It could be a long, drawn-out one.
Of course, if we do get a reset, we go back to a single flag overtime scenario. Of course, we're far away from that happening, but we've had it happen previously, like Tony said. It's difficult to get a proper Pole and Cap in a map that's very open, wide open in the center, full of all the weapons in the center of the map as well. You got the rockets, the shotgun, the OS that spawns, the grapple, right? So many tools to use to break through to get to the flag, but to also have your flag stopped in its tracks. On top of the fact that when you grab the flag and block spawns, the spawner's only spawn point ends up being the alley, and it's a perfect opportunity for the enemy team to overextend, get to your side of the map, and break a setup. Let's talk about individual players on these rosters, Tony, because we've seen, of course, some incredible talent across the board on both teams. But the biggest one so far, Falcade. What can you tell me about this player?
I mean, this young man, he kind of came up during the Halo 5. Oh, by the way, I said 21 kills. The man actually had 22 kills and 7 assists. I'm not going to steal that one fire. I apologize to you, Michael. Either way, this man, he kind of came up with Halo 5. That's when I first saw him, and this man was an absolute unit. Also coming from those twos community, him and Bound have had many money matches going up against Soul Snipe and Drux, so they know each other very, very well. This man could pop off at any given time, and you saw it right there in game number 2, 22, 13, again, 7 assists as well. He's doing it all.
Foul in many ways, and I believe still is an unsung hero in competitive Halo, and it's only a matter of time until he gets his moment, because he's been a top competitor for a long time.
Yes.
And thankfully for him, now on FaZe, now an opportunity to show the world what he's got. Same for somebody like Bound, who's been grinding kind of under the radar for years at this point. First LAN for Bound, first time we're finally seeing him, and turns out his skill translates to LAN pretty nicely as well. Can't wait to see what these boys put together. Of course, the beginning of Halo Infinite still, the sky is the limit, but hopefully this matchup is not their limit, because this is, of course, the elimination bracket. Their final chance. They need this game to take the lead.
And you're seeing every team utilize those nades going right over across the double door, stopping anybody from being able to push there. Not only that, but Bound chucking his nades over there, stopping the push, but also getting the cross-map kill. Manny gonna get one as well, so the situation been neutralized. However, 3 down go FaZe. Snipe down the only player alive with overshield, not for long.
FaZe all dropping, Snipe down, last one to hit the floor, and because of it, Pioneers with a little bit of freedom on the map to make a play. Drunk, he'll spot the rockets. Looks like Soul Snipe is in position to grab him. He does narrowly escape. Can he do anything with them? We'll have to find out. You got Talik and Druck in position to guard the front door. Manny and Soul Snipe with a flank through the alley. There's a great opportunity here, Tony. Let's see what they can do.
Soul Snipe with the rockets out.
Kills the teammate.
He's forced to kill his teammate right there.
Sometimes you gotta cut the losses.
I mean, either way would have happened. Anyways, with a long range sniper coming with the rockets, getting the double kill, and now also running the flag, going for the challenge on Bound, but looks like Druck ends up getting a double kill, a momentary 4 down, all for FaZe members. Boo Boo Doo gonna be the first player to come alive.
Soul Snipe says sacrifices need to be made sometimes for the greater good. In this case, you gotta die, because I'm getting this flag in, teammate. Who was it? It was Manny, I think?
Manny, sorry, Manny.
Had to take the brunt of a rocket either way. He got the flag in, job done. Manny, I'm sure, happy to die if the result is a flag cap.
No hard feelings whatsoever. These guys are actually best friends both on the field and off. I mean, even though on the field doesn't look like it much, but you're rocketing.
And on the football field, apparently, too. I saw their content.
Yeah, but I hope they don't ever play football again. Let me tell you.
Stick to Halo, says Tony.
Boo Boo Doo now going to stay alive over towards the Drux side. The knife sniped out, going in for a 1v1 against Drux. Able to take him down, but
excuse me, Plants.
He's going to be taken.
The man drops backwards, lands on the plant. The plant flips up into his face and blocks his sight line. Who would have thought that all the little boxes and scraps on Bizarre could have the potential to you know, I guess outplay you, so to speak. Man almost played himself either way. You love to see it. You love the graphical improvements in Infinite as well that make this experience so much more immersive. Of course, as I say that, a full team push into the flag, a second flag now pulled, this one on the opposite side, FaZe with an opportunity, of course, an opportunity. That's all they've got, because the flag is pulled on the opposite side.
Bound moving that flag over with the Mangler. Soul Snipe now going to try to stay alive here. Flag still on the move, but Soul Snipe just baiting and waiting, but the shots are coming in. Druck and Talik getting back-to-back kills. Talik actually able to get a double kill and another 3 down. Make that a full squad wipe. FaZe have hit the black screen.
Beautiful place out of Pioneers here. Soul Snipe once again going to lead the charge with this flag. The opening to get it across bottom mid. And so far, relatively unscathed in doing so. Leaves the flag behind, shots into Boo Boo, and Snipe down. Will do what he can to take the damage here, but Manny in position to continue it. And also, with rockets in hand, potential for a little bit more. Flag down, Bound holding it, but not for long. He'll toss it out the window. Manny with coverage across the map. He'll take what should have been a Hail Mary, I think, Tony. I think he got the return, too. Double kill coming out from Falcated, but not soon enough. That flag goes in, and a 2-0 for Pioneers, who are coming out hot in Game 3.
They really are. I mean, every time we see objective on the map, it looks like Pioneers are able to take control here as Druck now utilizing that thrust, utilizing the Mangler, but that player refused to go down and bound, eventually comes with the cleanup. Finally, the kill from the Grave is going to come in, and now we're going to see what Falcated's up to.
Falcated with a beat on the Manny. Manny, recognizing he is not in a great spot, will put himself in a worse spot. What do you do there, right? He's going to run, try to get out of that situation, but nothing he can do. Unfortunately, he will die. Foul and team, they'll collapse together on both sides of the base. Talik waiting there. You can see him trying to delay the situation, but not much you can do against 3 members of FaZe pushing simultaneously. Manny, yeah, good luck. Overextend instead.
Switching gears over towards Druck, going for a little bit of cross-map gunfire, forced to back down, but even gets himself a Mangler, so that's always good. Coming back over towards Manny, working a little 1-2 combo, but the Dynamo nades are strong. Druck still gonna go down, 3 down, go Pioneers, and looks like Bound's about to run their first flag campaign. We're gonna have a 2-1 lead in favor of Pioneers, with FaZe with a bit of momentum on their side.
It took them some time, but FaZe finally answered back, and thankfully, time still in their favor. They got plenty to work with, so a little bit of momentum on the side of FaZe. Bound, thrust in the back pocket, snipe down, great vantage point. That's a pickup for him. And hopefully he can stay alive, though. Druck gonna dive in from above. Speaking of diving from above, we got Boo Boo doing that as well. A kill from the Grave. Soul Snipe with the fight on the foul, and bodies dropping left and right here, Tony, just to get the defense for Pioneer.
Love that Druck is utilizing his height advantage, staying alive until the top of the map. Meanwhile, the Dynamo nades are coming in out of Talik. There's a second one. All the nades coming and throwing everything at him, including the kitchen sink. Where did that player go? Finally able to come and hunt him down. Boo Boo Doobs hit the black screen, and so do 2 other players here for FaZe. Pioneers having the numbers and the control, but Bound is guarding the flag.
Not for long. Talik, he knows he's there. 3 shots to the BR, a melee to the face, and that's a flag out the pedestal. Can he get farther with it? Boo Boo Dooboo line of defense. Manny there to ensure that doesn't happen. And an opening for Talik to pull this flag through center map. Foul and snipe down kills on the feed. Talik recognizing he doesn't have teammates. Instead, he doubles back, and what a beautiful play to kill Bound. An opportunity to pick up the flag once again. The OS about to pop, but Talik not going to worry about it. Needs to get this flag as far as he can.
And you notice a lot with the professional teams at the moment they get the flag over towards mid-map, usually somebody will end up stop running the flag because they know they need another round of slays. You saw that right then and there as the 3rd flag cap is going to go in after for Pioneers. Boo Boo Dooboo off the screen, able to take down Boo Boo Dooboo, and here comes the cavalry. Snipe down's always chucking nades.
Pioneers putting FaZe backs against the wall one more time here. 3-1. They've got time to reverse the situation, but so far I haven't seen the life to prove that they can. Snipe down thankfully gets the flank through, kill on the Manny. Talik, we're on board with him behind the enemy lines, once again drawing attention. Actually, opposite, he's on defense. Pressure is on from FaZe, and Talik going to play it slow. Snipe down just hiding in his cubby though. Not aware of the fact that Talik is here to chase him though.
Killing spree being earned by Talik, taking down Snipe down. Once again, the controls, I mean, the slays are heavily kind of going in favor of Pioneers, one after another. Actually, even Talik able to drop 15 kills, only dying 9, so that's going to be a 16th kill. Utilizing that thrust to stay alive, and Manny going to have his back. Now they're going to work a 1-2 combo. The bait and switch going to come in, and Manny puts him down.
Talik says, who put that ramp there? Loses his time and getting stuck on the wall, unfortunately. Manny going to die there too. That shotty sits down on the floor. First snipe down to pick up, assuming he doesn't want to get electrocuted. Might want to back off for just a second. Can avoid the nade. Shotgun still up, but Druck slides in first. But he doesn't stay alive. Foul there, a saving grace to ensure Snipe down can get back out the door. They're going to need a lot more of that saving because FaZe can't seem to pass that 50-yard line without just eating the wall of bullets from Pioneers.
Soul Snipe holding down the palm trees, but I believe he's currently by himself. Luckily, Manny taking down Snipe down. Not going to matter much. It's 2 down. Go FaZe are having a hard time simply staying alive. And ultimately, Pioneers continuously playing offense. Every time they die, it's always on FaZe's side of the map. Very rarely do FaZe have an opportunity to create any kind of offense here. Now we're approaching the 4-minute mark of this game. Pioneers are still looking excellent.
Pioneers looking great. especially on that kill feed as well. Bound, unfortunately, not able to get out of that situation alive. Thankfully, Snipedown does pick up the kill in the OS. Looking at that board there, Snipedown leading the charge, 15 kills to his name. Bound, unfortunate game for him, right? 6 and 13, lagging behind his team just a little bit here. We need to see him make a play. FaZe is going to need all 4 members in sync to ensure they get this flag out, especially with 3 minutes 30 on the board.
Not much overshield left for Snipedown here. Actually, none of it anymore. Luckily, Boo Dubu and Falcade are within arm's length. Him and Boo Dubu making their way through the double doors. Talent going right after Bound off the screen. Snipedown going to clear out the palm tree. If they can get one more round of slaves, this flag could be going in the way of FaZe. And here comes the pull.
Flag out. Can they get far with it? Talik here to defend. Boo dead. Snipedown needs to hit the shots, but Talik shooting a little better. And that is enough defense to ensure that flag goes nowhere, unfortunately. Rockets now up. Manny already putting damage into the base here. Bound in a lot of trouble. Can't trade the kill. And you can see the Rockets coming up in the feed as well. So Pioneers once again on the aggression. And they just don't have an answer for it.
Love the use of cover there by Druk. Really maximizing the value out of that Bulldog. Sadly, was able to be taken down either way. And now Bound, a couple of cheeky jumps right up into the cafe. Gonna have to have 1v1 Druk here soon once he gets spotted. But not just yet. Tyler gonna be the first one in this site. The nade comes in. Easy kill coming out of Bound. Now staying alive over towards top cafe.
I don't want to stay on board with Bound and see what exactly is going wrong, right? 7 and 15, not the ideal stat line. Flag pulled opposite side, so a dilemma for him. He's the only one in position to get a flag touch. I guess the best he can hope for is maybe toss it out. He didn't pick it up, though. Get it second time, but that little bit of timing loss is going to make things difficult for him as he tries to hold down the base. Thankfully, Shield's back. Flag out in the alley. Line of defense, Bound. Talik here to shut him down, but Talik going to drop below. Bound, if anything, managing to stay alive is huge. Boo collects the flag. Flag. Foul, and Boo going to rotate the flag together. The flag gets returned to the opposite side, so FaZe all of a sudden with an opportunity, assuming Druk can't shut it down.
And it's a good thing, too, because with a minute and a half worth of gameplay, FaZe's back will really get to the wall, and the pressure is on, but luckily it's going to be only a 3-2 game in favor of Pioneers. So obviously we have a minute and 30 seconds worth of regulation, and then a possible sudden death for FaZe to cap another flag and force the overtime.
Woo. It's possible, especially with Foul being a nuisance in the base. Look at this. Druk shuts him down, unfortunately for Foul, not able to snap onto the head, but a delay that gives his team an opportunity to advance in the base once again. Bound with the pull and the flag. Snipedown, Boo here. They need to clean up what's left. Overextenders already in the base. We got one down below in the alley. Where it is, Boo. Look, he grabs the Dynamos. That flag gets out and away. Boo here to escort it. And all of a sudden, we got a double dilemma here. Flag pulled opposite side. Manny here to stop Bound in his tracks, but Boo and Snipedown, they get the help. And Bound can get a little further. How is he alive? How is he? Okay, he's dead now. That's not good because Soul Snipe is on the return. Snipedown with the grapple.
What?
Saves it.
What?
Oh, he saves it. Flag still in.
Great play coming out of Snipedown, utilizing that grapple, and there's 26 seconds on the clock here.
No
Meanwhile,
way.
Bound throwing the excellent denial nades, making the first player one shot, going right after Talik. Now Boo Dubu's gonna get a double kill. The flag is being pulled.
Unreal.
There's 16 seconds, and most likely this is gonna go in. We're about to be tied up at 3
Overtime.
apiece.
I cannot believe it. If Snipedown did not have that grapple, we would not be here right now, Tony. Unreal. Saving the flag, saving the game. We're going to overtime.
That we are. Let me tell you, Pioneers played one heck of a first half, but man, what a save coming out of Snipedown, the MVP, forcing this to go into an overtime. Next, Cap wins. 5 minutes on the clock. Who's going to be able to do it?
On board with Snipedown once again. Only fitting. Actually, this ain't Snipedown. Okay, we changed. It's Soul Snipe. A little POV mixing me up for a second there. Either way, Soul Snipe can't complain. Man's been playing out of his mind all tournament long. Teammate with him to make the challenge. No deaths just yet, but soon to come as Foul will drop a couple. Rockets ring off 2 on the feed. Multiple bodies down, but I think advantage FaZe.
6 out of 8 players were actually down. It was Bound versus Manny, a little 1v1, but luckily the spawners have come in. Bound already on the opposing side of the map. Excellent shots on Druk, making a one shot, but he gets into a vulnerable position, and Talon's gonna come in for an easy cleanup. Another 3 down go FaZe.
Bound with the little spin and the thrust to try to get as much damage as he can before he dies. Now up to snipe down with positioning. We'll see how much he can do. You got Foul coming up from underneath. Flag taken opposite side, so a standoff in session here. And just a matter of who can break through and get the kills to get the return, especially considering Manny has quite the coverage on it.
Falcon already having that flag over toward the bridge. Needs to stop and slow things down just a little bit. They don't have the numbers that they need. Luckily, sniped down. It's not too far from Metallic, jumping right up and going right back down. Falcon holding down the cafe side. Meanwhile, Manny also having the flag, but the Bulldog as well. The nade gonna take outbound. That's really good for Pioneers. Let's see if they can create some aggression off of this.
Just afraid to move, make a mistake, right? Soul Snipe with the flag, could drop it out. Once you drop it out in a dangerous spot on the map, both players actually drop their flag center same time. Bound to get deleted by Soul Snipe though. Big opening he's now created as he shoots Snipe down flag in an attempt to toss it up. I think they go for the return. That return comes out for Pioneers. Pioneers still making plays. Soul Snipe shuts him down. They'll snap on to Boo Boo. Boo Boo's still up, but that flag is too far to reach. And Pioneers gonna come out of this one with a win and a 2-1 in the series. Pioneers with the clutch, and Tony, I hear it all the way from the feature station. The crowd is acting up.
The ultimate underdogs have done it again. They've now gone up 2-1 in the series, going up against FaZe. Let's see if they can put one more win on the map. Wouldn't this be a huge win for the Pioneers?
I mean, it seems like the story of today is that Game 5 is kind of the script. Every single series seems to go to a Game 5. United, actually, I think the United one might not have just narrowly avoided the Game 5, so maybe I take it back. The Optic Cloud9 series, one hell of a Game 5. I would like to see a Game 5 in this series. I'm sure in the chat you'd like to as well. In order for that to happen, FaZe, they need an answer. They need an answer quick. In this series, we have live fire oddball coming up next. Tony, I just witnessed this. In Optic versus Cloud9, insane result. We saw 100-99 in the final round. Let's see what FaZe and Pioneers can do, because whoever takes this, they are going to need that energy, that firepower when they go up against one of those top teams. What do you think, Tony?
Well, I know one team that doesn't want to see Game 5, and that's Pioneers. They already lost to Slayer earlier, and that's in game number 2. On top of that, they're an objective-efficient team, so they want to end this right here on Game 4. And then lastly, you do not want to give FaZe any breathing room. You give them an inch, you know they're going to take a mile.
Pioneers have so much energy, so much speed at this point, right? With that final game, it started out so hot. FaZe had to work from the back foot for the entirety of that third game. And they clutched up at the end, but it wasn't enough in that overtime. And it makes me worry that they don't have the ability to keep up. Now that we've seen 2 objective games back-to-back, they've lost both of them. This third objective game, this is it. This is the kicker. The might very well be the final game we see for FaZe, unless they do something special here. Tony, what is the key to success, or the keys, I guess, to success coming up into our oddball matchup here?
I mean, we've seen oddball multiple times during this tournament here, and so far it looks like, I want to say maybe 80% of the time, most of these teams want to get the ball over towards that C tower setup. Excuse me. That's probably the most advantageous position for you to be in. You have that height advantage. You have the ability to play ball when things get a bit dicey. Oftentimes you will get pushed and you'll see that ball end up rotating over towards A, which is not the worst in the world, but there's no place to really get it off the map in case things get a little bit dangerous.
I think the biggest thing we've seen is that any section of the map you can make work as far as A, B, and C, right? C tower, kind of ideal. You got high ground, easy play position. You can set up around it. B side can work as well. It's more of a temporary hold.
Yeah.
And wild stuff we saw in the last series with Optic and C9. I'm taking notes. There's that little lip on the outside of B where, of course, you can drop off the ledge, but there's like a little green lip. It's like a couple inches tall. And apparently it's tall enough to stop an oddball from rolling off the edge. So we witnessed that in the last series. Unbelievable catch we saw from Penguin, as well as it bounced up in the air. Either way, B can be a very useful area to hold the ball temporarily for an easy play. And then A as well. You can't play it, but you can lock down sight lines much more easily in A than just about any other section of the map because it's so deep in that back kind of cubby, so to speak. Either way, we'll see how it takes place here. The final opportunity for FaZe in the tournament. Of course, elimination bracket. They need this or they are out. And KCP, they need this too, because I feel like they've been out of the spotlight. I feel like they've been the underdog for a long time. People are doubting them. People are sleeping on them, and they want to prove us wrong.
Yeah, I would say out of most of the teams that are in this tournament left here, Pioneers may not be quite the household names that people know of. Like, if you were watching the latter half of Halo 5, you probably most likely know them here. I'm big fans of these guys. I'm actually good friends with every one of these players, and I want them to be successful. Manny having the plasma pistol in hand, he's immediately going to challenge Bounds. That's almost gets the double kill, but Valkade's Heat Wave is just too good.
It is a good point that Pioneers have not seen success in Halo until Halo 5 was, no longer on the map for the community, right? Halo 5, of course, very small community towards the last couple years, and that's when Pioneers came into the fold and became a good team. And lo and behold, the skills have carried over to Halo Infinite. You put that time in, and it pays off. But can it pay off against FaZe today, right now? FaZe going to start out with 24 points on the board, Bound with a camo as well, Bound with a rough game 4, and I guarantee you he wants to make this, rough game 3, he wants to make this game 4 count.
I mean, young man is already 4-1, 5-1.
Yep.
Camouflage in the hands with the mango going in for the 6, but he ends up trading off kills, getting the double kill, but the damage has been done. 3 down go Pioneers, now Soul Snipe being left by himself. What's his play?
Oh, wait a sec. So wait, how did he not fall off the edge? I think it's the ramp behind Foul caught his feet and ensured that he didn't get blown too far backwards to leave the edge there. So interesting display of events there, because the right attempt with that repulsor didn't quite work out. So something to keep in mind, depending on what is behind you when you pull it off. Either way, Bound on board with him once again. He'll toss nades up into C. Ball now rotated, and 53 points to start with FaZe. An opportunity for more as Ball is sitting in center.
Shots coming in out of bounds, able to take that player easily in Druck, but he ends up being cleaned up here. Pioneers' communication is just a little bit too good. Falcated going after Manny, who's trying to rotate the ball. Meanwhile, Overshield is coming up, and Pioneers are well in position for, oh God.
Yeah, OS up, Pioneers in position, and double out of Druck. Pioneers going to rotate through to try to get the ball. End up giving up OS in doing so. That OS, I think, might have gone to Bound, and the Heat Wave has gone to Manny. And so has a kill as well. Heat Wave going to drop on the map. Snipe down, his turn to burn. Instead, he gets burned. Snipe down, or Soul Snipe, sorry, will walk away with it. That Heat Wave still in play. Foul with a kill on the feed as well, and Druck on the challenge here. Ball down below him, and yet to grab time here. KCP yet to put something together in this round.
You wanted to see Bound answering back. He is. He's the only player currently in double digits. However, his team did momentarily go 3 down. Manny now throwing excellent denominate, shooting the Heat Wave, but nothing can stop Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Boo Boo Doo Boo just getting started, of course. He's got the drop wall down, looking to make plays. Struck above him in the tower. Nades come in, and that nade is perfect. Gonna put enough damage in for Foul to clean it up nice and easy. Bound is his turn, snaps onto Talik. He'll take the kill. All while he does it, snipe down with a rotation with the ball. Once again, 60 points and counting for FaZe. A hold on C side, an ideal setup for these boys. You can see them spread out both perimeters. 2-man push from Pioneers, gonna come up and try to break the setup. But I love the movement out of Foul. I mean, what a dirty play. He milked the hell out of that situation.
I love the way he was able to isolate that battle with that. You're just using the wall right next to him. There was 2 players in front of him, ends up somehow coming in for the double kill. Meanwhile, FaZe doing a great job of covering his back. Snipe down, trying to make full use of the Heat Wave. And Bound flanking them with the excellent movement. There's only one more player, and Druck not anymore. Snipe down is too good. This ball's going in the hands of FaZe if you can find it. There we go.
Druck tries to pull the moves on Snipe Down with that box, just kind of bobbing and weaving behind it. But Snipe Down, I mean, how much experience in Halo are we talking here? 15 years, Tony? The man does not crack. Can't make him miss. Speaking of not missing, or actually, I take it back. Boo-boo, I thought he was going to hit the shots. Instead, he died, and Manny walks away with a melee kill, a red bar, and a Heat Wave because of it. Druck and Pioneers with a hold, one of their first of the game.
Manny currently having that Heat Wave enhanced. Druck holding onto that ball for dear life. Manny already spotting a player, making his way over towards Nest, but there's another one on top mid. Luckily, Manny has the Heat Wave to scare him a bit. He goes down to 1 shot, ends up making Bound 1 shot, but not able to get the kill. Here comes Talik.
Pioneers with a string of momentum. Boo Boo gonna try to shut it down. He'll take 1. Talik with the nade down, and a kill for him to pick up Boo Boo. Ball out. All spawners of FaZe up in A side, and Talik very quick to maneuver the ball to the opposite side of the map. Can they get points here in time to even the odds? 52 as he rotates it back to tower. Teammates behind him to hold the setup. 86 for FaZe, 1 secure, and that could be the game as they drop multiple here. Gonna rotate up through tower, but the play out of Pioneers to keep it out of session, and Soulsight there to put Boo Boo down. This is how they slow down their progress and continue to get the ball. Manny there in position once again. And is it coincidence that the man is rocking the FaZe skin? What's he trying to say, Cody? What's he trying to say?
Love it. Just a little bit of mind games coming out of Manny. I love the body shots out of him too. This man's very confident here, and rightfully so. He's having one hell of a tournament.
Oh,
going in for the curve slide. Aim! Oh my goodness! And the assist, and the nades are coming in. Bow's actually go down to one shot, but FaZe are looking good. Luckily, Tao able to put him on the black screen. Snipe down, going in for the cleanup kill. And while all this is happening, Boo Boo Doo steals away the ball. One more second. FaZe go up 1-0 in this round.
FaZe with some incredible coordination to start the game, and 50 to 60 uncontested points. I believe Pioneers, they made it scrappy midway through, but FaZe, they closed it out off the lead they gained at the beginning of that round. Can they do the same in round 2? Snipe up center, and once again, the point of attention here for these teams. Boo Boo gonna try to grab it. He does get it. He'll rotate out to bottom. All while that happens, you got a flank likely coming in from Pioneers to slow it down, but multiple dead for them on the feed from Snipe down and Foul.
Early plays coming out of FaZe here. They're trying to force that game number 5. Falcon actually all the way over towards the A side of the map. A little bit of a spawn out situation, but now we get to easy sightline on Druk, not able to get the kill here. Meanwhile, off the screen, there are some trades happening here. Bound trying to stay alive over towards bottom mid. Getting an angle on Soul Sniper. There's going to be 2 here. That's not going to be good for Bound.
Bound going to try to rotate around the tower. Unfortunately, gets denied by Druk. That's 2 dead. Snipe down with the camo. Looking to even the odds. Cannot connect with the first 2 shots. A Heatwave does do it for the second, but Druk now out to safety. And Snipe down in between 4 members of Pioneers. And he's also tagging himself a little bit with this Heatwave. Got to be careful. He's got Foul out front. Druk above. And what a snap! The awareness at a Snipe down, just knowing somebody is up above him. He gets the kill. Not enough to do more than a trade, though. Druk going to trade one as well, as the ball continues to be in favor of Pioneers. They just have enough numbers to hold the setup.
22-12 lead going in favor of Pioneers at the moment. Tower doing the best he can to hold down tower. Looks like he's sniffing out some information towards bottom tower. Nobody home just yet. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo and Manny going to trade off kills here. Tower throwing the nade over towards top mid. Mangler in hands. Maximum amount of damage, but he can't get the cleanup just yet. And Snipe down coming in and putting him in the dirt.
The mind games, right? He's waiting there. Do I challenge him? Do I wait, right? What's the timing? When's he gonna peek out and Snipe down with the jump challenge headshot? He's got the ice in the end, and that's what matters most as players are dropping for Pioneers and a little string of momentum forming on the side of FaZe. Still a lead for Pioneers as the ball is played off center map. Pioneers gonna regain their footing quick with a camo and Druk. A few plays can be made, that's for sure.
Druk was able to get the set off a remote detonation medal on the kill feed there. Large using that to actually get the camouflage, and Bound having no idea where he is. Easy shots coming out of Druk. Bound's going to go down, earning himself a killing spree, but the ball not in the hands of the Pioneers.
Pioneers making this so damn difficult. 49 points as FaZe do what they can to even the score, close out this round. Boo Boo Doo cannot see Druk though. Thankfully, he's got a teammate with him to help out, so that'll be it for Druk and it for the camo. Manny, in the meantime, going to try to cut his losses, but Bound with the flank to wrap around. Sure, he doesn't get far. Soul Snipe, one of the remaining members of his team. His teammate's now dead. He needs a trade. He'll take that. Ball will sit down bottom mid. A bit of a delay, and honestly, exactly what he could have hoped for to give Pioneers an answer in this situation.
Excellent nade coming out of Snipe down, but Manny coming in for that cleanup damage, but not able to get the kill. Finally, Manny able to take him down. Boo Boo Doo gonna make quick work of him.
Nice.
Bound going right at Soul Snipe. That's gonna be a perfect kill, and Large because of that, he's gonna get himself a sniper rifle.
That's the second time. I'm starting to wonder if it's a controller-related issue, because why would Bound miss a pickup on a flag and on the snipe? Back to back. Not sure what's going on there, but he's missing just really crucial little timings. At the highest level of play, if you miss a fraction of a second on picking up a sniper, an objective, whatever it is, like that's dead, right? That's curtains. And it's not good enough at this point because Pioneers, they've got momentum, 73 and counting. They cannot afford to make mistakes.
Talek holding on to this ball for dear life here. 20 seconds away from coming out with the round win and forcing that round number 3, but Talek going to be forced to play the ball, trying to get all the seconds possible. We're finally going to be taken down, and so do 3 members of the Pioneers. Soulsnipe going to be by himself. He's going to try to defend this ball and buy enough time for his teammates to spawn up and get some kills, but he's going to get some of his own as well.
What the heck was that heat wave? That wasn't bound, that was Booba Dooba who bounced a ricochet that I think bounced like 3 times before it connected. And I mean, it got the kill, so good enough, I guess. Boo Boo still got the heat wave on his man, in his hands. Either way you shake it, that ball in the hands of FaZe. They'll rotate it back to A, but can't get it far. Pioneers hot on the pursuit. Druck will die. Manny here to pick up the trade. And as they lose their lives, so do their opportunities. They dwindle here, Tony. 88 and counting, and you're not getting anywhere near this door, Boo Boo.
Excellent use out of the repulsor coming from Manny, and he's not done yet. Getting onto Bound, having no idea he's there. 3 down, going FaZe, and it looks like that's going to be it. We're going into a 3rd and final round of this game. Pioneers having the opportunity to win this series and send FaZe home.
Pioneers with quite a string of momentum in the end of that game there, Tony. They locked things down from the start of the round to the end of it. Manny making massive plays. And it makes you wonder what that does to the momentum, what that does to the mental of the boys on FaZe as they face potentially the final round and the final game of this tournament for their, I guess, the tournament lives. It's not over yet. The ball holding their side to start, but man, is the pressure on for them.
It's do or die
Or
here
not,
for
no
FaZe,
pressure.
and they cannot crack under this pressure. To double kill easily coming in from Bound, but not able to get the headshot. Meanwhile, 2 kills, 1 in favor of the Pioneers, and Bound wants to wait for his teammates to come up.
Bound comes in with a double, needs to start hitting snipes though. Can't quite do it just yet. Talek dead, but loses his shields there, and you don't want to see that. Unfortunate, if he hits the BR, he gets the kill, and he does not lose the health. He can take another shot. Instead, he dies quickly because of it. Soulsnipe will drop. Boo Boo Doo here with the camo to even the odds and draw the attention of Sniped, or draw the attention of Manny, so Sniped can get the back smack. Ball now sits, Sniped with the snipe. Nobody wants to pick up that ball. They got all the artillery. If anything, hopefully they get the kills as a result of this. Boo Boo Doo gonna double back. He'll collect the ball. Sniped says, I want to snipe. Give me a chance. Let's see what Snipe can do with that rifle. I don't know if we'll get to him in time. He's gonna try to get off or out of the field of play here for just a second. Manny aware of where he is. Ball between them, and Snipe needs an opening.
And almost has one there. Almost gets the body shot. Sadly, not able to do so, and he's going to run out that sniper rifle. Damage. Meanwhile, Falcon is sending Soulsnipe packing and through the air.
Honestly, that was pretty sick to witness. We were watching the previous series with C9 and Optic, and Puckett says he thinks the repulsor is his favorite equipment in the game. I think I gotta agree, man. Just the sheer dynamic, right? The different types of scenarios you can see with it, they're so damn entertaining to watch, and it's only the beginning. Plenty more to come here. Talek can continue to lock down this ball in A. Manny with the camo and the setup. How to FaZe break through.
Camouflage in the hands of Manny. Excellent shots on Boo Boo Doo, able to get the cleanup kill. Now going right after down, forced him to be one shot, but the remote detonation once again. Falcated is playing like the best player in the lobby. You saw him utilize that repulsor, get the killing spree earlier in game number 3. You saw him send Soulsnipe packing with the repulsor. Now he's also remote detonating everybody in sight. Falcated is simply too good at Halo Infinite.
You know who else is pretty good? Boo Boo Doo. Pick up a kill on the Druck. Soulsnipe down below him. Boo Boo, does he have the info? Soulsnipe hiding in the corner here. Nice of the timing at him. Boo Boo takes the trade at the very least. The ball still sits down center. The least amount of time we've seen in this game so far collected. The timer starting to burn as the ball just sits there. Less than 3 minutes for these teams to make plays. And so far, Pioneers lead by just 10. Can they extend it? You got multiple dying on the feed here. Man, he gonna shut one down that's fouled down. The ball in their hands and a setup for them. Time not in their favor on the side of FaZe, and neither is this ball hold. FaZe need to act quickly.
We talked about the C tower setup, and now you're seeing what makes it so deadly, dodging all the nades here. But the initial kill going to come towards Bound, and it looks like the nades are going to fly out and kill the ball carrier without them even knowing the ball's not going to be played. Talik doesn't get the kill. Now Talik's going to go down. FaZe have a chance to make a run.
Talik just got played, man. He got up above him. He couldn't find him. And the next thing you know, he's replaced with a double and Snipe Down in position to delete him. And almost Snipe Down in position to get a little more. Talik now back. Maybe staggered a little bit off of that play, but not enough to stop Pioneers in their momentum. 50 points and counting here. Booba slides in. He's got to do something. Talik, once again, Talik not going to let it happen twice. He'll take the kill. Looking for more. Does not pick up the ball. Teammate with it. Talik perched above. I love this spot. He make it work. Foul is too aware.
Falcon getting that beautiful double kill. Bound now having the camouflage in hands. Easy damage coming out of him. Multiple players alive here for FaZe. This is do or die for FaZe, but I also feel like it's almost just as important for Pioneers as well, because you cannot give FaZe any breathing room whatsoever. They want to end this right here. They do not want to see a Game 5.
Pioneers cannot allow it. FaZe, their tournament life on the line with this ball hold. The timer frozen at 2:07. 44 points and counting here. Foul does not want to leave or not want to move too far from C. Needs the line of sight. Got multiple over on Nest. He's actually going for the chase. But dropping down below, maybe not the best decision. Druck in position to flank. Snipe Down thinking about a played ball. And all he's going to be able to do at this point is he drops it off. 57 points with that single hold. They've taken the lead and put Pioneers under pressure. But anyone's game here, Tony.
This round 3 series is going down to the wire. There's a little bit less than 2 minutes on the clock. Nobody getting a slay just yet here. Boo Boo Doo is going to be taking some damage, and Tyler getting really aggressive on this. But luckily, Boo Boo Doo having the help of Falcated, who's going to come in for the cleanup kill, able to get the double kill before taking down all 4 members of Pioneers. Are going to hit the black screen, and what does that mean? FaZe are in control.
FaZe with yet another opportunity. Rotate the ball over to A. Snipe and foul on C side. Boo Boo sees it. He'll bring the ball to them instead. Talik with a big kill. Snipe Down is not on the map. Foul will return the favor with a trade. Soul Snipe coming down from below. He takes foul. Boo Boo's ready. He'll melt Soul Snipe, but where the heck is Manny? He's behind them. Ball in their hands. They'll rotate it back to C. Can they do this? Pioneer's going to pass the ball off. And Manny, the line of defense, he needs to make a play.
Heat wave in the hands of Manny at the moment. Meanwhile, Sniper Rifle is coming up. Only 30 more points needed by FaZe here, but they're not going to repulse off the map here. Luckily, Snipe Down still able to get the kill, but not the heat wave. The ball's not going to be played. That's actually 3 down, and Boo Boo Dooble's able to save it here. Things are looking good. FaZe are able to make a run. Pioneers have their backs against the wall. They need to break this setup.
This oddball looking like a goddamn hot potato. They'll finally throw it off the map. 78 for FaZe, and the time, 1 minute left to make an answer on the side of Pioneers. Massive kill at Talik. Ball in the hands of Talik. He'll hold it bottom mid. Anytime he can get is a massive W for his team. He'll rotate back to Manny. Does he have an opening? FaZe need an answer. They need it quick. Just 8 seconds separate them. He does, or Soul Snipe does die. Ball still in play. Snipe Down looking for it. Talik knows he had to drop. Actually, Talik not dead. Snipe Down looking for anyone that could flank him. Where is the ball? In the hands of FaZe. 80 points and counting. Pioneers with one final push. They can disrupt it, but Snipe Down not gonna let it happen. Nade down to the floor. Soul Snipe with a challenge. Another from the opposite side is Talik. Trade comes through. Can they continue to defend it? 89 and counting here. 91 points. Foul. I don't think he's gonna be able to hold this to the end though. He gets the kill! Bound will jump on it. 6 seconds. Oh, what? They'll take it, and FaZe will walk away with Game 4. We're going to Game 5, Tony.
We're going to Game 5, Shyway. That we are, and I am ready, and I'm so happy to be here with you. My gosh, FaZe versus Pioneers. This is a series for the books, man.
You know, we hadn't seen Bound for a long time, right? He never showed his face. In case you're wondering, turns out he's what is he? 6 feet tall. He's a pretty good height, right? Apparently he's got a great. So what's that?
Handsome as hell.
Handsome as hell, and he's got a good reach too. Because I have no idea how his melee reached over the ledge to get the kill with no return damage. Same with Foul, a crucial melee to save things last second. They're right with no health. Bound slides in, picks it up, but man, What a melee to save the game and ensure they get that time. And now, here we go. I mean, it's scripted, right? This whole freaking weekend, Tony, feels scripted.
You can't tell them
Did
that.
you watch the BTB Bonanza yesterday? I was saying scripted. The BTB was insane yesterday, Tony. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, it went, I can't believe how that went down. And honestly, all of it, it's just, I think it's just our time. You know, I think it's just Halo's time. The more I think about it, the more I think that this game, it's finally back, this franchise finally back in every single freaking series. Is so damn exciting. I'm gonna try to keep it together, but here we go. Slayer on Streets for our final game in our best of 5. The winner takes all. The loser goes home. Tony, what do you think coming into this?
All I know is that if you're gonna have a brawl, it might as well go down in the streets.
Hey.
First to 50 kills, take the win. 12 minutes on the clock. It's do or die, or you're going home. Pioneers going up against FaZe. If you're not hyped right now, I don't know what it's gonna take.
I mean, there's no way you're not just a little bit hyped in the chat. I mean, what a tournament we've had. The series outside this, leading up to this moment. FaZe and Pioneers giving us a show in elimination quarterfinals and just elimination quarterfinals. My God, right? We got to go into losers finals, winners finals, the grand. I mean, we had winners. And I can't wait to see how Brands goes. But, man, I will be sitting in the audience and witnessing it. Man, what a tournament we've had so far. Slayer on Streets, the map and game type to close this series. And one of my favorites, a lot to work with on this map. You got the Rockets up center, but don't go for them right away unless you want to take the risk. We'll see.
Game number 5 is simply about who wants it more. I don't care about favorites. I don't care about stats. I throw the stats away. Get the stats out of here.
What stats?
Who wants it more? Game 5, always going to be Slayer. I can't wait to watch these two juggernauts go at it. Who's your player to watch?
Anyone. I don't care. Put the POV on somebody. I'm going to be excited to see them because everybody is popping off. Everybody's playing their game as well as they need to give us a show, to bring us here. The finale of this series. The winner takes all. It's going down in the streets, Tony. You said it.
You know, I can't wait to watch this man right here. Falcon has really been going off this entire series. Shoot, scratch that. This entire tournament. This man is showing that he's one of the best when it comes to Halo Infinite. Nobody's talking about him when they mention the best of the best, and we're going to start doing it after this weekend. 2 down for Pioneers.
FaZe.
Falcon having the rocket launcher in hands. 2 down for each of the teams. It's a 4-2 lead going in favor of the boys in red.
FaZe with the opening advantage. 4-2. Rockets in the back pocket of Foul. And a flank out of Soul Snipe. Does he see it, though? Foul going to have to play this very carefully. The entirety of Pioneers are looking for him, but Foul ready. Burns, Talik with the BR. Spots Soul Snipe. Druck there with him. How many kills can he get? Soul Snipe dead. Going to play it patiently on the perch here. Manny sees him, though. Manny, that was a massive kill from him. Rockets, I believe, now down. Bound, aware of it. Going to rotate back. It might have been Bird. I didn't get a close look at it. But in the meantime, Soul Snipe going to lock things down from Arcade. Boo there to pick up the trade. Bound, he's in the fray once again as well. Can't get it, though.
Bound and Boo Boo working a little 1-2 combo, but sadly they're both going to hit the black screen. Meanwhile, Snipe down making full use of the Bulldog. Boo Boo Doo coming right off the spawn. Here come FaZe.
Strong opening start out of FaZe here. 7-kill advantage, and Pioneers left to provide an answer. They need to do something here. Trade on the board. Talik can't get more. Foul with 2 and
no.
Bound with 1. That's 3 dead. The whole team now forced to spawn, and Bound with a couple celebratory melees in the air because he knows that this team is spawning in the worst spot on the map. All of his nades are going into C.
It's still early, but Pioneers are looking gassed at the moment. We already know that FaZe is such a good Slayer team, so the last thing you want to do is fall into a deficit, especially a double-digit 1. And that, luckily, Manny and Soul Snipe hitting back-to-back kills, and now we're on board with Boo Boo. Take my Doo-Boo.
Pioneers continue to claw at them, but FaZe always have an answer. 20-8 on the board as Pioneers continue to scramble. Boo Boo takes 1. Soul Snipe in front, and Boo Boo's not afraid. That's 2. What else can they do? A double for him, a marksman, Metal, Druck, and Manny still up in the map, but for how long?
The young man out of Covington, Louisiana, now Texas, is making some moves. You're actually putting some shots on his Texas local, that being Talik, forcing him to back down. Boo Boo Doo going all the way down to 1 shot, and Bound on the kill feed is getting doubles.
And we talked about it in the last game, and Pioneers, they needed to close it out in that 1 round because the moment they give FaZe the opportunity, the moment they smell blood, they're like sharks in the water. 27-11 at this point. Talik cannot afford to die. They cannot afford trades because early on here it's not looking good. They'll take 2. Druck with a massive double. Druck, what else can he put together? Oh, the thrust to stay alive. Soul Snipe the bait and switch. And Pioneers, they're still in this.
Back there, Soul Snipe, despite being one shot, getting really aggressive, going after Bound, but sadly the trade is going to go in, and you cannot be trading off kills if you are the Pioneers at the moment. You need good rounds of slaves to come in. Manny, the pings are coming in. There's going to be 3 players over toward the C side of the map. Beautiful collapse coming out of Pioneers. They have woken up, but look at the deficit.
Bound just went huge there. Oh, he took 3. Bound took 3 out of that challenge. And what should have been 3 dead for FaZe is now 31-19. What do you do as Pioneers if you can't get a clean break? They're running out of chances. That hits the 40-point mark, Tony, and I stop being a believer.
Luckily, there's still some time here on the map. Snipe down, excellent kill,
I
taking
don't
down
know.
Salik. Snipe down actually gonna get the double kill here. This is not looking good. They are fastly approaching that 40 kill mark. Pioneers, you need to make something happen, otherwise you're going home.
15 kill deficit, make it 16. Actually, we're back and forth either way. In a game 5, Pioneers, this is not what you want to see. Where's your answer? Where's the momentum? They can't do anything here. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes 1. Rockets sit down center. And Pioneers, they can't even afford the risk for it. Those rockets go into the hands of FaZe. And Snipe Down keeps cooking. I mean, it's over, Tony. It's over. What do you do? 41. Snipe Down with a double. Nade into tires. And you better run and hide.
Snipe Down making his way over towards the PD side of the map. He knows they are only 8 kills away. Sneaking over towards bottom 8. Nobody knowing where he is. Excellent kill on Snipe Down. Going in for the challenge on Manny. Utilizing the thrust to get the double kill. Eric Rona.
Eric Rona, he's back. And it's so damn good to see him, man. Welcome back to Halo. No more Apex Legends. Get that out of here. Come on. It's Halo's time. 46-28. Or 26. Make it 27 now. I mean, Tony, at this point, it's a GG. What do you do? What do you do as Pioneers except wait for the inevitable? They fought hard, fought valiantly, but it just wasn't enough. FaZe, today, they're better. Bound gonna make them feel it. The bags come in. This series is over.
That it is the 50th kill being put on the board. Pioneers, you ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell up out of here. FaZe are going forward into the elimination bracket, and they are looking good.
I mean, I couldn't ask for a better 5-game series, man. That was incredible, Tony. That was incredible. Here, give me a fist bump.
Oh yeah.
Well played to FaZe. Well played to KCP. KCP or Pioneers, whatever you want to call them here. Incredible team. Cannot sleep on them. If you're not aware of them, you should be now. Dropping out of elimination bracket is unfortunate, but man, what a series of plays. What signs of life we saw from these guys. They brought this to a game 5. Honestly, had we not seen that clutch in the final round, the oddball, I think Pioneers had this. But when you go down to the Slayer, I mean, you just can't hang with FaZe on streets. Apparently, they'll come out on top. And I mean, Tony, it was a stake. It was a stake to end that.
I don't know if we got some FaZe fans in the chat. I don't know if we have them in the crowd right now.
From the
if they are, FaZe up, baby. FaZe up. Put it in the chat right now. If you're a fan of FaZe, they stay alive. Game number 5. Sorry, Pioneers. This is FaZe time right here.
FaZe still alive in the elimination bracket. What is left for them in this tournament? Like my producer says in my ear. Speaking of the bracket, let's look at the bracket and see how things have shaken up in this tournament so far. FaZe, they are still alive. Elimination semifinal up next. Optic Gaming and Sentinels. That's from earlier. What am I looking at in here? FaZe has, they should not be FaZe. Optic and Sentinels in elimination? They are in elimination. That is right. Wait a second. That series is going on currently. Tony, we're missing it. Sen is 2-0.
Wow.
Against Optic. Apparently Optic's about to win game 3. I'm getting updates as we speak, but I did not realize this was currently taking place. I'm sure you're watching it right now on twitch.tv/Halo. Optic Gaming, the tournament lives on the line up against Sentinels, who have had one hell of a day. I mean, look at the scoreline, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. Sentinels, they're back with a force. They've knocked out Space Station. Navi no longer in here as well. Tony, look at this.
This is crazy. Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 obviously knocking Optic into that elimination bracket. And yeah, Sentinels now have a chance to send Optic home. The number 1 seed coming into this tournament are fighting for the tournament lives and might not even make it into top 4.
What a tournament, Tony. You couldn't have asked for a better turnout. You couldn't have asked for a better result to this series, for a better, landing with the final teams in this event. Sentinels still survive. Sentinels still showing signs of life. They're in a series with Optic right now, so if you're not watching it, twitch.tv/Halo, currently taking place. Tony and I, we're going to jump over there. I got to run over there and see it because I don't want to miss the end of that series. It is currently 2-1. Apparently, Optic have just taken Game 3. We are going to watch the winner semifinals and cast the winner semifinals on this stream on twitch.tv/HCS. The elimination finals, my apologies, elimination semifinals.
Yeah, top. Yeah.
I'm getting mixed up, guys. So FaZe up against whoever wins this series on twitch.tv/Halo will be played here on twitch.tv/HCS. We'll be back with that as soon as this series ends. We'll be back to cast it. So don't go anywhere. Keep this tab open. We got plenty more Halo action to come up. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to HCS Raleigh, our kickoff major. What a tournament we've had so far. It's only going to get better. Only 4 teams, I believe, left in this tournament. We've got FaZe and we've got Sentinels coming up next. What a road we've had for Sentinels. I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Tony. Tony, this is a hell of a match to cast, and I hope you got a voice left for it, because I have been screaming in the audience. I don't know about you. I have been literally screaming. I hope you have too in the chat. This is insane, what we've been witnessing.
Yeah, it's kind of bittersweet, to be honest with you. This is going to be our final time casting together on LAN, and man, has it been an incredible journey, and I couldn't ask for a better matchup than right here, right now.
Who wrote the damn script is what I need to know. Who wrote it? What's going on? Why is it so perfect? Sentinels somehow in the end of that game with Formal and the final kill in the rocket. Like, I just... Man, and they almost brought it back, too. Like, I'm still gushing. I'm still reeling. FaZe and Sentinels, they got to play. It's a best-of-5 series. You got the layout in front of you. Oddball Recharge will kick it off. We got no time to talk about it. We're going through the fly-through here, Tony. No fly-through. We're going right into the gameplay. And Fal going to start with a couple shots into these nades. We got a series on our hands here, Tony. I hope you're ready.
I'm so ready. I promise you, both of these teams are going to be warmed up. They both went down to Game 5. They both left it all on the line. And now they're going at it right here, right now, for the right to guarantee top 3 in the tournament. Let's go, baby.
Elim semifinals, loser out of the tournament, winner, like you said, top 3. Can they do it? Foul, unfortunately, that camo did not go in his hands. He had to grapple to it instead, died out bottom mid because of it. Looks like everybody's foul-cated currently. We're on board with Bound instead, so don't let that trick you. Bound, gonna shoot a little better than Formal. You gotta watch out for Formal. Turns out this man still knows how to clutch. Whether it's COD or Halo, he's still putting it together.
Onward now with Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo, making his way over towards the top attic right now. Holding down long haul, the nades are starting to come in. Snipe down, trying to stay alive despite being one shot. Meanwhile, the real Falcon able to take down Frosty off the screen.
Who's the real one?
And please stand up, Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo now advancing over towards top catwalk, and the A side, the B side setup being held by FaZe.
First ball hold of the game in the hands of Boo-Boo. Boo-Boo gonna drop it for a second because 2 players in the hallway to get rid of. He's got Snakebite as well, who's gonna look to re-challenge this. Boo-Boo gonna play it slow. Ball still advantage FaZe. Snakebite does not want to press him. You can see he's alone. Frosty with a pivotal kill in the feed. Foul will trade, and Boo-Boo, to cut his losses, will drop down below. Frosty in position with the ball. Let's see if he opts to rotate it at this point down in numbers.
On board now with Frosty himself. Ball in the hands. Lethal off the screen, able to get the double kill, and the extra ball is going to be reset. Meanwhile, Camouflage coming up in 10 seconds, and you're called to get over here, says Frosty.
Frosty does not need to remove himself from high ground. Hold on to a good position, bring the ball to him, and rotate it straight out to A. Oh, well, he does it. Unfortunately, not checking his backside there. He will go down. And that ball going to go down as well. Now taken by FaZe, brought back into the hallway. Snakebite, what can he do to answer when you got Snipe Down out front? Thankfully, Snipe Down weak. Grapple on Snakebite. How does he make this play?
And mind you guys, when you're playing flag, you're not able to grapple the flag off of respawn here, but Oddball's a little bit different, making the grapple even better. Meanwhile, Snakebite making full use of the Mangler, electing to drop it, put down the damage ball once again in the hands of the boys in blue, and here comes Snakebite.
I don't know if you saw it, but the tech at a Snakebite right there to enter the hallway, he hit a frame-perfect slide straight up into the hallway, and the use of the grapple to get up and pick up the ball as well. I mean, textbook, if it is even textbook, he's right in the textbook currently with that ball hold. That gives Sentinels an advantage only slightly here. Frosty gonna do what he can to hold the advantage, assuming Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo opts to challenge him. Instead, Boo-Boo gonna make it tricky. Frosty, he's prepared.
The entire Sentinels team actually just added up to 11 kills just now. Meanwhile, Lethal's sitting at 10-5 by himself, really starting to slay out, and so is the birthday boy Formal taking down Snipe Down. Love to see that. And now Formal's gonna start to get aggressive here.
Nice little tidbit right there. Formal got the kill on the sword lunging player that was Snipe Down. Snipe Down was about to get a kill, but because Formal saved it, Formal got the full truth despite being all the way across the map. I mean, we take those. Ball in the hands of Sentinels because of it. Snipe Down, we're on board with him. Can he connect? Multiple nades gonna come at his toes, and Frosty here to clean it up. Snipe Down needs to make a play, and he's got no options to work with.
Snakebite making his way over towards Long Law here. Luckily, as Lethal working a little 1-2 combo. Mangler in the hand. Swordsman coming up very soon here. That might end up playing a factor. Mangler coming in. That's going to be a killing spree coming out of the IGL. The Snipe Down coming in beautifully for the cleanup for down goes Sentinels.
Seen it a couple times at a Snakebite this game already, taking full advantage of that Mangler, though the shock rifle does sit down in front of Snipe Down. Does he pick it up? I think it might have despawned because he left it there, so interesting. Of course, he does want that Mangler for the close range, but a shock rifle also useful. Oh, a body block on the nade. Not ideal. Foul will turn in time to at least get the trade, but multiple going to drop there for FaZe and Snipe Down, thinking about playing this out to center. He'll take as much time as he can before he does it.
There's no player collision, but you can still bounce nades off your teammates, so be careful. Snipe Down utilizing that Mangler, ends up getting the big kill on his rival Lethal. Formal gonna come in with the easy cleanup kill, but the nades starting to fly out. Boo-boo, Doo-boo, putting him in the dirt. Meanwhile, Frosty having that camouflage.
Like you said, camo on the body, but not for long. Booba Doo-boo foul that worked together to delete him. And now Booba Doo-boo, now one shot, needs to double back, get out of this exchange. Ball in their hands, and Boo Boo making plays. Perfect for now. Formal, next challenger. Looks like Formal will get away, thankfully, with the kill for him. Not only does that shock rifle trade hands, Bound has a sword. Let's see if he puts it to use.
The only thing more dangerous than Bound in the elimination bracket is Bound in the elimination bracket with a sword. This man's gonna make some things happen, electing not to go for the ball. He has some slicing and dicing to do.
Let's see him slice, hopefully, to defend the ball here. He got the ball in hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo. They lock that down, time in their favor as well. 63 and counting as Frosty makes the rotation. Couple nades in advance here. Got sights on Defalque. Defalque now one shot, gonna milk his life here. Snakebite not in position to trade it, so Frosty, he'll turn to Snipe Down instead. Snipe Down tries to get out here. Looks like he just skates by. Boo Boo the victim, but Bound in position with the sword once again. And what a line of defense Bound has created for his team.
And you notice Falcade right on his screen here. And how many times have we said Falcade is going off in this tournament? The man is 17-9, leading not only slaves for his team, but the entire lobby. This young man is going off, and a large reason why they have the lead.
You got to think about this for a second. The storylines in this tournament, right? Sentinels just upset Optic to get here. They're facing FaZe. FaZe, a brand new team, essentially. Snipe Down joining in from Apex. And here they are in top 4. Imagine if FaZe comes in to upset Sentinels after everything we've witnessed today. I mean, I can't even consider it. 99, though, on the board for FaZe right now. 1 point to close out round 1. And Frosty, you better hold that ball.
Only one more second needed here. It looks like that ball actually trade hands over towards Frosty. Luckily, he's going to just play the ball off the map. Still able to hold on to the sword. Meanwhile, the heavy damage is coming in, and that sword is going to change hands. Lethal's going in for the bait, but it's not going to be enough here. FaZe are going up 1 round on Sentinels.
Somehow FaZe pull it together first round of the game, but of course, we've seen this time and time again with Sentinels. They are not down. You can take 1 round, doesn't mean you've taken the game, that's for sure. Sentinels last second. They're known to turn things around and clutch up. FaZe, they got to keep the pressure, the energy up here, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, we'll see what they can do. Bound already has 2 in the feed. Camo still up here. Boo Boo with a repulsor, back pocket, coverage over to Snipe Down. And because of it, Bound still picking up kills. You love to see it in the latter half of the tournament here. Bound making plays.
Excellent move by Boo Boo Doo Boo on screen here. Falcon to try to make waves with that ball, but sadly not going to be able to do so. And Boo Boo Doo Boo being left by himself. All 3 players for FaZe have gone down here, and Sentinels were able to get away with the camouflage. Formal, what you got for me?
So far, tricky situation for him, right? I'm wondering to see what he can do, but he's sitting in the corner. He's got no shields. And instead, they just melt him immediately. Lethal will still put damage in. They'll pick up ball instead. So ball time on the side of Sentinels, but not for long. Boo Boo Doo Boo on the challenge. Leaves a nade behind. Slowly, oh my God, Lethal just slipping and sliding to get around it. Man, what a play. And he's still up. Can he keep this defense going?
Lethal having the ball in hands once again. Gliders are starting to fall behind him. Formal getting right behind enemy lines. Easy shots coming in on Snipe Down. Excellent, perfect kill. Now going to change direction over towards Boo Boo Doo Boo. Holding down Turbine is Formal.
Formal about to face 3 here. And I like the decision to perch up in the attic. With Snipe Down, how is he getting this angle? Formal getting shot in the toes. Can't do anything. Boltru again? Apparently here, everyone's getting Boltrus. It's Bound this time. And a second maybe. Snakebite will take it instead. The ball in their hands, 36 and counting, as Sentinels look to make a comeback here. Under a lot of pressure though. Lethal, they'll drop it down. FaZe, a chance.
and finally able to put some pressure on Lethal. He was putting way too much damage on the map here with that ball time here. Falcon now holding down top A, grabbing himself a grapple and a shock rifle, but Bound goes down. So does Falcon, and Lethal's starting to get aggressive here. That's gonna be a double kill coming out of Lethal's mistake fight. Gets taken down.
No matter who we swap to, everyone's dying at this point. Trades left and right, and a lot of resources down. A camo to pick up. Bound gonna put it on the body. Grapple back up there as well. Unfortunately for Bound, cannot survive. Getting tagged up as he turns the corner. Sniped down. Needs to play it safe. They're down numbers. Sentinels with another opportunity to collect time. Lethal gonna continue to whittle away at the defenses. Big kill out of him as he tries to get to center map. Bubudubu's got sights on him, but the time in the favor of Sentinels as he keeps ticking away.
Keeps ticking away here. And Bubudubu and Snipe down, working a little 1-2 combo. Easy shots on Frosty. Almost actually one shot, so that's going to be an easy cleanup kill coming from Bubudubu. The second kill's coming in. Bubudubu tries to get the ball in hand, but sadly he's going to be shut down. Snakebite utilizing that Mangler once again. That's going to be another double kill. Get over here, says Snakebite once again.
Only so many times you can say get over here before you just got to let Scorpion get on the mic, Tony. Let him handle it. Either way, Snakebite does have the ball, 78 and counting here, and FaZe need an answer. So far, they haven't had one in this round. Bubu does get a kill on the feed. Snakebite trades it out. It just seems like Sentinels are always in position to get a trade. At the helm is Snakebite. The man's continuing to make plays here and putting it together.
Still has that Mangler in hand. That Mangler is going to be so important to control. Those close range engagements are deadly. Man, Snakebite actually going to use that Mangler right off the rip to take down, snipe down off the screen. Frosty having the shock rifle and the ball in hand. It's a 95-3 run for Sentinels. They are 5 seconds away from taking this round.
Looks like they might do it here. Ball collected and tossed off the map. Bound moving quick, knows that's just about his only option. And that leads to a reset. Bubudubu will try to get to it, but Frosty says no! Frosty with a double, and he's not done. Snipe down. Watch your back. Frosty's coming for you. My God, what a series of plays. And that is a deserved round for Sentinels. They're back on the board. What an answer.
Going into round number 3 here on Oddball side, Sentinels are going off, specifically Frosty here, and this man right here for, Lethal, gonna start off by making his way over toward the C side of the map and try to cut off the players that are going towards control room.
Lethal can lock it down here. Most, not all, members of FaZe up on the map to take the ball. Foul will collect one as well. Where do they rotate it? Out to yellow room for now. Lethal, huge opportunity. Oh, the jump and the grapple at a snipe down to just get by. He'll get over now. What is happening here? Falcon somehow gets in the door, picks up a kill. Lethal takes the trade, and the ball in their hands only temporarily.
The Sneak King medal going to be earned here by Lethal, who's making his way over towards top A. Little does he know Bubudubu is there to shut him down, going all the way down to one shot, trying to take the challenge, but the bait and switch from Bound and Bubudubu are just too strong. Meanwhile, Formal going down to one shot and holding down top Attic.
The movement there out of Bubudubu to stay alive and bait himself long enough for Bound to get the kill has given FaZe an opportunity. No, unfortunately, they have not collected ball time off it. Bound with another melee. The Formal knocks him down. Now will try to stay up. He's got Foul sniped down with him, but Frosty up above, drawing attention. Foul, big pickup. Ball still down at elevator and FaZe. They need an answer. They need a collection. Some time in their hands. How long can they get, though? You can see Sentinel still on the aggression.
And neither team were able to put much points on the board despite almost 4 minutes worth of gameplay here. Falcon taking some heavy damage, forced to back down, was immediately Snakebite and Formal getting back-to-back kills here. Snakebite with the Mangler in hands, also having the repulsor. That's a nice little combination. And in 20 seconds, that camouflage is also going to come into play.
Tony, we've been on board with Sentinels all day on the B stream. They jump over to the main stream, have an incredible run against Optic. And here they are once again. They just don't seem to go down all the way from open bracket. Can you believe the journey this team has had? Is it stopped here, or does it continue with FaZe? That's my question. Bound, looking to answer it for me. Sword kill. Already, ball in their hands once again. They'll rotate it back to A. It's a time for them, too.
3 out of 4 players for Sentinels momentarily going down. Luckily, the spawns are coming in, and Lethal is deadly. Checking down Valkated, Bound, gonna try to bait this area with the sword. Love the position coming out of him, but Formal off the screen, taking down, snipe down, the collapse is gonna be coming in from FaZe at any given moment.
Oh, you see Bound drop out there and just kind of give him a wave with the sword. He knows he's out of range, but swipes anyway. Ball will sit down and be here. Snipe down does want it, but alone at the moment. Frosty waiting above. Snipe down. Can he play it slow? He's giving up his position. And I love this pre-nade as well. He's aware of the potential of a challenge from above him. He's trying to micromanage the situation, but looks like it can't quite work out for him. Multiple drop in the side of FaZe. Formal gonna rotate down from below. Foul aware of it, but the ball in the hands of Sentinels all while they do it. An opportunity for a big setup, too. Maybe if they can get out of B.
The ball forcibly dropped there by Lethal, not able to get away far with him. And Frosty having that ball right in hand, so despite not having the numbers here, Sentinel still trying to commit into the scrappy ball time. Snakebite now going to challenge Boo Boo Doo. Gets the reversal, perfect kill coming out of him. Now Lethal having a clear line of sights on Valkated, but not able to get the kill, Alex.
Foul with a rotation out the long haul. He'll stay alive for now and keep a lead in their favor. Of course, last round in this game. A huge opportunity for them. Bound covering from above. Two other players, his other teammates, of course, over in C as Val continues to sit in the corner. Where's the challenge? It's Lethal. He'll take it. Ball now down. Snipe down Boo Boo, still alive. But how do they fight three? Frosty with a perfectly timed challenge. And the team shot's too strong.
Snipe down going all the way down to one shot. Ends up being cleaned up here by Formal. Valkated putting shots on multiple different players. Nobody going down just yet, but at least having them back down. Camouflage is coming up once again. Lethal utilizing the repulsor, but it's not going to be enough to stop Bound. Camouflage now in the hands of Valkated, but Formal's on the brow, able to take him down. Bound gets the kill, and while all this is happening, Sentinels are putting time on the board, and good time at that.
Very efficient out of Sentinels for sure. Bound still making plays, but like you said, Snakebite collecting time all as it happens. What matters most, of course, at the end of the day, 69 and counting, that timer. And Snakebite still locks it down. He'll rotate it over to A, Frosty, and Escort as he does it. And FaZe, they're running out of time to answer back. Foul behind. Frosty, perfect position to chase him, but does he want it? Looks like he does. Val gonna hide in the corner here. Gonna be such a difficult kill. All while this happens, though, ball time still being collected, so Val really just delaying the inevitable here. Can they do something?
And at 88 points on the dot, Snakebite once again going to collect the ball, but Bound ends up making a one-shot and puts him down. No, the ball ends up going down towards the middle, but Bound ends up being hunted down here by Formal with the last player alive here for Sentinels. They're doing a great job of baiting the ball. Lethal comes right off a spawn, gets the cleanup kill. Formal gets behind enemy lines, but not able to get that kill. That would have been amazing.
Formal, I love the attempt. He still gets the kill. Would have been beautiful, like you said. He waits patiently, does not quite hit the back smack in. Someone who's hitting shots, though, is Boo Boo. He's cross-map. And all of a sudden, it's time for FaZe to wake up here. Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's got to be the one to do it. Lethal dead. Frosty dead. An advantage in numbers. And Boo Boo the one to pick up the ball. But he can die doing this. He barely gets out. The man is currently red barred. He's got the shock rifle, the only one in position to get time with the ball, so he will do it. But you'd like to see him also make plays here. Can he drop it for snipe down? He will. Boo Boo Doo Boo. It's up to him, still with the shock rifle. Falcon to play his life carefully, give Boo Boo an opportunity.
Falcon having the commando in hands, Boo Boo Doo Boo still having that shock rifle, so they utilize it immediately to take down Frosty. Boo Boo Doo Boo actually getting 3 out of 4 down for Sentinels. He's going off on the kill feed, and Falcated is about to come in for the cleanup.
Oh, Snakebite with 2, but Foul quick to clap back. Oh, Foul with the opportunity there. Unfortunately, does not snap onto the head of Formal. Their Formal will live. Ball down, 78 for FaZe. A chance to close the game if they play this well. And Lethal gonna make it difficult for him. Foul goes all out for it. Can he live? Looks like he can. Ball in the hands of Boo Boo. Snakebite waiting by the doorway to challenge it. This is the chance to break the setup. If Sentinels can do it here, they might take the game, unless Foul has something to say about it.
This game is going down to the absolute wire. Only 3 more seconds, and Falcon is going off, and that's going to be it. Falcon and friends able to take this round and the whole game. Game number 1 going to FaZe.
FaZe come out with game 1. Tony, I mean, I don't want to keep going back to the damn storyline, but look at this. I mean, Sentinels coming through, sweeping, not sweeping, we had a game 5 with Optic, but a hell of a series with Optic. To get to this point, do they go down to FaZe? Like, what's going on? This is not what I could have expected, and I'm sure you could agree with me in the chat. Either way, we got a series on our hands, and I can't wait to see where it goes. Sentinels, no stranger to defeat in a situation like this. It's a best of 5. Anything can happen. Slayer Bazaar is up next. And how do you expect them to play it, Tony?
Neither team wants to go home, and both of these teams are going to leave it all on the line here. Obviously, they'll be fighting for that map control. Their shots are way too good. They have to gain some kind of advantage. It's going to be all about that map control, specifically gathering all the resources. I'm talking about the grapple. I'm talking about the rockets. I'm talking about that power up. And don't forget about those bulldogs and those manglers. Those who control the resources are going to win this game.
The opening strat is massive, right? There's so much to control, so much to get to. The OS center map, you got the grapple. The grapple, of course, as we know, you can use it to pull the OS, pull the rockets towards you. A lot of playmaking potential, but can you get there? It's open space. Very easy to get melted. You can also forego all of that and try to rotate quickly through. We've seen a couple creative plays through alley side where you drop down, get the drop slide on the shoddy spawn through the ramp, end up on the other side of the map quickly enough to get a flank, but you risk losing the weapons in the process. A number of ways to play this. Ultimately, I think the opening strat will tell the story because it gives you a setup. And Bazaar, I mean, if there's any map that's setup heavy, it's Bazaar.
That it is, and to remind you guys, I mean, this is the elimination bracket semifinals. The winner of this moves on into top 3. Big money on the line, bragging rights as well.
Right?
We're talking about this. We're talking about $350,000 after that crowdfunding here, and we're talking about Sentinels, the dynasty, but also FaZe. And let me tell you, Sniped are no strangers to going at it with Sentinels. We've been seeing that for years.
No fear in the dojo on either side, Tony. Both of them very focused, I'm sure. The one interesting thing, too, you think of a player like Bound, for example. Bound, I love to say it, we haven't seen his face till he came to the LAN. This is his first ever LAN. You got to think about the pressure at top 4 in a LAN environment like this. Can they handle it? Can they hang? So far, FaZe says yes, but it's the beginning of the series, and anything can happen. Bazaar Slayer. Opening strat, Tony. Like I said, this will set the moment for the game.
If there is any player that I don't doubt that was going to step up on LAN, it is Bound. That man is just built different, especially in the elimination bracket. It seems he gets better and better as his backs are against the wall. Starting on board with Sniped, he's been in these situations many times before, and I know this is a championship. He came back from Apex, the #1 team in TSM. He didn't come back to get 4th place. He came back for wins, baby.
Ooh, love the attempt out of Sniped, and like you said, Tony, he came back for the dub. Let's see what he can do with it. Rockets and grapple on the hands of Sniped. Frosty already ready with a counter. And that's the beauty of players at this caliber of play, right? If the OS does not get collected, a player like Frosty immediately going to grab that plasma pistol, neutralize it. But we're still waiting for Sniped, waiting to see what he does. As he gets a hit marker, Boo Boo in position to get the kill, and Sniped still some artillery left to work with.
Rocket launcher in the back pocket here of Sniped, and he's ready for, and he also having the grapple as well. This is going to be a deadly combination, but just missing that jump. Luckily, only taking a little bit of damage. Doesn't die just as the 9 leads are coming in. Boo Boo Doo off the screen, taking down Snakebite, and Sniped still finding the first kill. Finds Formal, doesn't want to waste the rocket on that one. That's an easy kill. Formal not looking both ways before crossing the street. Easy kill coming out of Aragona.
FaZe with a strong opening yet again here. No! Oh, I thought he had 2. Sniped down. What an opportunity for a cluster luck there. He does come out with 1 kill. Unfortunately for Sentinels, just 1 kill is enough to keep the score close. Frosty will take 1. Formal in position. Shots will ring out for him, and 3 players trapped in shot. Formal, careful. You might want to be careful. I don't know if you got the info on this one, but there's a lot of FaZe down there.
And luckily there's a teammate in Snakebite right there as the collapse is coming in. All 4 players going down for FaZe. That's going to be a squad wipe going favor the boys in blue.
And the beauty of Bazaar Slayer, full team dead. If you can force a spawn, know where they are, you can set up on the map as well. You can see Formal taking position in the locker. And look at this. Look how quickly they've taken position. And FaZe, knowing this need to play slow off spawn. They cannot afford to give up deaths here. Little ticks from those dynamo nades will give up the position of Sniped. Easy opportunity for Snakebite. That's not all. The pressure is still on for Sentinels. They are starting to heat up.
And Formal was able to get away with the overshield, and nobody having any idea his positioning. Mangler in hands as well, but that overshield is about to run out at any given moment. That's going to be it. The birthday boy has nothing but his BR and his Mangler. Meanwhile, off the screen, Boo Boo Doo getting back-to-back kills. There we go, finding Boo Boo Doo, shutting him down immediately, but Formal going to hit the black screen as well.
Despite that full round of slays, just a 4-kill deficit created here for FaZe. They can still hang on. It's going to be up to Bound in the doorway. Knock, knock. Apparently, Frosty, you're dead. What else can Bound do? Man's weak. Trouble, Boo Boo Doo. Not in position to help him, so Bound will drop. And Snipe Down, we'll see if he can lend a hand from this base.
Cross-map shots coming out of Snipe Down. Has his sights on Lethal. This rivalry is legendary. It goes back generations. The shots are coming in, making that player one shot. And Boo Boo Doo trying to line up the rocket, not able to get anybody here. And that's going to change hands over towards PJ.
Snakebite flanked through. He got the rockets off of this. A huge opportunity for him. The members of FaZe trapped in the base above, and Snakebite aware of it. That's one. He'll continue. Pound might want to get out of this. He'll get out with the grapple, but Snakebite has the info. He got foul with a kill in the feed here. 19-12 on the board as Bound goes for the challenge. And do you fight Snakebite on Championship Sunday? I don't think so. I don't think you take a 1v1 with him.
The man gets better on Championship Sunday. He's on another level, and he's already a god to begin with. Dynamo nades are coming in. No ticks, no damage for Formal, but Boo Boo Doo will catch him a little bit off guard, forcing Boo Boo Doo to back down, and Overshield is up.
OS is up. Formal with a double dilemma here. Plenty of angles trained on him. Snipe Down, the one to shoot. And of course, that's the one thing, well, not the one thing. There's many things about Formal that makes him great, but the man shoots straight.
Oh. Frosty utilizing that Bulldog. Excellent kill coming out of him. Meanwhile, Formal actually using Frost, and that's going to be 3 down for Sentinels. Snakebite has to try to stay alive here.
Looks like he will for now. Nades will drop by past him. Still has the shotgun. 26-15. Sentinels with a comfy lead. It's not over. He's going to have to work hard to deal with him. No hit markers, right? So they don't know he's there for sure. He'll sit there and continue to until he gets the opportunity to push out. That opportunity might be now as Snakebite flies into Bound. He'll take it. And he's still here for more. Man, Snakebite has been putting it together. Quick glance at the feed. Not the feed, but the... what am I looking at, Tony? The scoreboard. Snakebite, 8 kills. Frosty with 9. 9 and 3, apparently, too. As Sentinels just coming off the rip in game 2 with a lot of heat.
Still on board now with Boo Boo Doo, 7 and 7 at the moment, even having 2 assists as well. Lethal taking down Falcon off the screen, and Boo Boo Doo just baiting that bridge. Not exactly sure where Jesse is. Lethal finding Lethal weapon with his pants down pretty much here. An easy kill coming out of Boo Boo Doo, and the Dynamo nades are starting to fly. And once again, camouflage coming up at 30 seconds, which is going to be a factor. Sentinels can use it to create separation. FaZe can use it to catch up.
FaZe sitting at a 9-kill deficit. Boo Boo Doo with a great vantage point here. We got Formal across the map in the BR. How do they play this, right? Rockets about to pop up. OS about to pop up as well. They need to stay alive for this crucial moment here. Snipe Down knows it. Foul in the opposite locker. And already there's presence on bottom mid. Frosty Formal with 2 pivotal kills the moment that the weapons spawn up as well. Options very limited for the boys on FaZe here. 33-21, and that's about to change.
Still on board here with Snipe Down at the moment, but not having the best of kills, and he's gonna go down. Snakebite hunting that player down, utilizing the Overshield, getting the double kill. This man's going off, but Overshield is done. Man. The Mangler's still there, dude. Snakebite is going off.
Boo Boo Doo not checking as he walks into BR there. Snakebite taking full advantage. Not sure if there was a loss of communication or what, but at this point, just about guaranteed that they seal out game 2, 37. Bound Foul will take a couple kills. We need to see around the slays at the very least. And they got to shut down Snakebite. If you shut down anybody, every time we swap to his POV, he's always landing something, putting down a big play here. Once again, doesn't take. Snipe Down. FaZe will roll together. They got to keep this up.
And just to remind you guys at home, if you're wondering why he keeps dropping that Mangler, it's so much faster to drop a weapon and switch to your BR as opposed to switching weapons. You're seeing that tech being heavily utilized by Snakebite. He's really good with it. I'm going to start implementing this myself here as Bound. Also having the Mangler. Let's see if he can have the same effectiveness as Snakebite on the map.
Sentinels with 38. It's a slow climb all of a sudden. They were 37 about a minute or 2 ago. FaZe doing what they can to delay it. Unfortunate for Bound. Whether or not he got that kill, he would have died to his own nade there. On board with Foul. Down by that deficit in slays here. Val got to play it safely. Teammate going to spawn up with him on this side of the map. But you can see the presence of Sentinels right now. The whole perimeter they have extended across the opposite side as they wait with angles, and Formal taking a cheeky one as well. Formal just going to wait in the locker. Bound, not sure if he's there, but he's anticipating something.
Bound having the assault rifle in his back pocket. Easy close range fight up against Formal. Able to stay alive as well, only down by 7 kills, but mind you, Sentinels were able to pass the 40 kill threshold there, past no man's land. Frosty going 14-7 at the moment and taking down Bound.
The comeback has been slow, but it's been happening, right? It's not quite the deficit we saw previously. It's not unwinnable. Difficult, but not unwinnable. 41-34, and we need to see a play at a FaZe. They need to do it without losing numbers. Frosty, love the positioning out of him. He's gonna have to double back though. Got awareness where he is, and he's gonna ring out here. Somehow Frosty gets tagged from behind the tree. You also gotta note that they're gonna hear that plasma pistol charge if they come through that door, so something to be careful about. Snakebite, he's got awareness on Boo Boo. Boo Boo gonna double back immediately. You gotta love how well FaZe are prioritizing their lives here. Look at this, 37 now. All of a sudden it's getting close, 38. As the score starts to narrow. 4 kill deficit for FaZe.
FaZe are within striking distance, and they need to be careful. Frosty not able to win that individual gunfight. Snipe down seemingly going off now. He was having a rough game to begin with, but now he's 12-9.
Snipe down with 12, Boo Boo with 13. He drops the weapon, does get the kill. A trade at this point in the favor of Sentinels, but Bound with the Rockets. Frosty with the 44th kill. Bound needs this. He'll take it, the thrust forward, and Rocket succeeds. But he's got to get out of dodge here. 45-42, and Formal is above him. You got to back down from Formal. He's got no option to kill Snakebite. He can't do it. Bound might have needed to rotate out of there earlier. Not a position you want to be in, and now 46-42 because of it. Foul. He'll hold the angle. Boo Boo opposite map. They're spread out. Can they do this without trading?
And mind you guys at home, just to remind you, Snipedown actually was supposed to be with FaZe. He elected to stay with Apex for quite some time, and FaZe actually picked up Formal as their 4th player. Eventually, Snipedown decides to come back. FaZe end up dropping Formal for Snipedown, and Formal was not happy about it. You're seeing it right here, right now. He wants this win. He needs this win. Can you do it, Formal?
I don't think it matters who Sentinels plays. They want this win. You can feel the energy. 47-45 here. Boo Boo Doo with the OS on the body and an angle on the mat. Oh, he will take it though. One shot, he can bounce out of this. 47 all because of it though. And any small opening given to any team here will change the game. 48 now, 49 for FaZe. FaZe, who were down by what, 15 earlier. All of a sudden FaZe could win the game here. Snakebite trapped in the corner. Nade's gonna go out, he's got no options, and FaZe do it again. They shut them down.
Incredible win. I don't know how he was able to come out. That was all Sentinels. That was all Sentinels. What happened, Alex?
What the heck just happened, honestly? I gotta go back and watch the VOD, go back and watch theater mode or something, because it did not look winnable. It didn't look winnable. It was what, 30? It was 37-19? It had to, it was 37 to something in the teens. I'm gonna go back in the VOD and check it, but I had given up hope, and all of a sudden FaZe, they found a way to come back. They didn't trade. They played their lives carefully. They managed to win in just about every engagement. They did it with the weapons as well. I mean, the Rockets, we saw towards the end there, we saw Snakebite just unfortunately trap and run out of options. Sentinels coming off of the craziest best-of-5 series with Optic, clutching up. Do they lose to FaZe? Do they lose to FaZe after this? The qualifiers were no indication of anything, by the way. Qualifiers told me squat. Qualifiers did nothing to tell me that this was coming.
Yeah, I don't know how Sentinels can come off and taking out the #1 Optic and then in danger of getting 3-0'd right now by FaZe. I mean, but if there's any team that can come back and force a Game 5 and maybe pull off a reverse sweep, it is Sentinels. I've learned many times, do not count the boys out.
I definitely agree with you, especially considering what we've witnessed in this tournament so far. Sentinels, they started in the damn open bracket. Royal 2, unfortunately for him, you know, rested free Royal 2, I guess. We'll get him back one day. But man, Formal coming in to replace him. You'd expect this team to be, I mean, Formal, of course, a champion in Call of Duty, a champion in his own right.
Yes.
He can hold his own, but you'd expect this team to be, you know, maybe slightly crippled as a result of a last-second change. Turns out, no, that's not the case. They'll take Optic. They'll take from open bracket all the way to top 4.
Yeah.
But FaZe, for some reason, they got that secret sauce here, Tony. We're seeing it in the scoreboard. Of course, 2-1, game 1, 50-48, game 2. Strongholds on live fire. FaZe with an opportunity to 3-0. But Sentinels, if they take this, I have no idea where this will go, right? The moment that Sentinels get that opening is a moment that this tournament is far from over.
Yeah, I respect Formal completely. I mean, he's a champion in 2 different games, but guess what? So is Snipedown. And Snipedown's playing for FaZe right now. 2-1 win in game number 1 going towards FaZe. FaZe coming back seemingly out of nowhere. I remember that scoreboard. It was 38-20, and FaZe coming out of nowhere to take game number 2, and now they are 1 win away from making it to the top 3.
I did get the update from the producer, by the way. It was 37-25. So apparently it was a 12-kill deficit that they came back from. Wow. And of course, you know, maybe a couple kills traded along the way. I think they went from 37 to just 38 as they closed the gap in what must have been like 6 or 8 kills in a row. Unbelievable work from FaZe, and a perfect example of the fact that in Halo, okay, I'm getting more updates. It was 37-21, apparently, not 37-25. It was even more of a gap. And once again, the point still stands. In Halo, it's never over until it's over, especially, I mean, with Slayer, you'd think would be the lesser of the other game types, especially with a game type like Strongholds or like Oddball. We got Strongholds coming up next. Not over till it's over. I mean, you know, name of the game in a game type like Strongholds. Tony, tell me a bit about Strongholds live fire. What do you expect to see at this point? What does Sentinels need to do to claw back in the series?
Well, one thing I always expect with Strongholds is your ability to out-rotate the enemy team is going to be your key to success. The moment they go after A, if you're holding an A-B setup, the moment an enemy team goes after A, you have 2 choices. You either defend it or you out-rotate them. And with the fast captures in this game, in Halo Infinite, most of the time you can out-rotate the enemy team.
Right.
You said it multiple times, FaZe, that's a fast team, especially when you combine the likes of Bound, whose movement is on point. Sentinels are famously known for being an all-around team. They can speed things up, they can slow it down. They're just great all around, and that's kind of been their wheelhouse for so long. Okay. Whoever's able to out-rotate the enemy team better is going to come out on top, and maybe, just maybe, FaZe pull off the 3-0. It's possible.
Like you said, maybe, just maybe. Stay on top of your rotation, says Tony, and I'm going to have to agree. And to stay on top of them, you can control the weapons as well. OS on the map. We got a drop wall, we got a sniper up center. That sniper will be our most important point of contention. And one thing I'll say, if you're FaZe and you want to close this out in 3-0, don't let Frosty pick up that snipe, because all I've seen are headshots from this man so far.
Shoot, Formal either. There's multiple snipers on this squad. Don't let anybody on Sentinels get the sniper.
Just throw it off the back.
Get it out of here. Which is funny because Sentinels used to do that back in the day against Splice.
Depending on the situation, I mean, sometimes it is the best play. You're right, they would. Regardless of the situation, they would just burn the snipe out. Either way, we'll jump on board with Bound here for Game 3 and potentially the final game of the tournament for Sentinels, who have clawed their way to get here. But FaZe, they got something else. They're on something else, apparently.
They're on another level, that is. Bound going right onto the ground, getting on the offensive, but Lethal, excellent shots taken on Bound, but I don't know if Lethal knows there's 2 players. They're going to hunt them down. Valkyrie able to get the cleanup kill, and now they're poised to take away B.
Early aggression at a FaZe, and thankfully a snipe in their hands as well. Boo Boo with it. He'll rotate through bottom mid. Foul will lock down A. Boo Boo, what can he do from the right side perimeter? He's alone right now, but he doesn't hit it though. He doesn't hit anything, right? If anything, you think maybe he rotates back to A, stays closer to the teammates, gets an angle. He goes for a flank instead, which is risky but could pay off. But if you don't hit any of the shots, you just give everything up. And now Sentinels has it all.
That they do, Snakebite actually having the heat wave in hands, going right back in for the challenge on Snipedown, but not able to get that Valkyrie coming in with the cleanup kill, and he's getting aggressive. Ends up turning around, excellent communication coming out of FaZe, and now he's gonna earn himself a sniper rifle because of it.
Snipe was passed to Frosty. Frosty didn't get far with it. Val now has a heat wave as well in the hands of Snipedown. So rotation to C looking all but inevitable. And oh man, what an angle to collect a kill on. You gotta have some wild reactions to do it, and I mean, trust Val to be the one to connect those shots. Unfortunately, can't hit the second. 20-10 on the board here as Val and Bound look to lock it down, but they gotta move. They gotta rotate, like we said, A and B, collected by Sentinels.
Bound to try to stay alive here with the commando. Excellent melee going right at Boo Boo Doo. 3 down go FaZe. Do not count Sentinels out yet.
still early. The Sentinels, they'll bite back. Oh, it's in the body of Bubudubu, and Val wants a piece of this fight, but Formal has none of it. He'll take a killjoy on the Val. So Val popping off early on here. 7-2 on Fallicated in this third game. He wants Sentinels out of this tournament early on.
You know, a good friend of Shotzi and Valkid, even Bubudubu, is Vader. And Vader told me, watch out for Falkid. He said everybody's talking about the best players in the game, and people are sleeping on Falkid, and I'm poised to believe it. We're talking about all tournament long. Falkid has been that leading slayer and really kind of doing it all. And let me tell you, his mastery of the repulsor, both offensively and defensively, has been one to admire. Snakebite is going to be hunted down by Bound.
I will say that Foul has made it onto all the biggest teams, but despite that, he is the most slept on, I think, most slept on top player currently in Halo. And that's about to change if they can close out this series with a 3-0. Back on board with Foul. Presence on to B. 24 points to their name, and Frosty looking to stop it. Frosty, what a challenge. He'll take that kill. Snipe Down will clean it up, but damage done here in Snipe. Can he win the fight for this rifle? Lethal. And that's a tried and true matchup right there. Snipe Down Lethal, unfortunately, gets stopped short by Snakebite.
Snakebite still having that heat wave in hand. Once again, he's going to try to swap out Charlie. Meanwhile, his teammates are going down quick. Bao going to try to put the early pressure in on Snakebite, but the Snakebite putting one shot immediately does the heat wave, but Snakebite is in trouble.
Snakebite is definitely in trouble. Thankfully, he'll stay alive long enough to get those shields back. Heat wave still in the hands, but what is that, Batman above him? That was Sniped Out jumping in from above, and Snakebite completely unaware of it. Bubudubu says, get off me. Little force push backwards. Formal tries to chase him, but Bubudubu gonna skate out of there. Oh, Formal does eventually pick up the kill. Formal for 2. They'll take them both on to B, but it's not over yet. Sniped Down still in the nest, and they've still got a reticle on him.
Formal ends up being taken down here, so we're going to switch on board with Lethal having the overshield in hand. Excellent kill on Snipe Down. That rivalry, I love it. The nades are coming in, forcing Bound to stay alive here, but 2 caps still on the board for FaZe. They're putting some good points in, only down by 20.
Oh, Lethal getting aggressive on B, on the Bound too, but Bound will take it. Bound, try to live in the back of B. Melee in, somehow the repulsor doesn't go through. I don't know if Formal missed it or what, but Bound with a saving grace and an opportunity to defend B a little longer. B and C in control of FaZe, and the point total starting to close here as FaZe looks to take the lead. 61 and counting. Bound, no need to move. A little rematch between Bound and Formal presents itself. Bound gonna play it patiently. And for someone who moves very quick, it's nice to see this man take it slow. Although, well, I say that, he'll rotate into A. It looks like nobody's aware of the fact that he's here. Bound's gonna let some shots ring out. Snaps on to Snakebite as well. The perfect flank and opportunity for him.
Sentinels have started off hot in all 3 of these games, but every time FaZe seems to answer back. But multiple players now funneling over towards Charlie, and Sentinels are able to swap that easy peasy, but Bubudubu out-rotating them and getting away with Alpha.
FaZe trying to stay on top of that rotation. Lethal gonna do what he can to slow it down. Now in A. He'll take Fallicated with him. Oh, but he's gotta make sure to 180 in time here. He'll take the trade. That A will remain half captured, though. We do have presence on it from Sentinels to finish it off. Bound now in C to cut the losses. Snakebite already there. We talked about staying on top of the rotations. The timing of Snakebite's flank will shut C down and points in their favor as they look for a triple cap.
I swear to you, Snakebite is better on land, and he's even better in Championship Sunday. He gets better and better as the tournament goes on. Bound already having double-digit kills here, but the nades is going to come in and hunt him down. Of course, it's going to be Snakebite on the kill feed. Now we're on board with Formal, overshielded hand.
185 Sentinels with presence, mid-game. Formal, ensuring it stays that way. Foul and Bound together, they're hugging each other in the back of C. Formal gonna respect it for now. Actually take it back. It's gonna drop down below, and there's 3 members of FaZe waiting for him. All well that happens though. Trip cap in session, and Snakebite the line of defense to see. Frosty with him as well. FaZe need an answer here. They got A. There's 2 below. Snakebite aware of it. Oh, and he can repulse one off. Bubu, he didn't repulse him far enough. Bubudubu will come back. A nade will deal with them. 133 and counting as this happens, though. FaZe, they're clawing their way in, but they're not getting points.
What great damage and use of the repulsor coming out of Snakebite, but Sniped coming in for the flank, going right at Lethal. The nades are starting to fly, and somehow Sniped is still alive. And 152 to 85 lead in favor of Sentinel. Shots are starting to ring out here. Can Sniped stay alive?
Snakebite with a massive opportunity. Unfortunately for him, that nade does not connect like it meant to. Because of that, he is now in trouble. He'll try to rotate out. Thankfully, Formal does drop to foul. Snakebite with a saving grace. Repulsor up and an angle on Snakebite, who is so ready for it. You got to think of their communication and how in sync they are. I wonder if Snakebite knew that he had the repulsor, if he knew he would jump up there. Sentinels just a step ahead in game 3.
And it looks like Sentinels were able to get away with Bravo largely because of PJ here. When that power-up is coming up, the nade is just going to barely miss. Boo forced to back down. Here comes the repulsor once again. The trade's going to come in, and Snakebite going to earn himself a killing spree before going down. He's 17 and 11 at the moment.
FaZe have been sitting at 85 points for at least 2 minutes, Tony. 196 and counting here as Sentinels provide nothing but oppressive aggression, I guess. Looking for the words here, Tony. I just don't know what to say. It's looking rough for the boys on FaZe.
That it is. Formal excellent shots going off of Valkated, forced to back down and stay alive. Meanwhile, 2 of his teammates are going to hit the black screen. Luckily, he's able to get away with the heat wave. Might be able to neutralize the situation with him, making Sniped down one shot, forcing him to back down, and Formal going to play his life.
Sentinels with a comfy lead like this, they can play carefully. They can afford to take a couple risks at times, but you know Sentinels, they don't do that. They play wisely in these situations. They limit the options of FaZe at every opportunity here. They'll make it into C. Of course, as I say that, Formal gonna have to deal with 2, and Sniped gonna slow down their progress just a little bit here. Sniped needs to get out though. Can they rotate to A while he does this? You can see that AC hold gonna continue to pester them. Now passing 200 points as Sniped gets back in it.
Not the normal setup you're going to see here from A and C, but if it works, it works. Luckily, we're seeing FaZe out rotating, going after Charlie. They have multiple players alive. A Snakebite going right at Valkated. Bao getting a big kill on screen. 2 down for each of these players, and Boo is holding down Bravo.
Boo couldn't quite get the kill. He did manage to back off Formal. That's enough to get a couple points on the board here. Boo will sit perched on B. While that happens, and Sniped can he push forward for the Sniped? The battering ram of the defense is a Sentinels, and it's not good enough. That door too strong. Formal, his turn on the B, and Sentinels could potentially close the game with one good setup. FaZe, what can they do?
Almost still having the heat wave in hands, and Frosty stealing away Charlie, and almost a trip cap on the board. Looks like we're able to connect with it. 213 points in counting, and Frosty gonna trade off with Falcated. Beautiful kill coming out of Bradley Bergstrom.
The execution out of Frosty, right? The speed of the strafe and Infinite too. Just how effectively you can peek, drop the plasma pistol, and still land a headshot. I mean, Frosty executes it flawlessly. Lethal's turn to do the same. Abound will take a step ahead. Of course, as it happens, 244 on the board here. Now 45 and counting. FaZe, they got to get in a hill. They got to do it quick. 49 to close it out. And Sentinels, they're back in game 3. They are not done yet. Tony, this is the reality I was worried about. FaZe, they come in so hot, 2-0 in this series. All of a sudden, the moment Sentinels makes progress. I've seen this too many times. I've seen this too many damn times. Sentinels, this could be a reverse sweep in the making. Of course, it's too early to tell. But they're no stranger to this position. Let's just say that.
I said it before game number 3. I will never doubt Sentinels until the final game is on the board. The last time I doubted Sentinels, Snakebite tweeted at me and said, "Sorry to disappoint you, Tony," and that's gonna never happen again. I'm sorry, PJ. I'm not going against you ever again.
Sentinels have this way of consistently proving the Halo community wrong, right? And I think they're in that position now, almost kind of been positioned as the bad guys in the Halo community recently, in the way that things have kind of turned, right? Other teams, in a way, sort of turning against them, opting to not scrim them. Sentinels kind of against the world, it feels, in a way, in this tournament. And they always find a way to prove us wrong. They always find a way to answer when things don't look good for them. You know what? At the helm, you got Snakebite, but Frosty, Lethal, and this time Formal. I think all of them together, there's just this energy that I think is damn near unstoppable, Tony. It's hard to find the words for it, but this series, in my opinion, far from over, even though one game is all FaZe needs.
And that's the luxury that you afford yourself when you take the first 2 games. I mean, FaZe were able to clutch up in those first 2, and now they're still 1 game away from coming out with the win. So they're still the favorites. Sentinels within striking distance and at least having some momentum built up after that Game 3 win. But now we're going to capture the flag on Aquarius. This is a different story. Alex, why don't you tell me what's going to be the keys of success to winning this Game 4?
Aquarius CTF, 5 caps to win. Of course, your standard now in Halo Infinite. We've got a lot of tools of the trade on the map to control. The biggest one, of course, is the camo center map. You got the heat wave on the planers side of the map to pick up, going to be so crucial. I think almost even more so are the thrusts that spawn out in front of the base, right? Of course, off the opening strat, somebody will elect to pick it up, but throughout the game, always having a player on top of the thrust and ideally on top of your opponent's thrust as well. If you can steal 2, have multiple on your team, that's a lot of speed, a lot of playmaking potential on your team. And on top of that, you got the dynamos, you got the sidekick. Too often, with lesser teams, I find players standing next to the sidekick, taking fights with the BR, and not picking up the sidekick. Just pocket it, at the very least. But I'd say use it. In a high level like this, the sidekick, the way it comes into play, it is devastating in close quarters. In the end, all that it comes down to, of course, the better team will come out with this one, regardless of what you pick up here, Tony. But I'd like to see all these weapons used. Either way, it's been a hell of a series. We're here on Game 4, potentially our Sentinels' last game in this tournament. And honestly, if it is, then I can finally give my voice a break. I don't know about you, Tony, but I'm done.
My voice is absolutely gone here. Let me tell you something.
Oh,
hell of a day, hell of a
It's
tournament.
been a weekend. It's been a damn... If you're just tuning in now, understand that we have been yelling at our screens for 3 days and standing on my feet for 3 days, dude. And I've also been screaming and watching this tournament because it's damn near incredible. Halo is back in every way, shape, and form. It couldn't be better. The only thing to make it better right now is a hot Game 4. Let's see it.
And let's see what Bound's going to do about this. He needs to close this out right now. You do not want to go to Game 5 with Sentinels, and Lethal does. He already having the first pull, sprinting, so he is going to be revealed on the map here. He doesn't care. Already getting the flag towards the 50% portion of the map, and look who's trailing him. It's Frosty, who's camoed out.
Frosty with the ultimate combo to start the game. We talked about it coming in. I mean, he's got everything. He's got a thrust, he's got a heat wave, and he's got the camo. He plays sneaky here too. Flag sits out, doesn't want to get on it just yet. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo out front of him, and he spots him. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo trying to be elusive, but not good enough. In for the return. Anyone in position to stop it? I don't think so. It looks like that return will get away, and Sentinels, like I had worried about coming into this game, Sentinels, the moment they get an opportunity, it's far from over. First flag on the board, less than 2 minutes.
Snakebite going immediately into the challenge on Snipe Down, able to get the kill, but I love the cleanup come out of bound. No timing loss whatsoever. The communication from FaZe is on point.
It must be, because so far, so good in this series as far as the 2-0 to start. But FaZe, you start to wonder if there's any energy left in the tank, if they're running out of steam when Sentinels have just caught fire, it seems. Of course, still plenty of opportunities here. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo. Nice little frame-perfect slide. That sends the flag straight to bottom mid immediately. Because of that, he's now skipped a great portion of the map. And now in the end zone.
And then on top of that, what does he do? He drops the flag off and gets the easy slay. Now going to try to relay that flag off for 1 or 2 more. As Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo going to go right after Lethal.
Boo-Boo.
Bound actually getting, that's going to be 3 down for Sentinels. The double kills comes in. The killing spree is there. And that flag is on the run. We're going to be tied up at 1 apiece.
Boo-Boo going to keep that Doo-Boo still in play. Of course, as I say it, the flag just sits an inch away from the pedestal. Somebody needs to touch it. And can they get there in time? Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo. Is he the man to do it? He's the man to get the kills to save this whole situation. Does he plant the flag in? He is not the one to get there. The flag still sits there. Is Snakebite in position? Is it Bound who gets there? Bound just seconds away from doing it. He'll slide and grab the flag to plant it in, but at what cost, Tony? A counter pull in session.
Snakebite actually running the flag right now, already getting toward the 50% portion of the map. 2 down go FaZe. Frosty is still getting kills on the board, and uncontested is Snakebite with the run.
Man, Sentinels, look at this out of Sentinels. FaZe, because they were so close to capping and had to commit to get that cap in, they lost resources. And that led to a counter pull. Of course, as I say this, FaZe with a counter to the counter. Let's see what they can do with it. Of course, have to take time to get the return. So no second flag going to go in here, but a 2-1 on the board here for Sentinels as FaZe looks to return a flag again.
All 4 members of Sentinels were momentarily down here, and Falcated, no answer for them. We're tied up at 2 apiece. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe are not counting out. They won. They want in this. They want to end this right here, right now. They do not want to see a game number 5.
I mean, all I can think is, well, excuse me for being worried about FaZe, right? FaZe found a way to counter that situation, still get another flag despite slipping up on the first one. Of course, not over yet. It's just back and forth as it is in Aquarius CTF. Snake Bite with 2. A marksman medal as well, and Formal with an easy opportunity to run. No way! He'll take a late triple. That flag's going through, and everyone's dead except Snipe Down.
Snakebite able to get the clutch triple kill, and he's not done yet. Multiple slays going down here. Bound ends up getting a clutch double kill off the screen, so now we're here with Bound, who's also able to get himself a sidekick. Going right in for the challenge on 2 players. The Dynamo nades are coming in. Can FaZe put another cap on the board in 7 minutes and 36 seconds to end the series, or will Sentinels come out on top?
Somehow after that triple from Snake Bite, they managed to stop the flag in his tracks and get a return, so FaZe just clawing back despite the deficits. Still a tie game here, 2-2, Snakebite and Formal. He'll make the challenge onto the base here. Bound to line of defense. Bound better back up. 2 players coming for him. They're going to try to bait and switch their way through this, but 3 members of FaZe on the other side of that doorway, and it's about to be a brawl in the base here. Lethal, Formal with 2. Snipe Down will drop 1. Snakebite not wasting any time for the flag. He'll take it out to the right side.
Great defense coming out of FaZe, but even better offense out of Sentinels here. That flag is actually on the move. Formal already holding down the perimeter. It looks like they're watching the overextenders, and this might be a clean flag run home. But hold on, the nades are coming in. Snakebite doesn't give a damn. That's going to be a 3-2 lead for Sentinels.
Sentinels, what are you doing to my damn heart, man? Why does it always have to be a sprint, Tony? Here we are in Game 4, Sentinels tournament life on the line. They find a way to gain momentum. 3-2. They've got the advances, but plenty of time on the clock to make a change. FaZe regroup. Let's see it. Or die. I mean, apparently, Formal's on you.
Formal ends up going down thanks to Snakebite. That's going to be an excellent kill coming out of him. And now Frosty staying alive. The nades are starting to fly here.
Oh, no.
Another flag being pulled, and Frosty is going to go down.
Lethal's still up in the base, but he's alone. Cannot afford to get to the flag right away, especially with Snipe Down chasing him into the base here. Snipe Down will take that kill. A defensive kill for him, and Bound already with advanced timing on the flag as well. You can see he's in the base opposite side. Snipe Down gonna wait a second to grab that thrust. Might be useful for him. Picks up a kill along the way, so nice, I wanna say luck if anything, but Snipe Down will hit the shots, and you can't doubt that. Still got the wave with him. 1 kill, 1 flag deficit, and all of that could change with a play from Falcated. Opening in, Bound with the kill. They must have info on where he is at this point, though, but Foul, they still haven't figured it out yet. He'll take Lethal. 2 members up here. Foul, still going. Can he stay alive in the base?
Falcated utilizing that camouflage to get a clutch double kill, still having that commando in hands, but he's not satisfied yet. There's one more player roaming around. It's actually Formal. Falcated ends up being spotted. You've seen the damage coming in, but minimal at that. And it was like almost getting the backside, but the thrust back comes in from Formal. And Falcated doesn't care. He takes the piv, takes the challenge. Excellent kill coming out of Falcated, and now relaying the flag, keeping it alive just yet, but they still need more slays.
I mean, we said this man was an unsung hero. Not enough people respecting the level to play at a Foul, and he continues to showcase it when his tournament life is on the line. Of course, unfortunately for him, he does not get away with a flag. Bound and team, they'll fly off a spawn to try to keep the pressure up. But things continue to be difficult for them. The defenses of Sentinels just so damn strong at this point.
Falcated holding down the top position of the map here. Nobody spawning over towards the fridge side. Looks like they're going to influence those spawns onto utility. Off-screen Snipe Down, able to take down Formal. Frosty getting a kill as well. Falcated going right at the one-shot Frosty. Falcated actually thrusting him back here, but it's not enough. Snakebite going to utilize that heat wave. Easy kill coming out of PJ.
Snakebite with an opportunity for a pull. He's still in the back of their base. He might be able to get it. All of that happens. Bound not going to waste time as he makes his way back to the flag. Snipe Down there with him. Formal there to defend. And Snakebite from one base to the other. Just got a kill before picking up that flag and carrying it through. What a play out of Paul Dort. And what else can he do?
Nades are starting to fly here out of Formal. Falcon actually going to be pushing the flag off, but he's not going to be able to run it here, and he's well aware of it, tries to stay away with his life, but he's not going to be able to do so. Frosty having the camouflage going right at Falcon. Falcon, excellent damage coming, but he needs to get this kill. He's able to do so. You cannot let camouflage roam around the map.
Flag still not returned. Boo Boo will sit on it. He does get it. And it looks like that flag going to go back to the base for now. And a flag cap as well. Okay, my apologies, but I missed it. They pulled a counter, and they have been sitting waiting to plant that in. All of a sudden, 3 all on the board here, and FaZe have kept themselves in the game with 3 minutes left to go. Lethal, how does he play it? He'll keep the high ground for now. Already a brawl going down in the locker as well. This happens. Lethal shields now ripped off, and a little more as well. Still finding ways to get in the fight.
Lethal doing a great job of staying alive. They have no idea what his exact positioning is. Able to get some easy shots on bound, but they're finally able to spot him. Snipe down going actually right at him. Able to trade off kills. 2 down for each of these teams. And Boo Boo Doo Boo coming with FaZe. Flag is pulled. He's well aware of it. Excellent shots on Snipe down. Now going to change the targets over towards Frosty, making both players have shield, but Falcated is still in trouble.
You're right about that. Foul now dead. Multiple dropping here in this base, and Snakebite does get the return. Defense comes in once again. 2 minutes just about on the clock here. And an opportunity for either team. I mean, at this point, I don't really know where to lean here, Tony. It sits at 3-3. Sentinels seem to be the team that opens with the flags. FaZe always have an answer. And what will that lead to? I mean, at this point, just locking down sight lines. Camo up. Lethal does not want to reposition until he knows he has the opportunity to do so, and this is it. Foul. Shots into foul into Boo Boo. Does he go for the flag?
Lethal staying alive here. Damage going to come in, force him to go down to 1 shot. Falcon being ever so annoying, able to come up with a big kill. A momentary 2 down for Sentinels, but they answer back. Falcon actually get a double kill here, and now he's going to get aggressive, approaching the 50% portion of the map, and he has the Dynamo nades, and they're starting to fly.
Falcated 18 kills to his name. Elimination bracket, tournament life on the line, and this man shows up. What else can he do? He'll back down for now. Boo Boo Doo Boo going to replace him. Boo Boo with the presence on the base, and Frosty here. He'll slide straight up in his face. There goes Boo Boo. Now up to Bound. Takes position up top. Still presence in that base, though. Snipe down. Foul. They're there to pick up the flag. They'll take it out front. Lethal spawning in Fridge and Bound with an angle on the spawners. He's got to get rid of Formal, though. Formal now dead. Shots into Frosty. Frosty cannot answer. Snakebite, what a nade out of Snakebite. He'll slow it down, but Foul gets around the corner. Flag being carried out. Tony, less than a minute left. If they plant this flag, Sentinels is in trouble.
An excellent Dynamo nades come out of Valkated, but Frosty going to come in with a cleanup kill. Meanwhile, Formal not able to get away with his life either. Snakebite, one of the last lines of defense. He needs to stay alive. He needs to put down damage. He needs to stop the flag.
30 seconds and 3 members of FaZe on the flag. He can't get a kill from this position. Lethal's above. Lethal can get foul. Can he get 2? Boo Boo Doo Boo, he needs to live. Boo Boo Doo Boo needs this kill. Boo Boo takes it! Boo Boo with the kill. Flag still in place. Snakebite. Oh, Tony, I don't have a voice left. I don't have a damn voice. Snipe down with the kill on the flag. Snipe down gets it, flag in hand. 10 seconds left. FaZe planted in. FaZe just did it.
Oh my gosh.
They'll shut Sentinels out. Wait, sudden death. They touched it? No way, dude. Sudden death in play. Sudden death in play. If that flag gets returned, it's a game over. And they need to keep touching it to keep it in play here. My heart is about to explode, god damn it.
And Snakebite able to get that flag off all the way over to bottom mid here in sudden death. I'm not sure if there's anybody that's able to contest it, but watch out. The timer's tricking down. Snakebite has the flag. He needs to be careful.
No way did they do it. Everyone's looking at Snakebite. Everyone. Boo Boo pulls it.
Oh my gosh.
Boo Boo pulls the flag. And they save the game. FaZe. They'll move on. In top 3. Sentinels are out. What a game.
Sentinels go down. FaZe is going to the losers bracket finals. These are the stats. These are the paper. This is the schedule.
I got nothing to say, man. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. What do I say? What do I say, dude? What is this? This is Halo, apparently. Welcome back. Welcome back, baby. I can't take it. I'm glad that's our last series because I put everything I got into this one, Tony. I mean, thank you for joining me on it. But FaZe, well earned. well-earned victory. We still got a tournament to go. Let's look back at this series real quick. My God, Sentinels, they played incredibly. They played from open bracket to get here. They made it to top 4, but stopped short by FaZe. The storylines in this one, who could have predicted it? I mean, FaZe formed a couple weeks ago. Snipedown stopped playing Apex and said, you know what, Halo's my game. Turns out he made the right decision.
Daddy did. Snipedown did not leave the #1 TSM from Apex to come in and get knocked out in 4th place. He came back to win championships. He makes it into the top 3 in the elimination bracket finals, having a chance to make it into grand finals. FaZe up, baby. FaZe up.
Hope you guys have been enjoying this tournament so far is all I can say, because, man, just looking at the stats, looking all around, we got, what, upwards of 130,000 tuning in for the winners finals, or not even winners finals. The last match we saw with Optic, I mean, this one as well, just popping off left and right. Every single game seems to go down to the wire, and I am aging by the second, I gotta say, just casting it. It's been unbelievable. It's been incredible, and so far it's not over, right? 3 teams left in the tournament. FaZe, because of this, they move on. Let's take a look at the bracket. You can see E United have gone down in winners finals. So C9, they sit pretty. Winner side grand finals. Whoever wins that elimination final will get a chance at C9. 3 teams, Tony. 350,000 on the line and 3 teams left. A little bit of tournament left to go. I hope you in the chat are enjoying it, because, man, has this been a show.
I threw papers.
You threw papers.
My headset fell off.
That was good paper, by the way.
I don't care about the paper. Forget the paper.
Rip paper.
Forget the paper.
God damn.
I lost my voice.
Yep.
And guess what?
We both lost.
This is the greatest experience of my life, man. This is amazing, man. Oh my gosh, yeah, I can't wait. I guess what I'm gonna do right after this. I'm gonna go watch these games. I'm going right into the crowd. I'm gonna be making some noise with everybody. This has been absolutely incredible.
That's a good point. That's where we're headed. Before we head to the crowd, we've got the championship bracket up on screen here. Of course, C9 3-1 apparently up against E United. E United, obviously, the top team in the league at this point, but looks a little oppressive for C9. C9, they're going to be a hard team to beat at this rate. FaZe have completely disrupted everything by beating Sentinels. Optic out of the tournament thanks to Sentinels. So quite unpredictable series of events here, and I wonder how C9 feels in winter side grand finals, knowing what's taken place. I feel like Optic was their biggest bane, but Optic no longer. It's down to E United. E United, I didn't see the series, but looked tough for them. And then FaZe, I mean, unless FaZe have some more energy in the tank, they must. Maybe they can push through. We'll see. All those matches coming up in the main broadcast. This is done. We're done and dusted. No more twitch.tv/HCS. No more Charlie. No more Delta. That's it. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Go to twitch.tv/Halo. I want to see all you there. I'm going to be in the chat. Tony, I know you're going to be there too. We'll see you there.